race thus far, having problems and dropping back just before we went back on air, John.
Right, thank you, Paul, for that. Let me quickly run through a couple of other things that have happened during that. In fact, before we do that, we'll go down to Joe Bradley, who is at the erstwhile leaders, the long-time leaders pit. This is the number 100 car. If you remember, last year they bossed this race into the 19th hour before they pulled up with a engine issue. Looked like a good old-fashioned blown turbo, if I remember rightly. Lots of white smoke down at the international pits. Joe Bradley is down in the number 100 car pits that has just given up the lead for the first time since late yesterday evening. Joe, what can you tell us?
Sebastian Blakemole can tell us exactly what's happened. Sebastian, you've caused us a bit of a scare. You've led for so long. Just given up the lead there with a we think, an unscheduled pit stop.
Yeah, what a bummer. We went. The car was so great in the night. We all had a great pace, and then the shock absorber broke.
The what? Sorry.
One of the shock absorbers in the right front of the left front broke. No, right front it was. So we had to replace it, and it took us, I think, 11 or 12 minutes. So the guys did a great job, but yeah, 11 minutes in this competition is a lot, too much actually.
Well, you say that, Seb, but we still have 8 hours of running. It's still a long, long way, and everything's worth repairing and chasing down.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I still can smile, because currently we're P2, so I think we have a small chance, but if we keep the car, if we don't have any other problems, yeah, you never know it. It's still 8 or 9 hours to go, so that's a long time.
And was the shock absorber, the damper, was that something that anyone could feel, or was it just an instantaneous thing?
No, it happened spontaneously. Yeah, I came out of the chicane, took the right corner, and then suddenly I could do nothing anymore. So I'm happy that I could make the pits.
This is a cruel sport sometimes, isn't it? You guys know more than anyone what happened last year. I would imagine you're not going to think about winning until maybe the last lap.
That's completely true. You never know, especially with these kind of cars. You never know. But till now, besides with the shock absorber, everything went okay. The engine is running good. I think we can make it to the finish this time.
We stop there, Seb. Best of luck.
It's Joe Bradley with Sebastian Blakemole in the pit lane. That car having lost time then with an unscheduled stop that has cost them the lead, and cost them about 10 minutes to the lead car now. Modern Motorsports out in front.
That would be about right, because it was a 14-minute pit stop, and they did have a 2-minute lead or so. We've gone code 60 again. For reasons that we'll tell you as soon as we can.
154 under investigation, but I don't think that's anything to do with it.
No, that was marginally before that other message came up.
That is the lead car in the Cup 1 class.
Yes, okay, so we've already had the lead car in the A3 class have problems, but again, we'll come back to that in a minute. But just to say that the Breukers 303 Seat is also still in the pits, and that's been there now for 15 minutes, and that's, I don't know if it was unscheduled, but it's certainly taking longer than it ought to do.
And that is still in the pits. It's still not in the fuel area. Let's go through what happened overnight and give you a little bit of a rundown of what happened. You'll remember when we left you, the 107, that was in the pit lane. That was the Monlau competition with replacing a gearbox. They lost an hour and 7 minutes. Just after midnight, half past midnight, we had a 7 minutes code 60 to recover the number 312. That car was in the gravel it was stopped at Aintree and was out of fuel. So that was the first code 60 of Sunday morning for the 312 Stanko and Tanner Seat Leon Cup car. We also at 1 o'clock had the leader in the GT4 category, SP3, the CWS Ginetta, broke a drive shaft and lost 23 minutes. 2:30 in the morning, possible contact between the 122 Audi and the 121, which meant that the 121 had to have a couple of extra pit stops, and it was losing ground. And then that culminated with that car at 3:30 in the morning having gearbox problems and a 2-hour 26-minute pit stop. 2:55, our fifth code 60 for 7 minutes and 30 seconds. That was for the 174. That being the Endurance Autosport Lotus Exige. Another broken drive shaft for that car. Not the first or the last car I think that we might have problems with there. It was Andrew Dolan driving at the time. Then we had a bit of green flag running, and everybody was going nicely in the wee small hours until 4 o'clock in the morning when the 303 came in for an 8-minute stop. Ivo Breukers was driving. Now remember, that car had a tap right at the very beginning, and Rick Breukers told us he thought the back end wasn't in true. Well, they had to replace a broken rear steering arm, suspension arm, and the quote from Ivo Breukers when Paul spoke to him in the pit lane said was, "I was scared." So a bit of rear wheel steer going in to that. 4:30 in the morning. The CWS Ginetta broke another drive shaft. Its second one of the nighttime hours. 4:40. The 105 lost a wheel at Beckett's, the Zest Seat TCR. That brought out a code 60, our sixth of the evening. 4:45, 4:45 this morning. The number 100 leading came into the pit lane to change front discs and pads. They had to do it, but it was under code 60 at the time. So they looked in a little bit there, and they managed to get that done without losing the lead. The 137 rejoined at 5:20 this morning, following an hour and 40 minutes for what they said was various suspension issues. The team said he's been off, but he won't admit it to Paul Truswell. At 5:50 this morning, 10-6, the Core Oyster BMW brought out the 7th code 60. John Ferrano was driving. He lost a wheel after a stud broke on the left rear, and that lost them the lead of the A3 class just before 6 o'clock. At 6:20 this morning, our 8th code 60, the Moss UK BMW 1N went off in the gravel. Tony Morris was at the wheel, and that needed recovering. And then our 9th and so far final code 60 was exactly at 7 o'clock this morning, 20 minutes to clean the track. And then the next big news just before 8 o'clock this morning, the number 100 leading overall shock absorber and lost the lead, replacing it a 14-minute pit stop. And that brings you up to date with what's going on here at Silverstone. So that brings you up to date. Thank you, Paul, for noting all that down for me. Have we worked out why we've got a code 60 yet?
No, I haven't. Normally, they have been very good at coming up and putting it up on the screen. I do know that they've had a change of clerk of the course, so it may be that the new clerk of the course doesn't quite know, but I know that they are listening, so as soon as you can put that message up as to why we have the code 60, that would be very useful. And that is the... as John was saying, as he was running through, the 10th code 60 that we've got.
Oh yes, of course. I said the 9th and so far final. Of course, we are in the 10th.
But that was only because we haven't yet completed this one. So
indeed, thank you for digging me out of that hole, Paul. You threw me a lifeline. Let's go down to Joe Bradley in the pit lane. Joseph.
Yeah, let's get an update from Jem Littman. We were having a chat to Jimmy in the booth actually last night. It seems a long time ago. Tell me, how was your night? My night was fantastic.
It was cold. I mean, that was probably the underlying story. The track was like 4 degrees, and I think everyone was struggling with actually tyre temperature and actually getting adhesion to the track. My first night stint was great. My second night stint was a nightmare. It just cold tyres and just struggled and struggled and struggled. And you get into this cycle where you pick up on your tyres and you're trying to shake it off. And it was probably the worst stint I've ever had in my life. So. But the key thing is, you kept it on track. We had to do a minimum time to get me out of the car because we don't want to. We're planning ahead. We're planning to finish, and we don't want to end up with 10 minutes at the end where we're going to have driver change. So it was essential. As much as I was moaning to the mechanics, going, "I want a pit. I need a new set of tyres. Well, let's change." Listen, you got to stay out and just deal with it. And it was, you just get on with it, don't you?
I was about to say, I'm getting information that the code 60 is for debris on the track, a cone, I believe. I mean, it's everyone, I would imagine, Jimmy, that has been dealing with the temperature and the track temperature being really low. And Seats are renowned, and indeed front-wheel drive cars are renowned for their rear tyres not being up to temp at all.
Yeah, that was the real issue. It was going out. This is the first time I'd driven first time I'd driven a non-ABS car in 17 years. And just the fear of actually locking up and flat spotting the tyres is at the back of my mind. So the rear tyres were really tricky, and that's the key thing. And the debris was everywhere. In farm, someone had spread. It looked like a rally stage from most of my stint. There was gravel, not just a few yards. It was like 100 metres of gravel, and it was like a rally stage. It was we'd like gone rally crossing somewhere along. So yeah, front-wheel drive cars really struggle with rears, and in these cold temperatures, it was hard work. But look, most of these guys out here are all front-wheel drive cars, most of them, and everyone's just doing a great job. And you got to say this. Listen, a year ago I was in a GT86. You know, plumbing around at the back doing 238. Oh no, probably in the rain doing 246s, 250s, and you know now we're going around in 225s in this great little Seat. And these guys have been great to take me on board and trust me in their car. And you know, it's a long way to go.
There is indeed, and we are back to green. Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, Joe Bradley, the cone on the track at Farm. So that's our 10th code 60. I'm just going to write down on this piece of paper that Paul has given me. And back on up to speed on the far side of the circuit. Sunshine here this morning. It was a chilly 6 degrees when the hood went down on the 124 this morning as I pulled out of Hindhoff Towers. Had risen to a balmy 7 degrees by the time I'd got to Silverstone. Now when we left last night it was 11 degrees, all in Celsius of course, so it did get much cooler overnight.
And that was a problem for many of the teams, getting heat into especially the rear tyres on the Seats. And
144 Seat with problems. It's the RS Connect car.
Yeah, no sooner do we go back to green and we get a car off the circuit. I'm trying to work out where that is. That's on the arena side of the circuit. I think they've got Beckett's side on this side, and that's on
coming down into
coming out of the loop and up towards Aintree.
So that's just before the loop, isn't it? So
no, it's just after the loop, just before Aintree, I think.
No, hang on, I'm maybe.
Yeah, it's on the out.
It's on the outside. It's on the cross through into the other bit of the circuit, isn't it? Or is that the loop that the car's coming through?
That's the loop that they're going through. He's somehow gone straight on at the loop.
Yeah. Well, he's in an odd spot anyway.
The RS Connect car, this is.
He's got his front wheels in the gravel, Paul, there. I can see the front wheels turning. The Hankook tyres, good though they are on tarmac, not made for off-roading.
Lee Hudson.
And the marshals are basically doing that, crossing their hands, going, no, you're getting nowhere. The car's hot. You can see a heat haze. Or is that from the tow vehicle, the Toyota pickup that's there with the windows open? I think probably. So Lee's just stuck that car, nosed it in, and barely got the front wheels into the gravel. But unfortunately, being a front-wheel drive car, I think the rear wheels are actually still on the tarmac, but the front wheels are getting no purchase. And of course, the splitter will be sitting on top of the gravel as well and taking part of the weight. It'll be a quick tour to get out here. We're under local yellows, not yet having gone to code 60 and may not need to.
He's a long way off the racetrack. I mean, he's a long
Looks like
way.
He was taking that cut through and then realised, I shouldn't be over here. Yeah. I'm wondering if he'd had another incident or moment and was trying to get himself back on the track and didn't realise the gravel was there.
Yeah, it's just a possibility. But it is a strange place to be. Well, captured by the circuit camera or the TV pictures for us. And no sign of a code 60 being shown just yet.
The 303, by the way, still in the pit lane, has been now for 27 minutes, and in from third position now is the Audi. That looks much more of a standard stop. It's already in the fuel station and has spent just on 6 minutes there.
That's especially worrying for the Red Camel Jordan car, though, because that's been very nearly half an hour
Code
now.
60, Paul. I think they're going to need a code 60, and indeed the code 60 flag is out to recover. So this is code 60 number 11, and this is for they need the snatch tractor. The pickup truck wasn't able to pull that car out. It is beached rather too much. Stanko and Tanner in the pit lane. The 312 car still in the top 10 and 7th in class, just heading round into the fuel area as the yellow and black all-wheel drive snatch tractor, the JCB, heads round. He'll make short work of that. I've got no idea how he's managed to get off there. He's off to driver's left between Village and the loop, isn't he? That was a very odd one. Almost as if he's, as I say, had another issue. So this is code 60 number 11. And 7 hours 40 minutes to go. And
whilst the previous code 60 was being cleared up, so the new leader, the Modena Motorsport Seat Leon, with now Francis Tia at the wheel, he has made his pit stop, and he was on his outlap when we went back to code 60. So no, he's now on a very slow outlap out of the pits, but the point could have been made, and I was going to make it before we had the code 60, that they've made that pit stop without losing the lead again. And that's always a psychologically important thing, is if you can come in and do a routine pit stop and not lose the lead. And it was a routine pit stop for the Modena Motorsports team, who have approached this race extremely professionally. That's not to say that anybody else hasn't, but it really is testament to the standing of the Silverstone 24 Hours, that we've had teams arriving here with very, very professional outfits. I mean, the Monlau competition hospitality unit, as I said earlier on, is worthy of a much higher grade of racing than this. Very elegant units and elegant pit kit that they've got. Modena Motorsports, again, with 2 cars and a lot of equipment here. The Red Camel Jordan's team, in fact, it'd be good if Joe does get a chance to go and see them. They've actually put a tent up inside the garage with heating and a carpet. And it's just like walking into my living room. I mean, okay, my living room's not that luxurious, but for a pit garage.
And presumably doesn't have a tent in it either. Although, hey, you know.
But no, the point being that the garage with the tent in it is as comfortable as my living room without having a tent in it. Yeah. But it's very snug and cosy. So, as I say, everybody being very professional, but certainly Modena Motorsports has brought a very good quality to this race, to this grid.
Mm-hmm. Michel Sharp has just brought the 312 Stanko Tanner Seat into the pits, 7th in class. It's now in the fueling stop. Michel, how was your night been?
My night was eventful, because we had a slight issue with our fuel management. So at one stage I was stuck on track without fuel, so I had to be pulled in, and it's costing you 4 or 5 laps. So it was a pity, and we had a loose wheel, so we had some small issues, but the car is running well.
So when things like that happen, does that kind of take the pressure off? Now it's just about, let's just drive the car and let's make the finish.
I think you have to all the time push, because other people, other teams can also have small issues. And if their issues are less small, then maybe you can gain positions. Okay, 7th is far away from 3, but you don't know.
And we see by the lap times that you've been putting in personal best, so you are pushing back. It's a recovery drive, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
And big smiles.
Yeah, big smiles. When you are in the car and you're doing your best, you want to do the best of the car. And if it's the car is getting every stint I do a little bit better. So I don't know, they changed nothing, but maybe I get better, the car behaves better. So then you get your personal best, and that's always a good feeling.
Will we see this car and you guys at the Red Bull Ring next week?
No, we are not there. We will be, we think we do Barcelona and maybe Paul Ricard.
Okay. I'm not. We'll leave you for the rest of the race. Are you back in the car before the finish? I would imagine, yes.
I hope so.
Yeah, he's smiling.
I think so.
Thanks, Michelle. Great to know.
Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane. Yes, good point. There is a full 28. Full 24 H Series race, a 12-hour race at the Red Bull Ring next week. Covering that live for you as well, of course, in sound and vision. That's Colin White has just brought the CWS Ginetta in from the lead of GT4. Now, he can't have much time. I presume there's a second Ginetta race at Brands Hatch today. I haven't looked at the calendar.
There is, but he's not doing it.
Oh, he's not, is he?
No, I spoke to him, again, I've been down talking to people.
Well done.
And it was great, because he said, because he's brought trophies back from Brands up to Silverstone, so they're on the table, kind of motivating the team. But he said, no, I'm part of the team, and it's a team effort, and if I would leave, then I wouldn't be part of the team.
Well, let's go down and speak to the man himself, who is with Joe Bradley, Colin White, from the number 178 car. He's just brought that car into the pit lane. Joseph?
Yeah, just as you guys were talking, I was walking past the Colin White pit, and there was Colin just getting out of the car, the 178 Ginetta. Colin, firstly, you are here and you are at Brands Hatch, according to entry lists, but you're right here now in front of me, so tell me about the Ginetta firstly.
Yeah, we were doing here on Friday, doing the practice and qualifying. Then we went to Brands yesterday and qualified, and then done 2 races. I won the first in the 2-arm races. They drawed out the hat for the position. I got 5th in the second race, and they drew out number 5, which puts me on pole for the last race.
And that's today?
That's today. That's today at about 3 o'clock, I think it is. But my stint starts at 2 o'clock here.
So, tell me, you're good friends with Doctor Who? You're going to be borrowing the TARDIS to do this?
Well, last year, Lawrence from Ginetta, he flew me across in a helicopter, but he's not here this weekend, so he can't do that. We don't know what to do really yet. We're just trying to decide on, do I need to be here or don't I? It's trying to make a decision of which is most important, really. We've said we'd do the TC series, and we seem to be getting hammered on all the rules and regulations. They wouldn't let us go any faster than 2:18s, which is ridiculous. So I'm very disappointed in this series, really. So we're not sure what we're going to do.
All right, so up to now, the car has had a good night's race so far. We, through the night, I believe, a couple of drive shaft issues, but we're still plugging on.
Yeah, a couple of drive shaft issues. We just lost a little bit of time on that. But we decided to break all the rules and just drive on, and then that gave us a 6-minute penalty just now,
right.
Because we wanted to get rid of 2:18s and come down to 2:17 lap times to be able to try and make your way back up the grid, because you're just stuck. You've got to go around on a certain lap time, so you're spent all your time looking at the lap time rather than looking where you're going, which is ridiculous.
Is that something you can work on with the organisers for the next round?
Well, we've been doing it for 2 rounds now, and we keep on telling them. They say, yes, you can change it, but you've got to have penalties. And so they obviously want the TC, our cars to win, and that's it. So we don't know.
Okay, Colin, I'll leave you to the logistics of the rest of your day, and thanks for chatting to us there.
It's a lovely sunny day, though.
I think you're still crazy. You're crazy, man.
In all the years I've known Colin White, whether he's happy, upset, frustrated or whatever, he's never finished an interview with anything less than a smile and something positive. That is absolutely Colin White's mantra. Live life to the full. Brilliant bloke. And good to see that car here still leading, and we'll keep across that story, see if he dashes off to take his pole position down at Brands Hatch for the 3rd of the Ginetta G55 Super Cup races this weekend, supporting British touring cars on the Talker package. Second in the M235 Racing Cup class, that's Cup 1, is QSR at the moment. They were leading for most of the night, but they've just given up that lead to the RMA Track Days car, the 156. That position changed last lap around.
I didn't notice that. Okay, that's another position to make a note of. Just going back to what Colin White was saying, the 2 minutes 18 is his minimum reference lap time to which he was referring there. And I think that during the night he was talking to me and he said that they were just going to go out and kind of restore being a racing driver because they couldn't be doing that. But the other Ginetta, the TDF Gava Ginetta, has actually switched classes. It's not switched classes, it's still in the SP3 GT4, but they've got a dispensation from the organisers to go from running 2 minutes 18s to being allowed to run 2 minutes 17s now, and running in 2 minutes 17 class means that you take on less fuel. If you run in the 217 class, depending on how heavy the car is, I think it's a 1300 kilogram, you can take on 90 litres of fuel. But if you run to 18, you can run 100 litres of fuel. So they've actually switched classes during the race, and certainly that would be an option for Colin White to pursue with the organisers, because what we've always said, and they are, Creventic very flexible to such suggestions.
Joe Bradley in the pits, just to tell you, our lead at Modern Motorsports have been in the pits for 7 minutes at the moment, so that is a bit longer than we would have expected. So Team Blake and Moreland back in this in a big way. Joe Bradley with some mini news, and then we'll get the update on that Modern Motorsports 216 car. Joseph?
Yeah, I know we were over the moon to see the Accelerate Mini still going round this morning when we arrived at the circuit, and at the wheel of the car was Rob Smith. He's with us now. He's just brought the car into the pits for a scheduled stop. Rob, we were in car with you on the stream, and we were just noting just how hard but very smooth how you were pushing the car. So I take it with all the problems, you've dropped down the field. Now is it just that let's push and see what breaks to develop this car?
Oh, a little bit, but to be honest, the car's just come to us with these conditions. The guys have worked really hard overnight. We've obviously had our fair share of issues. It's almost been a test up to this point. I think we've got the car now to a point where it's quite stable and consistent, so that's still not our full potential. That's effectively a mini challenge gearbox. The diff's not got enough preload to cope with the extra torque and power from that engine, so there's another second in the car comfortably, and that was comfortable pace. There's another, if it was a qualifying lap, there'd be another second and a half in that easily. So,
and is that a comfortable endurance kind of second in the car, as you say?
Yeah, very. Yeah, I mean, that was sort of what I was expecting. That was like a 2-hour sprint race, and the car just coped with it. You could just push to 75%, and it was fine. Great.
We were watching from in car, Rob, and were you Abbey Corner? That's the turn one on the Grand Prix track. Is that a flat in fifth corner for you?
Not quite. Maybe in quali with a low fuel load and new tyres, but just for now we're still nursing the car a little bit. We just want to get it to the finish now, so just look after it and make sure we get there.
Now, this time of the morning and during the night, bit of an alien environment for you from an experience point of view. How have you found the experience of 24-hour racing?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Really loved it. Unfortunately, my night stint, we had a few problems with the car. We'd lost quite a lot of boost, so we'd run around about 20 seconds off the pace. But actually, it was a really nice way to learn the track. If we come back next year, it'll be, I'll know like the back of my hand. So, yeah, I've loved the whole thing. It's been great.
It's not over yet, Rob. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Yeah, that car, that Mini JCW, the F56 from Accelerate Motorsport. Mark Lemmer at the wheel on his outlap at the moment, 5th in A3, and about 20 laps down on the cars ahead. No, not that at all, actually. Let me have a look. Oh, yeah, about that. So now we need to find out what has happened with our erstwhile leader, because as René Steenmetz went past us the last time, Team Blake Gumolen are back in the lead, the 100 car. And it won't be long either before the pit lane competizione Audi goes through. They've only got another lap before they get through into second position, albeit they have been a long way behind the Modern Motorsports. They were some 24 minutes behind when that Modern Motorsports car came into the pits, but it has been in the pits now for 10 minutes.
Yes, Francis Chia at the wheel of the 216 car had only been out for one lap. He brought the car in because he had those two Code 6s back to back. He brought the car in again, and I thought that they were just trying to top it off with fuel, but he's obviously got a more serious problem. The car's still in the pits, and just to make the point, Rick Broikers is with the 303 Red Camels Jordan car. That car still in the pits as well after more than 40 minutes. Joe Bradley, I think you can bring us up to date with what's going on down there.
Yeah, I think it's had a rear hub failure, Paul. Right rear hub by the looks of things. The guys... Here's a question, how many guys can you get underneath the wheel arch of a Seat Leon? At the moment, it stands at about 6, I think. Oh, no, 7. There's another guy in there. They are swarming out. They've had I can see a trailing arm, which is a suspension component, which looks like, it's not just the hub that's failed, it's suspension, basically, in a nutshell.
This is interesting because the 303 car, they thought the contact had given them a similar issue. They'd been struggling right from the start of the race with what they thought was a bent or deranged rear bottom link, which was turning it into a rear wheel steer at times. This may be a similar component.
I think so. It's the trailing arm on the rear suspension, which is one of the rose joints, which basically where it fixes to has snapped, and I can see that. In fact, if I can get our camera to pick up on that, let's have a look at this bit. Here we go.
Wait a minute, Joe, I'll tell you when. There we go. Joe's got the bit.
There it is. See that bit there? That's broken, snapped off completely. Hang on, that won't come off. But that's where it attaches to the car. And this bit here,
the shaft's gone completely from that, Joe.
It's basically just the bolt. See that? That's just an Allen bolt.
Yeah.
And that attaches this arm to the car, and that's snapped. So you know what? That will have been braking over a period of time. It'll have been flexing, causing what you just described there, John, rear wheel steer, because... And there's the new one. You see the new one over there lying on the box? See the difference, how this is bent? And the brand new arm is straight. Yeah. So that hasn't just gone. That has been braking over a period of time. Who knows? It could have been that could have started at the green light and been flexing and flexing and flexing, and took hours and hours and hours to brake. Eventually, it's broke. And I would imagine it's exactly what Rick Breukers described on the 303 car.
And it was Ivo Breukers who was in the car when it went, and he had a very scary moment. That's the right rear of that car. So every time you go around a corner, the right rear wheel will be just slightly toeing in and steering you into or away from the corner. And you won't notice it to start with. It'll just feel like a bit of tyre flex. But as it gets worse, you'll be dealing with the back end moving around, and then eventually it just goes.
What Ivo was describing to me was actually the problem was on the straight, because as he tried on the straight to just make tiny little steering corrections, he was all right through the corners, but on the straight, just making the tiny little steering corrections, he was all right if he kept the steering wheel straight, but you never keep it absolutely straight on a straight. So he then made a little steering adjustment on the straight, and that was when the tail would come out. So it was on those tiny little corrections on the straight where the problem was.
We've got some more bits of metal for you to see.
Excellent.
Now, the bit that I've just showed you, the rear arm, you see in there's the broken bolt. And you see how that aluminium, this is the upright, right? That's where the wheel goes. And that sits, and the wheel sits on those studs. That has been grinding and grinding and grinding, like I've just described. It's just gone and it's broken over a period of time. So that you can see how the aluminium, the alloy aluminium has just worn away. So this car's been suffering a handling issue for laps, and they've just been dealing with it, thinking, let's just wait, and eventually it's broke and it's been unable to continue. So yeah, that's just more evidence of what we've described.
Brilliant stuff. Josh Barrett saying, why did all the front runners wait for full coverage return to have their dramas? It was kind of them, wasn't it? And Mick, Motocrop Mick, 55, MX5, sorry. He said, in Dubai 13, he said, I saw some guys racing a Clio. It inspired me to buy one and race semi-endurance races. And he sent us a picture, which I've retweeted on @Specutainment. So we are now into the areas where I would think one or two other SEAT teams will be thinking, our driver's been telling us about that as well. Yeah. Maybe we need to have a look at that.
I mean, going back to the Breukers car, his problem was, and he actually went to the end of the stint before he came in because it wasn't broken, but it was flexing.
Yes.
He got to the end of the stint, and then they looked at it and decided to change it at that point. So they got to fix it before it actually broke. The worry is that the 303 Red Camel Jordans.nl car back in the pit garage and still hasn't come back out again. And I say that's rapid. It's over 3/4 of an hour now. So interesting though it is to see exactly what's gone on with the 216 Modena Motorsports car. The Red Camel car is also suffering. I hesitate to suggest with something worse because we're great friends of the Red Camel team and they're great supporters of the series. But that's, again, a car which has chosen just this moment as the sun comes up. And it's often that way as the temperature begins to get warmer again that all of a sudden things do start to go wrong, and that has handed the advantage back to the Blake Molan car. René Steinmetz at the wheel of it. He's been going solidly since they had that shock absorber breakage, which was a relatively easy thing to get fixed and get back on their way again. So they lost time, but not that much time. But of course, whilst the trouble is hitting the others, that's enabled the Audi RS3, the pit lane Competizione car, up into second place. So that's done extremely well. It was one of the slower of the TCR cars, or perhaps I should just say less quick. But Enrique Batera has brought the car up into second place as a result of the problems that the others have had.
I don't remember that car having a problem. It just hasn't had the outright pace, either in the car or in the drivers, and there's absolutely no criticism there. That's an observation. They haven't been turning the lap times. Its best time is a 2:16.6, which is a couple of seconds away from what the 100 and the 216 have done. Although the 217's done the same sort of numbers, but it is by no means the quickest TCR car.
Although when John Philippi and Zach Arnold are driving it, it is as quick as some of the others. So it depends a little bit who's in the car at the time. But the point that John makes is that it's not had too much trouble. So although it's 3 laps behind the race leader, we've seen how quickly that time can disappear. The Audi up into second place. So we've got Seat, Audi, Seat in the top 3 places now.
It really is the time of the day, the time of the 24-hour race, Sunday morning. It's when things that you've been nursing all night long tend to come to fruition. And we've got the 303 car in. That's been a front-running car this whole race. It looks to me as though it's got a turbo issue because they're ripping the turbo off. Now, we heard Paul describe the tent. This is the Red Camel's Jordan tent. Now, this doesn't tell you the whole story. It's when you walk in that you feel the warmth. Come on in here. How warm is this? Rick Breukers is going to tell us all about it. We're just seeing the inner sanctum of the Red Camel Jordan team. This is a great idea. This tent is, I can't tell you how warm it is in here, the difference out there. Rick, and we'll step out because it's quite dark in here as well. Sorry to take you out into the cold, Rick. Rick, this car you were going so well in the 303 Seat, and now problems. Can you tell us what the problems are?
The turbo, something in the turbo was wrong. I didn't really know at the moment what is the problem, but they're trying to fix it, and it's really unfortunate because we were in a good position. Our strategy was working, so it's really unfortunate that we are now in the pit.
And you described very, very early on to us how you had a handling irregularity, giving you a little bit of rear wheel steer. Has that been rectified as well?
Yeah, I think a few hours back the piece which was damaged finally broke. What caused it was that another Seat at the start touched me from behind. I think he lost the car and he touched me. I'm sure it was not on purpose, but it costed us some time. So we dropped back to P6, I think, and then we got back to P2, and now this happened. So.
Yeah, and how long does the team reckon?
I think they will be finished in about 20 minutes, but I'm not sure.
I believe you've been in 50 minutes, is that right? Or is it 15?
50.
50, I'm told. You've lost 50 minutes now.
Yeah, already.
Yeah, so that's an hour. Bad luck. I suppose, it's the only thing I can say, Rick. The pressure's off. You just got to get in and drive now.
Well, yeah, we will see. We will still be pushing and just try to have fun, but podium finishes is not possible anymore.
Okay, sorry about that, Rick. Bad luck. Back into the warmth. of the red Camel Jordan tent. I think I'm going to go in there with him.
Don't even think about hiding out in there. In comes the 216. Right, that's now in the fuel area, so that's had its suspension issues sorted out and is taking on fuel. It's dropped down to third position. 21 minutes in the pit so far, about another minute or so before it's filled. So as we have 7 1/4 hours to go, it is Rennie Steenretz that leads for Team Blakemole, back ahead by some 7 minutes plus, or if you prefer 3 laps, on the Audi in second position. And Chris Renke and the Audi Sport Customer Racing guys will be waking up in Neuburg and looking at their timing online and thinking, oh, we might have to take a bit of notice of this. The pit lane Competizione car in second, Modena Motorsports third and fourth now with the 216 and 217 cars. Then it's the Wimmerwerk Motorsport, the Austrian entered Seat Leon. That's the 266 car in fifth. Then Stanko and Tanner, another Seat in sixth position, the 312. And then the turbo-less Breukers Red Camel Jordan NL Seat Leon, the 303. Best of the rest now, the Cup 1 class, first, second and third in 8th, 9th and 10th position, led by RMA Tractors, the JJ Motorsport car 156, which has about a minute and a half on the long-time leader QSR in second, the 154, and Zorg Rennsport with the 151 car is in third position, but almost 25 minutes further back. In the other classes, the CWS Ginetta still leads SP3 GT4, and that car has laps in hand over the BMW 1M. But Intersport Racing in the 140 BMW now only 40 seconds behind second place. That's third in SP3. Fourth is the Exige, but that car is still in the pits and losing laps already. 6 laps away from that battle for second position. New fastest lap of the race for the number 110, and it is the Lestrup Racing team, and a 2:16.116 for the 110. That's the Golf. And that's Robin Fredrickson for that car, 2:16.116. A decent time, and by far the fastest lap last time around on the circuit by over a second.
Yes, and I think it does show that the circuit has improved, and this is inevitably what happens during a 24-hour race. Although you get various bits of rubbish put down on the circuit, and oil, fuel, water, all manner of stuff goes down, and rubber goes down, but you also get this line forming, which gives you a little bit more grip. Drivers as well. I mean, the cars improve over the course of the race. They get themselves tuned into the business of it, and you do get this situation at this time of the day when the so-called happy hour, when quick times are possible. I spoke to Sebastian Blakemole in the middle of the night, and that was at the point before they had that little problem, and they said that they were reducing their pace, because by reducing the pace at the beginning of the stint, even though the tyres would go quicker, they found that the tyres would then last longer, and they could be more consistent throughout the whole stint by just going a little bit slower for the first 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, we heard someone else saying that last night, didn't we? That was out of the Monlau competition team. It was the guy who's in the car at the moment, actually, Jürgen Schmidt, was telling Joe exactly that, that they go out of the pits like a bat out of hell, basically, he said. And he said, that's not good for the tyres. We kind of don't want to, but it's the only way that we can keep up the pace early on, but it's really hurting us later in the stint.
The problem is, at the beginning of the stint, you don't necessarily know how long the stint is going to be, because if there is a code 60 during the stint, they will nearly always come in and refuel only, and it's a half a tank, and that's just what you need, a half a tank to get you to 2 hours of driving time. So in a sense, when you start the stint, you know that you may be doing either an hour and a half, which is how much the fuel will last, or 2 hours if you get a code 60 during it, in which case you need to make the sure that by the end of the 2 hours you're still doing reasonable times on the tyres as they are. I think it was Michel Sharp as well was describing how he'd done exactly that, the double stint, or the stint that had lasted a full 2 hours, and he was just getting to the point where suddenly the car was all over the place and it was the tyres reaching the limit of what they wanted to do for him.
William Lucas is behind the wheel of the Zorg Rennsport to BMW that leads Cup 1. He's just took an unconventional line through Copse, and had he gone very much further he would have had to show his pass to get back in. Weaving around just a little bit to try and clean the tyres, having gone off the racing surface rather comprehensively. I think his concentration was taken by a faster car coming up behind him, and they may just have missed his braking point into the Copse corner. That tricky but immensely satisfying right-hander. The Intersport BMW, the 140, back into the pit lane. This is the third place car in SP3 GT4, and had been catching the BMW 1M of the Moss Motorsport crew. Got it down to well under a minute, but has had a problem. It's gone right out to 46 seconds now, and they are in the pits with the wheels and tyres coming off that car. Joe Bradley is on the scene as ever.
Yeah, and Kevin Clark's Intersport team always caused me consternation because they've chosen to pit the car inside the garage rather than on the pit apron. So you see every time they come in for what is a routine scheduled stop, and even so, the car has had its tale of woe and is on a recovery drive from very early on in this race. But they've chosen to pit the car in the garage. So you see the car being pushed into the garage every time, and you think, oh, a problem with the 140 again. It's not so. It is just a routine stop. We're changing drivers, we're changing tyres. They have got a bit of a problem with the air jack, which seems to be collapsing on itself, and the team having to lift and help the air jacks within the car. I'm not sure who's just got out of that car, John.
It was, what's this, the 140, isn't it? It was Paul Black that was in the car when it came in.
That must be Paul at the back there. Call me a detective. It's the guy taking his helmet off. That's always a big clue.
Joe, nobody ever called you a detective.
That is true indeed.
Through all of your service, with respect.
Now,
I don't know as much respect there at all, John.
Now, you've lost me train of thought now. We're having a pad change, it looks like, on the front. Kevin Clark getting his hands dirty as well. I'm just going to wave to Paul Black. Paul, and he's going to come across and he's going to tell us how the 140 Intersport BMW has been going. But right now, we've got the rear wheels on, and we do know that this car, like I said, on a recovery drive, but quite a successful recovery drive because he was catching second place. So this time that they're soaking up now, then the front left-hand wheel has gone on. So I'm not quite sure what they were adjusting there. They certainly weren't doing a pad change. There was some adjustment, maybe a roll bar adjustment on the front of this BMW. We'll find out. Kevin Clark there, you see, getting his hands dirty. He's on the front jack. He has had his head under the wheel arch. And Kevin Clark has been the man, or is the man. He's the owner. He's the man behind the car completely. It's his car, it's his development. All the tweaks and improvements that we see on the vehicle is down to Kevin. Now Paul Black is just giving some instruction to the man who's took over, and no doubt we'll get him to tell us who that is. He's trying to get to us and he can't because there's still people on that side of the car, and with the car being trapped in the garage, it's very narrow in here. I don't know why they do that, because they're kind of restricting themselves on room. I know the garages here at Silverstone are very spacious. Now let's see if we can get him across.
Can you use more people when it's in the garage than when it's on the pit lane?
Yes, you can.
Be in there.
Yes, you can. Yeah. Right, we've got Paul now. He's going to tell us what the crack is with that. Paul, good recovery drive, chasing down second.
Yeah, it was. It went okay. Just trying to keep it below the reference time. It's so difficult, particularly with the last corner because it's so slow. They think you're sandbagging, but you're not. you're just having to just try and keep it steady, and it's so difficult to do.
Have you had any of the stewards accuse you of sandbagging on that corner?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I think we've had about 30 minutes of penalty so far.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in total. So that's quite a lot. But to me, I was just that last lap. I didn't want to come in until I just took Colin White in his Ginetta. So at least I took him in his Ginetta, and then I could come in.
Yeah.
So
now I saw Kevin under the wheel arch there with some Allen keys. Is that a roll bar change or something?
No, we've still got some problems from when we smashed the suspension up earlier. So we took the control arms out on that side when I was driving about midnight. So yeah, they're just having to just adjust them and check them and everything else. But the tracking's slightly out, so it's not driving straight. But apart from that, it's fine.
Great car to drive. It looks fantastic out on the track. It looks really quick.
Yeah, no, it's a great car to drive. It's a great car to drive. Good fun. Yeah. Really enjoyable.
And tell that by your smile, Paul. Thanks for talking to us, mate.
That's Paul Black from the Intersport Racing BMW M3. That's, as Joe was saying, third in the SP3 GT4 class, which it's one of those groans. It's kind of fallen apart. Obviously, with the ABBA with Roll Centre Racing M3 falling out with a broken engine very early on. We're expecting it to come back later on today. We've still got plenty of time for it to do that. They've got to put a new engine in yet. They've got the old one out, but they'll put a new one in sometime this morning, and then we're promised some laps, at least from Richard Neary. But the best of the current SP3 GT4s is the CWS Ginetta, which has had various problems with drive shafts and is down in 15th place overall. But the gap between it and the next car up is some 40 laps behind it, and that is the Moss Motorsport BMW 1M, which has had the long time in the pits having the suspension replaced, and then had another accident off the circuit. In the pits, meanwhile,
has come back the 216 Modern Motorsport car, and they're going to work on that right rear. This is where they had the suspension arm problems just a couple of laps ago, and that car is just going out. Now that rear wheel looks to be sitting a wee bit proud of the wheel arch. Joe Bradley is closer than I, and I'm not a Seat suspension expert, Joe, but that doesn't look right to me.
I tell you what, hopefully you are getting these pictures.
Yeah, we see that.
Great, because the wheel is tight. However, look at it flopping around. It isn't. There is something very loose on this right-hand rear corner. Now, this is the one we described. We showed you all the suspension components and how it had worn and broken. So something is still not fixed on that right rear.
Or the wheel's not seated properly on the hub.
Well, certainly the wheel nuts, the wheel studs are tight, but as you can see, the wheel is still loose. Bizarre.
4 laps Francis Chia did in this stint, so he gave it a good go, but seeing the way it's moving around there, I'm surprised he stayed out for 4 laps. I'd have brought it straight back in if it was wobbling around like that, I think.
They have brought the old hub and they are trying to drift out. They are dismantling the old hub to take the studs that the wheels mount onto off it. So I'm guessing that what they've got there is a slightly different centre part that might have a flange or a raised area, and the wheel isn't seating properly on that, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to whip the wheel off and try and effectively cannibalise that part. They can't put that hub back on because, as Joe showed us, it's worn where the bottom ball joint would mount and the bottom control arm for the suspension. He's been very lucky there that hasn't done more damage and broken.
Well, we don't know that it might have done. There might be something broken underneath all of that, and that might be part of the issue as well.
They've just taken the wheel off just when I wanted to see the studs and the design of the hub. My guess is that there's something either on the back of the wheel or on that hub face that is different from the one that they had on before, and it just means, yes, you've tightened all the nuts up, they won't tighten up any further, but there's just enough movement there.
There's movement. The car is in competition with itself, or with its team car, I should say. The other Modena Motorsports car is behind it in 4th place still at the moment. It has still 2.5 laps of disadvantage to make up, which is about 6 or 7 minutes before it's going to lose that 3rd place. But as I say, as far as Modena is concerned, they had a 2-3 anyway, but the Vimmervet Motorsport car is the one they need to worry about, 266.
Talking there about drives back, the number 91 Honda Civic team, and we need to get Joe down to these guys. At the moment, David Vincent at the wheel of that car, the Area MSO and Endurance machine. That's the one with Jack Fabi as part of the team. And that car lost 10 minutes in the middle of the night after an accident they were driven into. Now have got themselves back to under 2 minutes behind the Renault Clio of Team Sally Racing, and that is a battle for 13th and 14th. It's also a battle for the A2 victory, as the hub on the Seat is about to come off, and that is very hot indeed. Great, just hit his mate with his hammer. Lovely. So once Joe has overseen this 217 repair, we'll get him down to the 91 pit. Something moving around.
It's 216, not 217.
216, excuse me. Yes, thank you. So did they replace that there? They didn't, because they've still got their gloves on. But there's something not right with the face of that hub. Although they seem to know what's happening. The gauntlets are going back on because of the heat from the brake disc. So even though those are rear discs that don't get a lot of work here, they get enough to get hot to go through the standard set of mechanics gloves. So they're having a look at the brake disc as well before it goes back on. Well, they seem to think that's okay. So my bet there, Paul, is that it was something to do with how the brake disc was interacting and the hub were interacting, that meant that although the studs were tightened up, there was still movement.
Well, I mean, I suppose part of the thing was there could have been some other damage done when the previous part was broken and was flapping around, did some other damage, and having replaced the bit that's broken, they just thought that would be all right, but they hadn't done sufficient
that's a good point.
Diagnostic work to see if there wasn't anything else broken underneath.
Well done.
Or something else broke, of course, because, say, if it had been that wobbly, I don't think Francis Chia would have driven 4 laps, and he did do 4 laps between those two pit stops.
He's either very brave or...
not very sensitive.
Oh, not very sensitive, yeah. How's the catch? Fine, it's fine. There's no problem at all.
I'll drive around it.
I'll drive around the issue. Yes, exactly. So we have got the car 100 under investigation at the moment. That's our leader, the 154, and its driver has been asked to go to the pit lane, to the race director. That's the QSR car. This is 2nd place, and Jeffrey van Hooydonk, the driver, 2nd place in the class. It's Cup 1, isn't it? The QSR car. It's back in the lead again now.
I don't think it only lost the lead through the pit stop cycle.
Right. Just done a 2:21.7, that car.
No, it's the RMA car that's just done 2:21.7.
Yes, you're right, it is. With Lee Clark back at the wheel. And that 156 car. And Leighton Clark at the wheel of that. Anyway, they have to go down and stand on the naughty step. Track limits is why the car 100, our leader, is under investigation. We've just gone through another hour of racing, under 7 hours to go now. Local time just after 9 o'clock, is that right, Paul?
Yes, Yeah, well, my 3 clocks, one of which tells me the real time, which is 3 minutes past 9. The other one that tells me we've had 6 hours and 56 remaining. The third one says 17 hours and 3 minutes have elapsed. And that's the one that kind of makes you feel strong. Yes, I've done 17 hours of this race. It makes you feel, yeah, well, you can do this. And then you see that you've still got nearly 7 hours to go. And you think, oh, yes. And one of the disadvantages, of course, with the late start is, yes, it goes dark quite early and you can kind of get through the night, but there's an awful lot of the race still to go once you get into daylight. And we've been running in daylight. The sky started to brighten just after 6 o'clock this morning. So we've been running now 3 hours since you kind of felt that daylight had broken, but you've still got this 7 hours to go. And say a late start, just as they used to do at the 24 hours at Le Mans, starting that at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it does mean that Sunday is a very long day.
Well, I kind of do understand that, but I know the tradition at Le Mans, it's now... it's been 2 o'clock.
It's been 3 o'clock for quite a long time.
Yeah, it was 2 o'clock.
Switching to 2 o'clock on occasion for either football
midday, I think,
or elections.
Midday is where we need to start and finish races. When we've had, I think one of the first years I went to Daytona, it started at started and finished at 11:30 in the morning, and that made it for a very short Sunday. It also means less hanging around on race day. It's the thing I always think of at Le Mans. You've got to be in there early to get in and out, and then you sit around for 6 hours, 7 hours, waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, it is warm up because you have a warm up, and the warm up. There's a warm up at Le Mans. There was a warm up here this morning, not this morning, yesterday morning, so you kind of have that, and then you have the time to repair the car should you need to, or do other things should you need to.
Warm up is outmoded now.
Yeah, I think at this level it's actually very useful because nothing is quite. You're never ready for this race. The Modena Motorsport back out. Francis Chia has managed to, or the team has managed. The Modena team has managed to get his car going, and Francis has taken it back out. It was in the pits for very nearly 10 minutes, so not the end of the world, and it has managed to stay in front of the sister car, I think. No, in fact, the sister car's just gone through, hasn't it? So the sister car has or will go through at the end of the lap to take third place. So it'll still
that'll be the highest the 217 has been, I reckon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. How can I say this without making it sound like personal favourites? But I've been so impressed with the way that Benny Simonson's been going that although Benny is entered in both cars, he's driven only the 216 car. But the 217 car, Philippe Descoumes, is one of the star drivers, the other one being the Indian driver Michael Soryajadi. And he has been doing some very quick times. So when it runs quickly, the 217 does go very nicely indeed. So a well-deserved third and fourth for that team at the moment. And say the Wimmerwerk car, a very nicely presented car in the red and white colours. And that's the 266, and that car isn't so very far behind, and with quite a long way to go. There's still plenty of interest in the race yet.
It's Paul Trustwell, I'm John Hindorf. You're listening or watching live coverage from trackside at Silverstone. Accelerate Motorsport, the Mini. Mark Lemmer at the wheel at the moment, heading into Brooklands. Yes, he is. No, he's not. That's the second time I've done that, even in the daylight. Coming through the Vale and down past the wing now. So let's see, into fifth. Just a bare lift for Lemmer as he goes through Abbey, through Farm, and into Village. Down through the gearbox. Let's head down to Joe Bradley and pick up some stories from elsewhere on the grid. Heck of a battle going on in the A2 category with the Area MS Owens Endurance number 91 car. Got David Vincent at the wheel of that at the moment. Lost 10 minutes with accident damage overnight, but have fought back now to under 1 minute 50 behind the Team Sally Racing Renault Clio Cup, and they are in 13th and 14th position overall. And a young driver in that team, making his way in the early part of his career, is Jack Fabi with Joe Bradley.
Fan favourite, certainly a Bradley favourite is the Year 2 class, always competitive. I love these little hot hatches. Jack Fabi, you're in the 91 Honda. Give us your update from the overnight running of the car.
Yeah, it's done good so far all night. We've just broke into the morning and we're still chipping away at the 52 car. We're plodding on. We had a bit of a dash problem at about 2 o'clock in the morning, and dash failed on me going for 2 hours, so it was a bit of a difficult one for 2 hours trying to plod about with no dash, but we've fixed it now and the car's still faster than the Clio. We're still about 2.5 seconds a lap faster than him on average, so hopefully we'll start getting that 1 lap gap down to about 20 seconds, and then we can start pushing on him and try and get the lead just for a few hours before the end of the race.
So you guys are actually being dragged into a battle for victory here?
Yeah, definitely. We wouldn't think it would be this close with only 2 cars, but it's been a real tight one all throughout the race. It's been, I think, on a maximum 5 lap difference, and then went down 2 laps within 2 hours. So it's been a good race between the 91 and the 52, and let's just hope it continues to the last 8 hours.
But Jack, I see that you live in a world of motorsport. You work for Mike Newton's Tiga company. Tell us, what are you doing? What's your day job?
Well, at the moment I'm a bit of a research and development engineer, but we work on Group C's, Formula Fords and LMP2s, that sort of stuff. It's a bit weird, really. At 17 I would never thought I'd be working for someone that's so high up in the motorsport industry and then racing myself, so it's a brilliant experience.
And you come from good racing stock. Mum and Dad raced, I believe.
Yeah, it's everyone I know is always done something good for me, and I have to thank everyone that supported me and got me here, because without them I wouldn't be here.
Jack, do you see your future as a race engineer, as looking at that side of things, or do you prefer the driving?
I definitely prefer the driving, I can tell you that. I want to have a job in motorsport. That's why I started working so young, and hopefully I can do the driving bit, but if not, I'll go for an engineer instead.
We're all frustrated racing drivers, mate. Oh, and congratulations on driving the passing the driving test about a week ago, was it?
Yeah, but as well a week ago, it was interesting. I've never felt more nervous doing the driving test than I was getting out in the night last night. Yeah, but passed it and moving onwards now.
I believe you've got experience of racing Clios. Did you race in the Clio Cup Championship or the Bark thing?
Yeah, I raced in the Michelin Clio Cup Series last year in the road championship. I won that last year and weren't too sure what we want to do this year. And now we're doing the Creventic, so hopefully we can do a few more races this year in the Creventic, maybe Spa or Barcelona, hopefully.
Well, we hope so too. How does the Honda compare to the Clio Cup car? I mean, the Clio comes out of Renault Sport as a race car. It's not a developed road car. What's the Honda like in comparison?
Well, they've done a great job with the Honda. It's really it's no problems at all. The Clio is built, it's perfect from Renault Sport. There's hardly any problems with it. It's reliable. But to take a car that's not meant to do 24 hours and then do it, it's a very difficult challenge. And Area Motorsport have provided all the drivers with a great car.
What's the day left for you then? Are you back in the car before the finish? And still, I'm not going to say it, there's still a long way to go, we all know that. Are you back in the car later?
Yeah, I think I should be doing about 2.5 hours more on the car. Yeah.
Keep smiling. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you.
Jack Fabi there with Joe Bradley. His first, as we've got the 91 car. That's Jack's car, going slowly. Oh my goodness, as Bradley put the hex on the right front puncture on that car. Now, I think I'd put David Vincent in that car, didn't I? And he still is doing a very good job to keep the tyre on the rim. Jack, who did some junior saloon car races and built his own Citroen Saxo with his dad Wes, and then when he was 16 years and 9 days old did his first senior car race in the Michelin Clio Cup, youngest ever driver in the series. He had no choice. His mum Joanne used to compete in karting with people like Richard Dean, Tim Sugden, against Johnny Herbert. And she raced at a very high level, right up to international level in karting. And then Remember it in the Auto Italia Championship in a Fiat Uno.
You see, I hate people like that because they provide such a role model for sons like mine who say, well, his dad does it for him, why don't you? Don't you love me?
Yes, I know, but then if he's going to follow the family line, then he's got to come and stand in a commentary box. Because, you know, I always blame my...
last year.
Indeed, yes. I always blame my father for a lack of career in national broadcasting by not having a job for the BBC, because it seems to be the only way that you can get into that. Or, of course, be an ex-international driver if you want to get on as a broadcaster. I'm still fighting back. I still have my ambition to have started as a commentator and finish as a driver.
Well, I don't know about finishing as a driver, but I see that heading in that direction. Dave Vincent has made it back to the pit lane now. He's now got to trundle up the pit lane, but he did keep the pace down, and as I say, there'll be very little damage, provided it is just a puncture on that car, and then that car will be on its way again. As Jack was saying, though, it's been a very close battle in A2. May have only had the 2 entries, but they've certainly been at it hammer and tongs all through the race.
Only takes 2 cars to make a motor race, of course, as they often say. That Honda got within 40 seconds of the Clio, now having dropped back. It has made it back to the pit lane, and the wheel nuts coming off the number 91 Honda. And that right front has... Well, it stayed on the rim, and well done to David Vincent for getting that car back. No matter how slow you're driving, you need to drive slower, is what a driver once told me when you've got an issue with a car, which nobody ever remembers, of course. Looks like they're taking the opportunity to do a driver change. Joe Bradley is down there. David Vincent out of the car.
Yeah, you can see the destroyed tyre as that has come off the car. Now, I wouldn't read anything into the fact that the car has destroyed itself on the inside edge. As the tyre develops a puncture, that's the part of the tyre that takes the whole load, and as the car begins to soften, it just begins to break up on that inside edge because of the amount of camber that we have on race cars. Totally different to your road car. That car's back out though, would you believe? Already good stop from these guys.
Might as well take fuel as well now, even though that car, I don't think, was at the end of its stint, was it, Paul? That was a bit short.
22 laps for Dave Vincent on the stint. Jack Fabi had previously done 32 laps, so it's kind of 2/3 of the way through the stint. It'll be interesting to see whether or not, or who gets back into the car, because Carl Swift is kind of on the rotation, but Mark Harris didn't drive at all during the night.
It is Mark who's in the car.
Okay, so Mark Harris is probably one of those drivers.
And he's gone straight out. He didn't stop for fuel. So what they're banking on is going through him using up the fuel that David left in the car and then coming in for another full tank.
As and when he's allowed to. The problem is he won't get a full tank if he comes into code 60, because you're only allowed to put half a tank in under those circumstances. But I think with Mark Harris, as I say, he was not driving the car at all during the night. So, and there are some drivers whose night vision, particularly the, how can I say, more mature drivers, where night vision tends to go a little bit earlier. So Mark Harris back at the wheel for the first time since last night.
Zest Seat in the pit lane, not having any work done on it. It lost a wheel of Beckett's at 4:40 this morning. Left rear wheel was the one that went missing. It's had some front damage as well earlier on in the piece. Remember, we saw the right front with suspension issues on that car.
When the wheel came off, I've forgotten who was driving it at the time. Ferrano, wasn't it? Jack Ferrano who was driving it. When the wheel came off, it didn't just kind of pop off cleanly. It rattled around in the what do you call it? The wheel arch for a little bit, and did quite a lot of damage to the left rear of the car as well. The car didn't actually hit anything, but it looked like it had done. But it was just with the wheel not kind of coming off cleanly, but rattling around and doing quite a lot of damage. So that may be that they've decided there's too much damage to risk putting the car out again.
Mike Moss behind the wheel of the class leader in the Moss Motorsport UK A3 machine. That is the car that the Court Oyster Racing BMW is trying to track down. They are sitting in 17th position, Court. Actually, having just been passed, he says, yes, by Homeguard Motorsport for that position. Mike Moss on 365 laps, so they got 6 laps grace, but that could disappear with any small problem.
Yes, who was in the Court Oyster car?
It's James Bridie.
Right, no, yes, okay, yes, it was John Ferrano. He felt that the car had the pace.
In the Moss car, sorry.
Yeah. That the car had the pace to catch up, but at that point he didn't know that he was going to have a 6-lap disadvantage to catch up. So I think 6 laps to catch up and only 6 hours and 40 minutes is going to be too tall of an order for them to manage. But
assuming there's no problems for the cars ahead,
quite so. And in this, as I've said before, one of the lovely things about this kind of race is the bulletproof reliability that you get in more professional areas of the racing. You don't get in this, and that kind of adds hugely to the interest factor.
This is a real workout for these cars. Remember, the TCR cars are, sprint race cars. Now, they do have an endurance kit on them, but they are essentially sprint race cars. Modern Motorsport's back out with the 216, and that car still isn't right. Steering wheel isn't straight down the straights, and the turn into right-hand corners, and remember Stowe is a very fast right-hand corner, looked very iffy indeed. Second place car into the pits, the 122 Audi with Enrico Bettera at the wheel, and that looks relatively routine. New set of Hankooks going on the Audi RS3 TCR. Some 7 minutes behind when they came into the pit lane. Team Blake and Mullen, who continue to lead. Mark Lemmer behind the wheel of the Accelerate car still. Just looking to see where else there are battles on the track. The Monlau competition car's just gone up to 9th position. That wasn't a battle in position, but in class rather, but for overall position. And that 107 has Jürgen Schmidt at the wheel of that car. It's just demoted the Zorg Rennsport 151 BMW, which is leading the Cup class, and that's got William Lucas at the wheel.
Yeah, the second place BMW Cup car also coming into the pits. That's the 156 RMA Track Days car. 2 RMA Track Days cars here, and that's the 1561 running in the Cup class. Coming into the pits at the moment. René Stenmetz is still in the lead with the number 100, and he'll be coming in, I would think, fairly shortly. He went out just before, let me get the hours right, 16 hours into the race, so just before 5 o'clock this morning. So he's been out there for over an hour and a half, stayed out through that back-to-back section of Code 60s that we had a little while ago. Not quite it was about an hour ago, wasn't it? The 2 Code 60s that we had, which you couldn't even get a lap in between the one and the other. Meanwhile, a car is off, John.
And it's the 151. This is the leading Cup car, the Zorg Rennsport car, with a decent lead, but not unassailable. Only about 10 minutes back to the next Cup class car. Actually, I've just said that he's already dropped down to 3rd position, that car. The QSR, of course, up in the lead of that category now. So that was the 3rd place car in class, excuse me. And just an off-track moment there for William Lucas.
Coming through Abbey and Farm area, wasn't it?
Yeah, that seems to be a tricky part of the track. We've seen a couple of people go off there now, haven't we?
And a lot of gravel was on that part of the circuit as well through the night, and that was why we had the code 60s to clear the track. A lot of it was between Abbey and Farm, where presumably in the night people had gone off and perhaps not realised how much gravel they'd brought onto the circuit until the daylight.
Was it somebody was saying earlier on it looked like a rally stage?
Enrique Betera then with the 122, the Audi up in the fueling station. As I say, Steinmetz is coming towards the end of his stint. He might have been able to do a little bit of fuel saving by not coming in during the code 60s, but as I say, he will be in fairly shortly. But the extent of his lead is 4 laps, so he won't be threatened by the recently pitted Audi for the race lead when he comes in, provided it's a routine pit stop and everything goes normally to plan as he goes through and completes it. As John was saying, the third place car is the recovering Modena Motorsports car of Francis Chia, who's either getting used to whatever is wrong with that car, and that then is a bit of a worry to the next one, whoever that might be, the next driver, whoever that might be, to get into the car, because very often a new driver gets in and say, this car is undrivable, and by then the previous driver is off having his massage or just having a lie down, and isn't there to say, well, you have to do this or do that.
Yeah, watch out on the left-handers, it's a bit wiggly.
Yes.
91 car back circulating again, and who did I say we put in there? Was it Mark Harris?
We did, because he was the driver who didn't drive during the night.
Yeah, and he has held on second place in that area, MS Owens Insurance in A2, because there are only 2 cars, but they have dropped a little time then to the A2 Cup leader, which they'd closed into around about 40 seconds on. In fact, actually less than that. And the team Sally Racing then in a very creditable 13th position. That little 52 Clio, very close to Joe Bradley's heart, and has Stefan Yusyong at the wheel of that car. And that car has, for the most part, just popped it round. It does. I know it's
Clios do.
Well, that's it's what we've come to expect them to do. I know 1 or 2 of the GT3 drivers tend to give them a little bit of a bad rep, but quite frankly, it's a really cost-effective way to go racing. Buy a previous version of the Clio Cup cars that you can pick up, I won't say cheaply, but relatively inexpensively. It doesn't take a lot to modify them to endurance spec. You turn everything down a little bit. The fuel tanks, look, there's a larger size fuel tank, an endurance fuel tank if you need it.
Having said that, what's the comparison between a Clio Cup car and a BMW 235i racing Cup car? Massive.
I'm sure if you were paying full price for a Cup car from BMW, that's an M Sport piece of kit. That's very, very expensive indeed. Because it's current as well, Paul.
Exactly, that was my point. Is that because it's current, or is it because I'm seeing that give us another 5 years, and the BMW Cup cars may be taking over the role of where the Clio Cup car is now.
Absolutely agree with you, because look at the longevity of E46s, which we still see out there, and even earlier M3s than that. Who's in the 216?
Francis Chia.
Right, he is still struggling with interesting handling on the 216 Modena Motorsport car. And you were talking about Ivo Brukas earlier on, having issues down the straight, and this car seems to have that as well, but certainly initial turn into right-hand corners, the Seat steering wheel is slightly canted to the left, and there's definitely an issue with the car requiring an adjustment mid-corner. The 174 Lotus Exige, with the Honda Civic engine, is stopped on the way out of the fuel station.
Bizarre, yes. And I just wonder whether there's, because there's a team member with the door open talking to the driver.
Apparently he didn't pick up the bags of crisps and the Mars bars for everybody coming out of the service station.
Well, yes and no. there is a position where you can do that. If for some reason you haven't spoken to your driver about something, or you haven't done something during the pit stop, rather than sending the driver out unaware of what's going on, there is a provision in the regulation for him to stop there, talk to a team member. No work can be done on the car, but at least you can talk to him and say, we've forgotten to put the whatever it is in, or there's something wrong that we've just picked up on the telemetry. Drive round slowly, bring it in next time around. So I suspect that's what's going on with the Exige, which has had a very troubled race, running in 26th place. But would you believe, still in 4th place in the GT4 category, because 2 of the cars that are behind it, there's only 4 cars behind it, but 2 of them are GT4 cars. So it's had a troubled race, but it has managed to get going, or hopefully will get going again very shortly.
They are. Mini is stuck at the. Mark Lemmer can't get a gear in the Mini in the entrance to the pit lane, and he's pushing various things, but I think he's moving again. But that, I believe, is with Marshall power and not BMW Mini power. He's going into the penalty box anyway. There's irony there, of course.
And you're supposed to start the car under its own steam coming out of the penalty box.
He's having to work that steering wheel very hard to turn it, so that has got no engine power. The dash has gone. And is he going into the penalty box, or is he being pushed back?
No, he's gone through it.
He's gone past that. But he's being pushed. There's no doubt in my mind. There's the visual confirmation of that Mini under power. The team are coming down with their numbered jackets on it, all part of the kit that is given to each and every of the teams by the organisers, Creventic. One of the reasons it couldn't have stopped exactly in the penalty box, even if it had wanted to, it didn't need to. Headlights are still on the Mini, so he's still got power. Is that the 176? 178 of CWS is in the penalty box. I have no doubt at all that's for exceeding their times again, because Colin was telling us earlier on that they were kind of disregarding that and going at a reasonable speed for them. They believe they should be running to a 217 rather than a 218. And interestingly, the other Ginetta is running to a 217, although they have changed their fuel allowance on that car.
In order to do that, they've moved from one class to the other class, and the other class, or the other balance of performance category, rather than class. It's still the same SP3 GT4 class, but the other balance of performance category, every second a lap quicker that you go gives you 10 litres of fuel less.
Right.
Back into the pits has come
Francis
the modern
Tiger,
motorsport.
yeah.
So Francis Tiger has decided to take your advice, John, probably, and say this car is undrivable. So more work needed.
He was doing very, very well, but it looked very, very scary.
And the lap times will have suffered as well as a result of that. As the other thing to look out for now, especially if you're around the circuit, is that we've got John Philippi at the wheel of the Audi as a result of that pit stop that the 122 Audi RS3 has just made. And he's usually fairly quick. Now, he's, as John said a little while ago, 4 laps behind, so he's not going to be able to catch up with the race leader, but he might be able to reduce the gap a bit.
Waiting for the Synchro Motorsport Honda to come in. Let's go to Joe Bradley, because he's got something to show us. It's another show and tell, Joe.
A bit of a show and tell. We see the Synchro Motorsport Honda in now. Now watch this wheel go on. There's the guy putting the front left wheel on. And now, look, I want you to see this piece of equipment that each corner of the car has. The mechanic on each corner of the car has a bit of a struggle getting the wheel studs lined up there on this Honda Civic. Now then, this is the piece of kit that I want you to see. See that? There is 5 wheel nuts going onto the car in one unit. And if I can just be cheeky enough to take it off, and let's have a look at it. See how it's got 5 sockets on it, and it's a piece of, you turn the handle and each socket moves individually. That saves a massive amount of time for having to put each wheel nut on individually, so you can turn each socket by turning one handle. Fantastic bit of kit.
Beautifully made.
Say again?
Beautifully made as well, Joe.
It is. Let's talk to Martin Byford, who's all sweaty, having worked very hard, no doubt, Martin. Tell me that stint and give us a bit of a rundown how the 176 Synchro Motorsport Honda has gone overnight, Martin.
Yeah, I've had a few problems early on. Unfortunately, I had an engine change to do. Guys worked for miracles and did it in an hour and a half, which was just phenomenal. Pretty much since then, we had some contact and had to change the rear suspension. So I had the rear beam out. They did that in about 12 minutes. So the guys are good. We're climbing the way back up. The car feels good. We're doing good lap times, and we can do it right through to the end of the stint, which is kind of good. You can manage it early on and then push towards the end. And yeah, so we're happy. I need to go back in the garage and find out if we're still catching.
And Martin, I do want to talk to the visitors that you have with the team. Let's just step out of the way before we run over. You've got some Honda guys over from America and from Canada, and these guys. I don't think they're in the garage, but these guys are going to be competing at the quarter event, the 24-hour series quarter event.
Yeah, they're going to bring a car that they use in the States, which is the American Civic, which is actually built here by Honda UK, by the way. So they're going to run the 1.5 litre version of the Civic in A2. Or certainly that's the plan at the moment. And so hopefully they'll be there in A2. Yep. Hopefully we'll be there in A3. Yep. And make a little kind of Honda family kind of deal out of it all. So
Joe,
we're really looking forward to that.
Joe, can you ask Martin if that's the HART Honda guys who run in the Continental Tyres series over there in the States? Are they going to be running that car?
John's asking, are they the HART guys who run in the Continental Tyres series in America? Are they the same guys?
No, so the HART guys are the guys that run the NSX. Yeah. There's a tiny little whisper that they would like to come, but obviously with the Pirelli World Series, that obviously takes precedent for them. So I think if they come, it's going to be a very late call for them. Right. And it's really going to depend on how well they're going on in their main championship, and if it falls right with their maintenance schedules, and if they can obviously afford the budget to come and run another 24-hour race. So in a perfect world, yeah, we'll have NSX, Civic Type R and Civic Sport.
Yeah. That would be great. That would be a perfect world for us. I'll leave you to get cool off, mate. When you catch a cold, you're all damp and sweaty. Great stuff, Martin. Thanks, Martin.
Thank you.
Martin Byford there out of the 176 Honda.
Yeah, the HART guys ran a couple of Civics in the Conti series to some effect. And the interesting thing about that is that those are guys who work at a Honda manufacturing plant in the States, and in their time off, they go racing. And so it's not a Honda Works team, although everybody in it works for Honda, if that makes sense. They're things like production engineers and line engineers, all interested in motorsport, and they ran a couple of Civics to great effect, as I say, in the on the undercard of the IMSA series, and did a really good job. Bit of a Honda Works outing there.
Well, isn't that broadly what Synchro Motorsport does as well?
So
it's a role model. I don't know who came first, who was the role and who was the role model follower, but I think it's and Aston Martin have done similar things in the past as well. So yep, good news. We're being told that there is a slippery surface at turn 17, 18, which is Luffield and Woodcote, as far as I know, working on the new circuit map that has been issued. So the final two corners on the circuit.
Francis Tier back out in the 216. He's not giving up. I'll give him.
They've sent him back out. That's interesting. I wasn't sure whether they might give another driver a go with it.
Well, he's got used to it by then.
Well, the other thing that happened, you just reminded me, when the problem befell Ivo Breukers with the rear suspension arm that broke on his car, as he'd been dealing with it, as the situation had got worse and worse, he'd softened up the rear suspension.
Yeah.
Of course, the car's been brought in, they fixed the problem, the new driver's been installed into the car and been sent on his way. And then halfway through the opening lap, Ivo suddenly remembers, oh, you've still got that very soft rear suspension setting that I moved to that position.
Yeah.
You'll need to reset it back. And so they do spend a bit of time just resetting the car back to, quote, how it should be following an incident, because very often you do play with some of the things that are adjustable in the cockpit to try and get around the problem. And I just wonder whether Francis Thierry is also trying to do a little bit of that work, as well as whatever they did to the Modena Motorsport Seat Leon when it was having that pit stop.
Hashtag 24HTCES, 24H for 24 hours, TCES, Touring Car Endurance Series. Hashtag 24HTCES at Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans. This from Victor G says, what's going on with the 71 BMW? Second in class still for the Core Oyster racing car in Class A3. Lost a bit of time early this morning and in fact caused the 7th code 60 at just before 6 o'clock. John Ferrano was at the wheel. The left rear wheel disappeared and had a life of its own. Broken wheel studs. That cost it some time in the pit and, in fact, the A3 lead at that point, Victor. So, thanks for asking, using the hashtag 24HTCES. John Hindorf and Paul Trustwell in the booth. Joe Bradley is on the beat in the pits. Seat Leon from Audi RS3 by 5 laps, or if you prefer, 12.5 minutes. And that is the 100 Team Blakemolen. Back to the 1-2-2 pit lane competizione. Leon from Audi RS3. Then
but
4 Leons in a row.
Yeah, sorry, John, just to say the leader due into the pits very soon indeed. So I say it won't make a difference for the lead, but it will bring that gap right down.
Has the Audi already done its corresponding stop? Well, they're not on the same schedule, are they, the Audi? Because they just tend to carry on and off they go.
They have shorter stints anyway with the Audi.
They've only been out 15 minutes, yes.
But it is only a short stint that has been undertaken so far by John Philippi. But John Philippi is one of the quick drivers in that car.
And in fact, as you speak, Paul, they clearly were listening to you, and Rennie Steenmetz comes into the pit lane for the 15th time of asking at the end of lap number 406. And if we carry on like this, we are going to be pretty close to a decent distance here, aren't we?
We are. It's not going to be as high as I was hoping. 564 laps I'm being shown at the moment as the projected race distance, which will be exactly the same amount as was completed in 2012, it says here. We
were looking at one stage as well over 600 laps, but obviously the nighttime attrition and code 60s have pulled that down.
Yeah, I don't think we would have done well over 600. I think 603 was the maximum that I was looking at, and that, even with the best will in the world, would have needed a lot of green flag running, and that would have equalled the race distance for the first ever Silverstone 24 hours.
Yeah.
But if we can get down to 2011, that was the year that Mike McInerney, Sean McInerney and Phil Keane won in the Eclipse Ferrari. They completed 573 laps.
And that was a GT3 car?
Yes. Well, yeah, GTC, but equivalent to a GT3 type of car, yes.
It was, now, if it was a GTC, it might have been a Ferrari Challenge car, mightn't it?
Yeah.
So not quite GT3, but
still more of a GT car than any of the GT4s that we have at Silverstone this weekend.
And certainly more of a GT car than the touring cars, for obvious reasons. The clues in the name, Hindorf. It is just about 20 minutes before 10 o'clock in the morning. Give you another rundown just on the top of the hour of our class leaders and how things are going. Still waiting for the 140 team manager to report to race director. That's Intersport with their BMW, third in SP3 GT4. That car is circulating at the moment. The 21600 investigation for track limits. I would suggest that was survival as much as anything else. That car is back out on the circuit after a little short 5-minute stop last time around to have another look at that right rear. Track Club Seat Leon in the pits from 11th in class. They're sitting down in 20th position. That's the 121 car. Marcus Jewell brought that car in. That's the Cody Hill car. Great to see Cody back in race action after that very nasty crash at Barcelona
Yeah, Joe told us it was Barcelona. I had said earlier it was in Dubai, but he's probably right because he was in the pit lane. But the trouble is, when you're up in a commentary box looking down on the start-finish line, they're often similar circuits. So I'll go with Joe.
I thought it was the final turn crash.
It was the final turn crash
at Barcelona.
Yeah.
Not that I was there, but I've voiced the highlights for
yes,
Mark.
In that case, it definitely was.
And I don't think it was Dubai because I can't remember it at Dubai, which I was there for.
Yeah, no. So and I'll go with Joe's memory because it's somewhat better than mine. Out of the pits comes Rick Breukers, or rather the 303 car. I would guess that it's probably still Rick at the wheel.
It says
Jacques Griffion.
Yeah, Jacques Griffion. And that was a 1 hour and 50-minute stop in the pits.
It's not going. It doesn't work. It doesn't work, that car. Pulling off onto the grass on the right-hand side, right out of the pit lane exit. He just got beyond the pit lane exit sign and then has pulled it off. But it was a turbo replacement or a broken part in the turbo that we were told was the problem with that car. And Jacques has not pulled it sufficiently far off the track to be able to get away with that as a local yellow. I think if they're going to, unless he can restart it and get it going. But
I would think that then in that case he's had an all warning light or something that's come on immediately as he's accelerated away.
There was smoke coming out of the exhaust as he was coming out of the pit lane.
Well,
like that.
He's got it going again. That might just be a bit of overfill. He's driving it off onto the grass, driver's right, heading in towards the extremely flat, i.e. 6th gear, top gear at Maggots. I think you'll need to go further off than that. I mean, to be recovered anyway, it's going to take a code 60. And I think our, what are we up to now? 10th. So our 11th code 60 may be imminent.
12th.
All right, what happened to the 11th?
Oh, I probably didn't give you a sticky piece of paper.
I don't have a little sticky piece of paper. How am I supposed to keep up, Paul?
Sorry, that was 144. When that 144 car got stuck at the loop in a strange place was the 11th one, and that was the one that you didn't get a sticky piece of paper for, which I apologise. But yeah, very bad news indeed for the Red Camel Jordans.nl. Seat Leon.
By the way, the lead car, the number 100, is back out again after its stop, and it's Melvin de Groot who took the car out. And you're right, it didn't lose the lead. We'll wait for both of those cars to come back around and see what the gap is. Yellow flags waving on the exit of turn 1, which is Copse. Turn 9 if you are looking at the international layout. This is the full Monty in terms of the circuit. 3.66 miles.
The Gesamtstrecke.
Yes, yeah, very good.
The man with the purple flag over the start-finish line has it unfurled and just waiting for the signal to tell him to wave it. So I think it is, as I mentioned, inevitable that we're going to get a code 60. So if you're smart enough, now is probably the time to make your pit stop, because if you come into the pits, the point about coming into the pits before the code 60 is shown, we can go down to the pits again because Joe Bradley's down there.
Yeah, we've got more pad changes. The 137 BMW is in. It's been in for a little while. Paul, you'll be able to tell me exactly when. And then look at that pad that's just come off there. Look at that.
You can't say that on the radio.
Oh, sorry. I thought...
No, we've got it now.
I keep thinking because I'm with a camera. You see that pad that's come off? Barely any wear material, any braking material
perfect,
off there.
Though, isn't it?
Yeah. It is on your cars, Hindhoff.
That's value. That's getting value from your brake pads, that, mate.
It is, absolutely. We're way past half distance, so there's... I don't know if this
code
is the
60,
first pad
Joe.
change. We've got code 60. I'll hand back to you guys.
That is the race leader in class for that BMW, the bright green wheels, reminding us that is the black car for the Moss Motorsport 137. Second in class, excuse me, that car in SP GT4, the 137, not the Cup class, my apologies. It is the stubby though. Already we have the recovery vehicle out at the exit of turn 1, Copse heading to turn 2, Maggots. And a very hardy pair of recovery agents with the tow hitch attached. I think it will be just a flat tow, and there is a shortcut back through onto the national circuit. The right-hander, just as you go through Maggots.
After the first bit of Maggots and before you get to the
magnificent right-hand corner that is. I do like the national circuit here. What's your fingers crossed for?
My fingers are crossed because I'm going to be there in 2 weeks' time.
Are you?
Fingers crossed.
Doing?
I don't know yet, but I hope I'm going to be there. But
commentating.
I'm just optimistic. That's all.
Right. Okay.
But we'll see because I don't know what's happening yet.
2 weeks' time. Oh, 2 weeks' time for the WEC. Oh, right. Yes, of course. I was thinking, what event's that? That's just before the WEC weekend.
No, it's frighteningly close.
Yes. Yeah, prologue this weekend at Monza, rather unfortunately clashing with actual racing here at Silverstone. And indeed, the cutout is being utilised by the recovery vehicle. The prologue, in fairness to Gerard Neveu and the LMEM WEC ACO guys, it was planned for earlier this week. And
last weekend, wasn't it? It was supposed to be Saturday, because it's a Saturday-Sunday it was supposed to be.
Yes, and it had to be moved because of a papal visit to the Monza area.
Pontifical.
Yes. Lots of yellow and white flags still out around Monza. The ELMS prologue was on Wednesday and Thursday of this week. Thursday and Friday, I can't remember.
I think it was either Tuesday or Wednesday, or Wednesday and Thursday.
Thursday, then it was. Some interesting shenanigans yesterday for April Fool's Day with Ford and Ferrari swapping their cars in the garages and not telling the drivers, which caused a bit of consternation, which I really kind of liked. And also Porsche Motorsport announcing their entry for Le Mans in a third GT car in the newly created GTE Pro Senior class for Hurley Haywood, Hans Hermann and someone else I can't remember now, which I thought was hilarious.
Was it Walter Röhrl or somebody like that?
It was Walter Röhrl, very well remembered.
Didn't they also, Porsche, announce that they were going to run their cars in exactly the same livery as the Toyotas to confuse everybody?
Well, yes, but they actually have.
Sorry, I thought that was an April Fool.
No, they are pretty much identical in black, red and white, similar to the Vanquish Motorsport Seat that is in the pit lane at the moment. That will be mistaken for an LMP1 hybrid car in a couple of weeks' time.
Green flag.
Quickie code 60, and we're back underway thanks to our very effective marshalling and recovery teams as ever here at Silverstone. And so the 303 already on its way back to the back of the paddock. We'll have to come across the infield bridge and back into the back of the pit lane and paddock area. The Modena Motorsports 217 car was back in the pit lane there, and they now have changed drivers. It's in the fuel stop at the moment, and it is Christian Chia who has got into that car, and that is being fueled. Indeed, it is out at the moment. I'll tell a lie, it's not Christian at all at that wheel of that car. It is the 217. It is Marcel who has got into that car. Marcel Chia.
You certainly have to know your tiers here, don't you?
Yeah, well, that changed twice there. That was. We've got two Chias out there already because the 216 has a Chia aboard as well, and there's two in the 217.
Dear.
Chia.
Interesting.
Is that three Chias then?
Yes. Melvin de Groot in the leading car, I don't know quite how to log this one now, but he didn't actually cross the start-finish line when the Code 60 flag was out, because he had just gone into COPS when the Code 60 was shown, and by the time he got round on a full lap, he had green flag. So although he's had one very, very slow lap, he never actually crossed the line under Code 60 conditions. So, as I say, it was kind of 0 laps under Code 60, but a time under Code 60 of 4 minutes and 15 seconds. but no opportunity at all for Melvin de Kroot to pit under that code 60.
I haven't done this already, and I apologise, but good morning to all the hardy spectators who have either joined us or stayed with us, rejoined us or stayed with us overnight. There was a goodly number of people still around, wandering around the paddock and various parts of the pit lane, and the access roads available as well overnight. And I noticed one or two people moving around in cars to get different vantage points, and one or two people camped out in cars and vans with the streaming video and the audio coming through as well. As you might imagine, not a huge crowd here at Silverstone, but a very good size and knowledgeable, enthusiastic, I would say. And hello to everybody I've already met.
And for my money, I've always said this, but far rather be at a racetrack than watching it on a stream. There's something about watching a racing car go through a corner, the physics of it.
There's the
sound
smell
of it,
as well.
The smell of it.
Yeah.
But you just don't get it on a television screen, and I'm old-fashioned, but I do spend as much of my time looking out of the window, even though the cars are just going past at breakneck speed, accelerating across the start-finish line, as I do watching the screen, just because it's part of being here. And that was the beauty of the night as well, John, being able to actually go down and spectate for a little bit, although it was so bitterly cold. You didn't really want to stay out for very long. But
it must have got down close to freezing point last night.
It didn't get cold until about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
But 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, the temperature suddenly went down. And it was very cold indeed.
Let's go down to Joe.
Yeah, the 303, that's the Red Campbell Jordan's car, one of the front runners for this race overall. Just been returned to the pits, returned to the garage on a flatbed. Never a good sign.
Yeah,
so remember,
this was the car, Joe, that conked out on its outlap out of the pits. It didn't even get past the maggots part of the circuit, so turn 2 effectively.
And that was after it had a turbo failure, so they'd done the turbo job. Maybe not quite adequately enough, and that car just arriving back, so it's lost a lot of time. We spoke to Rick Breukers, who said it was now a recovery drive. It's even more of a recovery drive. It's always lost. I think that car has lost so much time.
So there's either an oil leak, or it's still got no boost, or there's something. The engine was turned off on that car when it ground to a halt. Thank you, Joe. And they're having a good snoop around in the front of that car.
Hashtag Task Bradley job, if we can, because it is coming up towards 10 o'clock in the morning, and I do expect that Roll Centre Racing will be arriving fairly shortly, if they're not there already, in the Garage 12C, which is the very last one before the fueling station. So it's a long walk for Joe, but he's up for the task, and you might be able to go up and look at what's going on at the fueling station at the same time. But we were led to believe last night when they went home that Roll Centre Racing were going to come back and put a new engine in their BMW and see whether or not they can set some fast laps. Obviously, they're in no chance at all of making any headway on the leaderboard. They're 170 laps behind anybody else, so they really...
it's just a mere trifle.
It's
barely a flesh wound. Joe?
I popped my head in there earlier, and Richard Neary and Martin Shaw were still sleeping.
But they were there, were they?
They looked so lovely, snuggled up. But I'll give them a nudge. It's about time they got up.
Well, no, because they haven't been there overnight. That's the point. So if they were there,
don't spoil the illusion, Paul. People are now conjuring up pictures of Richard Neary and Martin Short spooning at the back of the garage under a duvet.
I don't think they are.
He did say that...
Maybe just me, then.
They did say that he had the hotel rooms booked and paid for, so they might as well use them, I think. So that was where they were off to last night.
And there are motorhomes available as well behind those. So it's...
other sleeping quarters are available.
Yes, quite. For those who sleep. But no, I mean, the Roll Centre team were planning to go off and... not that they weren't dedicated to the task, but the story of their Silverstone 24 2017 was not just beginning on Saturday. It began about last Tuesday, and it wasn't a straightforward few days for them at all. And I think Martin and Richard felt between them that the team they'd asked enough of the team, and that to ask them to work another night was probably probably going to be too much. So given that the car had blown its engine after 80 laps, they were going to all go back, have some sleep, and then come back and feel refreshed in the morning, as Joe and John know well what a good feeling that can be.
Yes.
Good. Leader in A3 is in the pit lane. That's Mike Moss, as you said, with the Moss Motorsport BMW. And that has come in for what should be a routine pit stop. A3 currently being led by a margin of 8 laps from the Core Oyster Racing BMW, which just had a pit stop.
Yeah.
That car having had damage earlier on, which put it out of the lead of the class.
Martin Moos at the wheel of the Core Oyster Racing car. Going back further than that, Paul, remember that was the car that had the misfire on the opening formation lap and actually started from the pit lane.
Yep. Had us very confused because another car had gone off and hit the wall.
Correct. That was the
which
235,
another
wasn't
BMW,
it?
yes, 235, which spent more than an hour then being repaired. The Duvo Racing Cup class car spent more than an hour. It was about an hour and a half being repaired before it actually could then participate in the race. It had only been out for about half an hour before it had to come in together with another car and had to go in for further repairs. But since then, have actually not been running too bad, and they lost so much ground earlier on that again they're not featuring in the top positions.
Roll centre update.
But they've been able to run fairly well right at the back of the field.
Joseph?
Yeah, I have popped in and I have woken them up. They're already awake and getting on with the job of changing the engine in the Aber Roll Centre BMW. The garage door is still down, hardly surprising. It is still chilly here. Midday is what they're aiming for, to be out when that garage door will roll up. Changing the engine will be in, and they're aiming for midday to retake to the track for the fun of it.
Thanks very much, Joe. I would expect them to see them breaking out of their bracket if they do that underneath the minimum reference time. 1:36 heading for fuel is the BMW that had the issue a few moments ago. That's the Moss Motorsport UK car. Been in the pits for just over 3 minutes. That's back in then, isn't it? Because that was more than 3 minutes ago that we were looking at that car having...
The Modern Motorsports car. Sorry,
No, 136. The black BMW with the green wheels was getting pads changed recently.
Recently was an hour ago, John.
Was it really?
It's nearly 10 o'clock.
I'll shut up now.
No, it's nearly 10 o'clock in the morning, you see. This is kind of the effect that time has at this time of day. We're coming up very close to 10 o'clock in the morning, therefore 18 hours of the race completed. Therefore, 3/4 of the race completed, only 6 hours to go, John.
Coming up to 10 o'clock here at Silverstone. Thank you for tuning in to us in sound and vision on the series website, 24hseries.com with the timing, and of course also with sound and vision beautifully synced on the player on radiolemans.com. We're live trackside for the first round of the 24-hour Touring Car Series 2017, powered by Hankook. It is the last 6 hours now. A mere run to the flag with us here on radiolemans.com, live from trackside. Paul Truswell, John Hindhoff and Joe Bradley. So we've got a World Endurance Series race to go and a World Endurance Championship race to go, of which there will be one here in a couple of weeks' time. And if you're an endurance fan and you're here for that, listening on 1602 AM Radio Silverstone, tickets starting from a very reasonable £10 for the World Endurance Championship. Very reasonable because you get not only the only opportunity to see the full complement of Le Mans classes here in the FIA WEC, but also an additional 4-hour race for ELMS, which includes a huge field of LMP3 cars, and I believe there's some single-seaters trolling around as well. Which I think is Renault 3.5, which might be interesting. I think there's about 13 of them. Undoubtedly, what we will have is drivers in there who will realise the folly of their ways and be in endurance racing and sports cars in the next couple of years after they've seen the excitement that's going on around them.
To be fair, Silverstone always puts on a proper support race programme, and whether it's for whatever category of racing, that there should and generally is at Silverstone a very a good selection of cars and races to watch. So yes, it is going to be a festival of motorsports, and hopefully the weather will be a bit kinder than it was to us last year when I seem to remember it snowed. Yes.
Yeah, we had Loic Duval going out in an Audi e-tron Quattro, appropriately enough, whilst snow and hail was falling, which he thought was hilarious, and insisted that he went out. The team weren't too pleased, but he went out and told them to take pictures of him on the television so that he could prove that he did it, because he thought it was the only time he'd ever get to drive a Le Mans LMP1 prototype in the snow. And he was right, of course, because Audi pulled out before the end of the year, or at least VW canned the Audi programme, I should say.
Loic Duval definitely made in the mould of Jean Alesi, who used to do the same thing when weather was unkind. Let it not go unrecorded, though, that race day, Sunday,
was beautiful.
Beautiful day, lovely proper spring sunshine and Easter eggs in the garden type of day. So, either of those will do, but preferably the second one. And with Easter being a bit later, then fingers crossed, eh?
One can only hope. In fairness, the start Easter weekend is always I always think of as the start of the National Series calendar. It used to be the start of my season when I was working on touring cars, British touring cars. And I've been at Thruxton on Easter weekend where it properly snowed, and Jeff Bloxham took a fantastic picture where you can barely see the car going across the line because it's A, so dark, and B, there is a blizzard going on.
Can I go further back? Because time was when Race of Champions and International Trophy used to start the racing season before Easter. Race of Champions have been called off because of snow. International Trophy has been called off because of snow.
That was the original iteration of the Race of Champions, not the sort of rally sprint that we did in Miami.
And indeed the International Trophy being the original iteration of that as well.
On board with Rob Ellis behind the wheel of the Zorg Rennsport 151 for a lap or so. He's in the loop at the moment, getting maximum lock on the BMW.
Get a look at his helmet if you can, because I got a look earlier on and it was kind of James Hunt-esque.
Yes.
So I don't know if we're not going to be able to see it from the onboard unless he takes his helmet off and puts it in the passenger seat for us.
Sticks his head round the corner.
But if and when Rob brings the Zorg Rennsport car into the pits, then as I say, if Joe can just have a look at the helmet, because I thought it was very reminiscent of James Hunt.
Still takes some getting used to, doesn't it? Seeing the driver's hands not moving on the wheel because they are just flicking the steering wheel paddles, not taking the right hand off to make the gear change on this left-hand drive car. Right, goes across in front of us now, down towards the first corner on this configuration of the circuit. So he turns into Copse, nicely clipping the apex, just unloading the steering, rolling the left-hand Hankooks onto the rumble strip, up to top gear, revved right up to 6,500, 7,000 revs before going through maggots, down one gear before the first bit of Beckett's, then down another in the middle part of Beckett's, tucking into the right-hander, and the BMW 137, which has just gone out, I think. That car has stopped off to driver's right. Now, that's the Moss Motorsport car in second place, only 7 minutes ahead of the Intersport 140 in third place in class. This is the BMW M1, just been out for 6 laps, and that is again just on the exit of turn 1, coming out of Copse. Exactly the same place of the 303, although he at least did 6 laps on that run. And unless we can get that car re-fired, Tony Morris behind the wheel, I think we are going for number 12, 13, lucky for some. I'm sorry, Paul, I can't count.
That's all right. We have a good system going, but 13 just stretches the table a little bit too far.
Okay,
no, it is an absolute
carbon copy
of where Jacques Griffon ground to a halt. Although, as John says, that was on his way out of the pit lane. This had been going on. And if you are watching the TV pictures, the reason why there's a corner marker board pointing in the wrong direction is that when they're using the national circuit, they turn it round and it shows you where to go for Beckett's.
Yeah, which is the turn on to the night, which is that mega right-hand, double apex right-hander. And it is so hard to get the balance right between taking enough speed in and running out of road and disappearing exit stairs left to Stowe, or just being on completely the wrong line. It's a really odd corner, and there used to be a nasty bump in the middle of it as well that you had to actually compromise your line to do. In comes the Colin White BMW, Colin White Ginetta. I really am tired. CWS Engineering and code 60. So they got in before that code 60 came out, so they will be able to full fuel the Ginetta G55. Colin's still deciding whether he's going to give up his last stint at 2 o'clock this afternoon or trade. Right, I've got 2 o'clock. He's got midday. When you want to swap for midday? I can swap for midday, and I can still get down to Brands to make me other race.
When I spoke to him in the middle of the night, he sounded convincing enough that he felt that as part of the team he should stick with the team. Clearly when he spoke to Joe, he was feeling a little bit more cheesed off with Creventic and the balance of performance and the categorisations that they've given him. I do know that a conversation between Colin and Gary Willems did take place between the time when he spoke to me and the time that he spoke to Joe, but I can offer no other explanation than that. More news from the pits, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, just more of what you've been saying there, Paul, about there's a lot of unhappy people. We heard Colin White be very honest about how sick he was of having to keep stifling the performance of the Ginetta, the CWS car, the 178, as pitted and is now resuming. But his opinions are being mirrored all the way up and down this pit lane. There are a lot of disgruntled competitors, mainly in GT4s. Now, I don't know if that's a deliberate effort to have a TCR or a touring car or a saloon car win the race rather than a small sports car. I don't know. It's open for debate, and we all know how open to opinion and debate the Creventic organisers are, and maybe there's going to be discussions afterwards.
Yeah, and what I'd say, Joe, is thank you for that. What I would say to that is that the guys know down there in the pit lane that the organiser's door is literally always open, including during the event. It is tremendously unusual for anything to fall on deaf ears, so I'm sure it will all be being considered by the organisers. I understand the frustration of the GT4 cars. This is part of the touring car. This is the first round of the touring car endurance series powered by Hankook this year. The decision was made before the inaugural race that was run here last year by Creventic when they took over this event to make it touring cars only, and not to have the big, fast and crucially loud GT cars, including Porsche Cup and the GT3 cars. That was a conscious decision that this race could run with those cars, and last year I think vindicated that decision.
And GT4 cars were not admitted last year
Correct.
either.
This is the first time we've had GT4 cars. I know that there were a number of people who lobbied hard to have GT4 cars included in this race this year. Unfortunately, the calendar date that was available from Silverstone has stymied some of those competitors because of Blancpain touring car events that have various Ginetta supports, etc. However, there was quite a bit of lobbying that went on from the GT4 competitors to get the cars in. Now, we've only had a small handful of them turning up. And I know that there has been some concern about the minimum lap time reference. I am sure that will be being looked at even as we speak. As I say, I can't speak highly enough about Creventic. in terms of the way they interact with their customers, who are the competitors, as they see it. And indeed, the organisers were in having a chat to us earlier in the week about a number of improvements that they were considering, and in terms of dissemination of information from race control and how that might be better organised and got to us and therefore to you, the spectator, and the competitor too. The purple flags have been withdrawn. We're back under green flag conditions. Everybody gets underway as in comes Team Sally. Now, Team Sally may have just come in before those purple flags were withdrawn there, and that means they can only take half fuel if that's the case. I might have been convinced there to drive straight through the pits and go around and do one more lap.
It all depends how much fuel they had on board, doesn't it?
Fair point, yes.
What else they might have wrong with the car. But yes, you were absolutely right. The green flag was waved just after they came into the pit lane. So they crossed the pit lane entry beam before the green flag was waved. So they will only be allowed to have half a tank full of fuel. Where was I at? There was something as I was in the middle of doing there, and then Joe distracted me.
You were thumbing through papers, I think, to look at minimum reference times.
Yeah, no, that was for something else. Right. It was more to do with the lead, because we can't really talk about the lead gap having either come down or gone up, because we were still having the code 60 unwind itself. But my impression was, although Melvin de Groot has been lapping very consistently in the small opportunities that he's had when he's been in the car and he's had a green flag conditions. But he's certainly been lapping more quickly than René Steinmetz did before him, and indeed more quickly than Rob Smith did before him as well. So Melvin de Groot putting in some good times there, and just as good as those, and that's why I was looking at it, for John Philippi, because I've been impressed by John's times earlier on in the Audi, the second placed Audi number 122. But at the moment, they are pretty much a match for each other. De Groot and Philippi in the two leading cars, matching each other pretty well for time. Shot on the screen of the 303 Red Camel Jordans.NL Seat, still in the pits having work done. The impression that Jacques Griffon had stayed behind the wheel of the car, but very often that's kind of what happens anyway. They get themselves settled in their position and are just then ready to go as and when the car is fit for them to take back out again. Gaps still getting, well, not I won't say not getting larger, but certainly not coming down first to second. Second to third, the gap is now up to 8 laps between the pit lane Competizione Audi and the 216 Modena Motorsport Seat Leon. And the other Modena Motorsport Seat Leon now also up into 4th place. So with the Wimmerwerk Motorsport Seat in the pit lane being refueled at the moment, having had work done on it. So the two Modena Motorsports cars back to third and fourth, with Wimmerwerk back in 5th place, but only a lap separating those cars in 3rd, 4th and 5th places. So in terms of the overall positions, that's where the closer battles are, with 4 laps separating the first two. In comes the Moss Motorsport BMW. And Joe can tell us about it.
Yeah, just passing Joe Bradley. Joseph.
Yeah, nothing apparent on the car. I don't know if you guys saw what happened, whether it's a mechanical fault or damage or an off or something, but
it's just ground to a halt after a 6-lap stint just round the corner of Copse, exactly where the 303 had its issue.
Never a good sign, that, though, is it? Coming in, silently rolling by us on the end of a tow rope. Never a good sign. And also in the pits is the 91 Honda. This is a car that's running, or was competing and chasing down the Team Sally Clio. that car, the 91 Honda, now being pushed out of its garage area. I'm just looking to see what's been left behind, whether it's been in for a pad change, and it has indeed.
6.5 minutes in the pit lane so far for that one, Joe.
Pad change. They've got the old pads lying about the garage floor there.
Was there any more meat on those than there were on the ones you saw from the BMW about an hour ago?
About the same. You would have run them for another 10,000 miles,
Absolutely,
Hankook.
mate. Well, I never used the brakes anyway.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's why you always went through
faster.
gearboxes and clutches.
I'm never going fast enough. Thanks, mate. Joe Bradley down there in the pit lane. Team Blake and Moreland lead. And we'll wait for the 1-2-2 of pit lane competizione and John Filippi to come through in the Audi. There he goes. The gap now is just under 11 minutes or 3 laps. But that includes, of course, a bit of purple. So we'll have to wait for the next time around for that lap, the time difference to actually be right across the line as they go through. And then 21 minutes back to third place, 2.5 minutes back to fourth. That's the two Modern Motorsports Seat Leons in the order 216, 217. Wimmerwerk Motorsport, the Austrian team, Johannes Graglica will be desperately happy to know that they're in 5th position. He'd be happier still if they were slightly closer to one of the podium positions. But they are doing very good work in that number 266 Seat Leon.
Well, they're not...
Not out of it.
And they're certainly, I certainly won't write them off a podium position. As I was saying a moment ago, the 3 cars in 3rd, 4th and 5th places are relatively close to one another. Yes, with, 5.5 hours to go, there's still enough time to make good use of good pace.
Correct.
And, of course, if a faster car does have a problem, it's got less time to catch up and make up the ground. John Filippi, I said he was a man to look out for, just set the fastest lap of that car, the Audi, 2 minutes 16.650.
That's a good couple of seconds quicker than that car's gone before.
Yeah, but it's not quite down into the 214s, which is where the Seat Leons is. But John Filippi is worth a punt. I mean, he's impressed me thus far in the race and setting the fastest lap of that car. So there's nothing wrong with the car. It's in good shape. Nothing wrong with the driver. He's being able to pedal it on, and he just needs to keep it going. And we'll see what happens where it goes.
Shameless plug for the WEC meeting at number 2 here. It is Formula 3.5 as it's called now, and Formula 3. So as there's only 0.5 between them, I think they should both be going out in the same race and having... See, it's the only thing that we don't have multi-class racing in, is it? You know, you don't have multi-class open wheel racing.
Could they try there was something on the Silverstone website, wasn't there, where they're going to run the Grand Prix in an anti-clockwise direction? I just wonder if they could run the Formula 3s in an anti-clockwise direction and the 3.5s in a clockwise direction, just to see if it works.
Yeah, I like that. They were laying down some left-handed tarmac, Jason Plato was saying on the video, which I thought was very, very clever. And the marshals were all being trained with left-handed flags, which I also thought was a very clever...
You have to watch the race through a mirror, I suppose, don't you?
April Fool, very good. The TGF Giva Ginetta in for a penalty.
6 minutes.
6 minutes, that apparently. 750 Motor Club Monoposto multi-class single-seater race, says Jay Bradley, and he will be able to tell his We Made History story when, in fact, it was Martin Byford who won that race in a Class C car.
Class C
Formula 4. Yeah, very good. Yes, you can go now, Joe. Thanks. He actually had to run up to tell us that story. The 176, speaking of Martin Byford, the 176 Synchro Motorsport Civic R is back out, resplendent in its shiny black. And very purposeful looking car, that.
Best looking car in the grid, that any
You think?
There's something about the Honda Civic Type R that just, I don't know, it...
Really? You drive an S4, that's one of the most understated performance cars ever, and that's a bit in your face for you, Trustwell.
I'm not saying I ever want to have one. I have had the privilege of driving one, and it was a lot of fun. But... I don't know. What it does, it's a bit like the Audi S4. It does very, very well, and it lives up to what it kind of portrays itself up. And I think if you're going to make an outrageous car, you want to make an outrageous looking car.
Yeah.
And it is an outrageous looking car.
I just, from that version onwards, and the new one in particular, I just can't get away with that knife edge styling on it. And it's just like, it looks like a concept car that needs to be toned down a little bit before it goes into production. And I just don't get it at all. And I've seen the new version of the car. I'm sure the performance will be sparkling, but the styling for me has gone up a blind alley for that car. I don't like the new NSX either. I love the old NSX. And I don't like the new NSX at all. The new Toyota Supra, which is a shared platform with BMW, isn't it, for one of its new Z cars, Z4, I think. That car is, if it's anything like the spy photographs I've seen to it, is awful. I really dislike that. It's just not my cup of tea. And yet, I love the Nissan Nismo GTR. I like that kind of styling. That's big and bluff and square. Continental Bentley, same sort of thing. Big, square, bluff coupes. Love all that sort of stuff. But I just can't get away with the Civic's funky styling.
I would
It's
say
a
something
personal
else.
thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm not going to try and convince you you're wrong, and not going to convince you that I'm right either.
Each to their own, Paul, and that's why we have
exactly
varieties of cars, and we're not all driving around in a small square box yet.
Let's go back to yesterday when we were talking about progress up the field.
Are we going to have a little wavy line now? Let's go back. We're back in time.
Lesser classes. We've got 3 BMW Cup 1 cars in the top 10.
Correct.
Now, we were expecting them to kind of move up. What we don't have is any A3 cars or SP3 cars in the top 10. I wouldn't say that's a shock.
Moss Motorsport are trying. They're in 11th at the moment with their BMW.
Yes, but they're 5 laps off being able to get any further up the way. So BMW Cup cars, very, very good, but A3, SP3, they've kind of let the side down a little bit. Not really through bad things happening, but just small bad things happening to all of them, and that's kind of decimated the classes a little bit. While the Accelerator Mini is getting fuel.
Yeah, being fuelled. Vimmerwerk Motorsport still with... Now, I just wonder whether Gunther Wiesmeyer has forgotten to change, or whoever's in there now has forgotten to change their... Because he was in that the last time I looked.
Are you getting your Wiesmeyers and your Windisbergers confused?
Maybe I was,
because there is a Wiesmeyer and a Windisberger in that car.
So how long has Gunther been in that
Gunther hasn't been in the car very long at all.
8 minutes. Agreed.
3 laps. So it's your Windel... I can hear Johannes laughing at us already. Your Windisberger and the Wiesmeyer. That we get confused, and we'll apologise for that. I think there must be a rule that says that only people with the name of beginning with a W can go in the cars.
W. Mads Christensen, let's dig ourselves out of this. Mads Christensen, far easier to say. Team Sally Racing, just done that car's fastest lap of the race, a 2:31.2 for the little A2 Renault Clio Cup. So, having been in and out of the pits 12 minutes ago, it is now back up to racing speed, considerably so. And that car, the best of the A2, sitting in 12th position. So, although we haven't got an A2 or a GT4 car in the top 10, we have got them in the top dozen, and the A3 leader is at 15th, albeit, as Paul said, with laps to make up. Tim Blankenmolen still lead. The gap between first and second on corrected time, still around about 3.5 laps. Actually, might have just lost the 4th lap there. John Filippi, though, is quite a decent peddler. 8 minutes 23 seconds on corrected time as they went through. Modena Motorsports 216 and 217 are 3rd and 4th, some 21 and 24 minutes away from 2nd place. and they've got a 4-minute lead on the Wimmer Werk Motorsport with Herr Wiesmeyer at the wheel of that Seat Leon. And in 6th position, guess what? It's a Seat Leon, Hop Suisse for Stanko and Tanner Motorsport, and Christian Dichoff in the number 312. Best of the BMW Cup racing cars is QSR, who are swapping backwards and forwards with RMA track days, although that gap now has gone out to 10 minutes between the 154 and the 156. Jimmy De Bruyker, Belgian driver, at the wheel of the lead car there. Top 10 made up by Monlau Competition, and it is Cano Ramirez behind the wheel of that Seat. Top 10 for Zog Rennsport in the 3rd place Cup 1 category machine. That's Rob Ellis at the wheel there. Other class leaders we've mentioned: Moss Motorsport, Team Sally, and Core Oyster Racing with the BMW M3 number 71. And I reckon with a couple of cars, 303 back in the pits and has been for 35 minutes, Vanquish Motorsport in the Seat Leon Supercore, but that looks a far more regular stop. JM Lippmann brought that car in. RS Connect, how long have they been in? No, they've just come in. So I think it's only the Zest and Team ABBA cars who are au combat for the moment.
Yes, I mean, we haven't, Creventic doesn't really encourage retirements anyway, but we are confidently expecting the Team ABBA car to come back out at some point after noon. So they've got an hour and a half still before we're going to be seeing the 234 BMW out, the ABBA Racing with Roll Centre team car. The 105, I suspect, is probably done, though, because we did see it in the pit looking a bit forlorn a little while ago, and that was the car which lost a wheel going into Copse Corner, and or am I remembering wrongly?
Which one are you talking about?
That one, yes. No, it was Beckett's.
105 lost to Will of Beckett's, yeah.
Yeah, so I had a feeling it wasn't Copse, it was at Beckett's, where that car went into the gravel. At the time, there didn't seem to be that much damage to it. The wheel came off cleanly, the car spun and went into the gravel, and it was then given a flatbed recovery in order to get it back to the garage. But it didn't get going again after that incident. As I say, I think there might have been more damage done to it than was repairable.
Hello to Jim Cameron from Mission Motorsport. He's with you on the Synchro Motorsport Race of Remembrance, winning a Honda Civic. He says the thing looks ace and he likes the NSX, and has provided me with a photograph of a sort of dark strawberry, raspberry metallic car to go with the oof. It doesn't look bad in that colour. It's more colour sensitive than I thought, but I do not like that chrome bar across the front end.
That's the new NSX, isn't it?
Yeah. I thought the old car was a stunning piece of kit, and still, although prices are going up, still a massively undervalued supercar. The only thing that lets it down, as in most Japanese cars of that era, is the interior is a bit uninspiring, but the performance levels and the reliability. I know 2 people have got those cars with well over 130,000 miles on them and still run exactly as they were meant, and you can take them down your Honda dealer still to be serviced. Quite an extraordinary piece of kit.
Yes. Yes, one of them. Yes.
I wonder if I can persuade the responsible adult that I need a Honda. I need something sensible. We've got too many 2-seat sports cars. I need a sensible Honda. Yes, all right, dear. Yes, off you go. You can find somewhere to park it.
She's listening.
Excellent. I know she is. Need one of the Mark IIs, or the Series 2s, the one that Ayrton Senna tuned the suspension on. It's like facelift on those early cars.
John Philippi, I was lauding his efforts earlier on. He is going quicker than anyone has gone in that Audi since the start of the race. However, Melvin de Groot is going more quickly than him. And in fact, Melvin has now upped his pace, possibly as a result of Philippi's pace. But Melvin has upped his pace now so that he is going faster than Sebastian Bleekemolen went earlier on as well. Although, to be fair, that car may have been starting to suffer with its shock absorber problem,
yes,
which was then later having to be fixed. But the number 100 car certainly is in fit condition, considering it's done more than 18 hours racing, still lapping very rapidly.
And another good time, I think, coming on from the Team Sally car. Just saw a flash of green in the middle sector for that car, so maybe they're building up to something else there with Mats Christensen behind the wheel. 5.5 hours to go, Paul, and this is odd to say this, but for some of the cars who are coming to the end of a stint, they'll be thinking about the end of the race now. But if you can do 2 hours, then if you've got a pit stop to come in the next 90 minutes, that will be your last pit stop. Possibly.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, most people will only have 2 pit stops to go from here.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you need to be able to react whichever way it goes. If we go from now to the crazy thing about this race was we had a long period in the early part of the race with no code 60s at all, and I think we'd only had 3 code 60s with half of the race gone, and it was really only in the second half of the race when the code 60s suddenly, it was after midnight when we had 3 code 60s up to midnight, and then after midnight all the rest came. So it wasn't to do with the dark, because it went dark at about 7 o'clock, and so it wasn't the fact of the dart running, but something happened after midnight and suddenly we had a lot more code 60s. As it became light, we had a sudden flurry of code 60s. That often happens, particularly 2 of them were specifically for cleaning the track and getting all the stones and rubble and general detritus from racing that were then visible. They'd obviously been there during the night, but suddenly they decided that was a good time to sweep the road clear. But if we can run from now to the end with code 60s, then yes, you're absolutely right. You should start thinking about how you're going to back time it from the end of the race. The trouble is, just as you wouldn't dream of doing it at the start of the race, because you know that sometime between the start of the race and the end of the race you're going to have a code 60, you're still pretty certain that you're going to have a code 60. You wouldn't start a 5.5 hour race saying, we're going to get through this without any code 60s. Although you might. I don't think you would plan for it, put it that way. But I think you would need to keep an eye on it, particularly with getting drivers ready and telling drivers, look, this is your last stint. You're not going to be driving again after this. Just to kind of set their mental state right, or you are going to be driving again, perhaps more importantly. So I think you need to do a bit of planning for things like that.
Sorry, you
were gasping and...
Yes, the outburst was for Francis Tia, who is still manfully getting to grips literally with the Modena Motorsports 216. The car seems a bit squirrely under braking and turning, particularly for right-handers still. The steering wheel at a jaunty angle. Remember, this was the car that had the right rear suspension changed early on, then had to come back in again because it still wasn't right. There'd been a rear bottom control arm that was not controlling the rear wheel indeed at all, which is, you might think, that's for a front-wheel drive car, how bad can it be? Well, it was like having a caster on the back rather than an actual wheel pointing in the right direction. And I know our good friend Martin Haven, who principally does World Touring Car coverage, although I think he's on Formula E this weekend. He always says that you don't need wheels on the back of a touring car. You could just do with casters because they're only there to keep the exhausts from dragging on the ground, which I think he got from David Leslie, whose anniversary it was, along with Richard Lloyd, not so very long ago, earlier last week, wasn't it? Much missed, those guys.
There used to be a driver training mechanism called Skidmaster, didn't there? That,
yes.
kind of made the rear wheels turn in order to simulate a skid. So, unless you're a drift champion, you don't really want the rear wheels dancing around on.
You know how they do that now? I've seen them how they do that. They put a plastic cover over the rear tyres of front-wheel drive cars, and to teach you how to deal with a skid in a front-wheel drive car, because it's something that most people don't do. And I've seen it done at a number of different places, and also used to good effect for precision driving, stunt driving. Put a clear plastic wrap cover all the way around the tyre. It fits very snugly, and basically then it has zero rear grip, and you can drive it sideways even though it's a front-wheel drive car. It's an amazing thing to see. Took me ages to work out how this guy was driving a Nissan Juke sideways, which I knew wasn't the Juke R's that RML conceived, designed and built for Nismo, with the effectively shortened Nissan GTR platform, which are a hoot, and I've driven round here, both versions, the left-hand drive and the right-hand drive car, with just the 540 horsepower.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Vimmervet Motorsport time again, I'm afraid, because they're going very rapidly, or at least Marcel Thier in the Modena car ahead of him isn't going so rapidly. In fact, in terms of lap times, the Vimmervet Motorsport car, Vimmerwerk Motorsport car, with Gunther Wiesmeyer doing the driving, is gaining on it at a fair old rate of about 2 seconds per lap. Now, it's a 2-lap gap, so again, it's going to be more than he can deal with in this particular stint. But if it is a pattern that you can extrapolate forwards to the end of the race, then as with such a long distance still to go, it's entirely possible that at least we can get the Vimmerwerk car up into 4th place. Marcel Thier not as quick, certainly, as the other drivers of the 217 car, so it's not likely that car's going to continue to go slowly, unless there is a problem with it, which would explain Marcel's slower lap times. But up ahead, still very impressed indeed with Melvin de Groot's times. John Philippi coming towards the end of his normal tank of fuel now. Another 3 laps, I reckon, is all he'll have aboard for fuel, because he stayed out through the last 2 Code 60s. And so he is really wanting a Code 60 so he can come in and get a little bit more fuel, and then he'll be able to take that half a tank to the end of his 2-hour maximum driving time. But if we don't get another Code 60, then I think we'll see John Philippi coming in within the next 2 or 3 laps.
What I'm going to do now is just take anyone who is rejoining us back through what happened overnight, to give Paul a chance to just grab some sustenance as well. When we left you at 10 o'clock last night, the number 107, one of the Seats, our Paul sitting car, was in the pits having a gearbox replaced. That took them 1 hour and 17 minutes. They are in 9th position now. And at midnight, we had a 7-minute Code 60 to rescue the 312 car that was stopped out of fuel at Aintree, the 312 being the Stanco and Tanner Motorsport Seat Leon. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the then leading SP3 GT4 car of the Colin White team lost 23 minutes with a broken drive shaft. 2:30, the 122 and 121 came together. Philippi and Atkinson, John Philippi and Simon Atkinson, thank you, Paul. That made a necessary 2 extra pit stops for the 121. They lost a little bit of ground there, and subsequently at 3:30 came in for a gearbox problem, which cost them another 2 hours and 26 minutes. In the meantime, out on the track, we had our 5th Code 60 for just 7.5 minutes when the 174 car stopped for a broken drive shaft. That 174 being the Endurance Autosport car, and that was Andrew Dolan driving that. Fast forward to 4 o'clock in the morning, an 8-minute stop for the 303 jordansredcamel.nl Seat. Ivo Breukers at the wheel. They had a little tap early on, and there was some weird handling going on at the back of that car, and eventually a rear steering arm was broken enough to have to replace it. Ivo saying to Paul Trustwell overnight, I was scared. Half an hour later, second broken drive shaft for the Colin White Ginetta, the 178 car. And then 10 minutes after that, our sixth Code 60. 20 minutes to 5 in the morning, the number 105 Seat TCR lost a wheel at Beckett's, and that wheel did some damage as it was making its bid for freedom. Now, at that time, a bit of luck for the team, Blake & Moreland. They had none here last year, I remember, led the race up until hour 19 before the turbo went on the car terminally. But they needed to come in and change discs and pads. It was under that Code 60 for the 105, so they were in and out without losing the lead of the race. Then at 5:20 in the morning, the 137 came back out, having had a 1 hour 40-minute stop for the Moss Motorsport BMW. Various suspension issues, said the driver. The team said he's been off, but he won't admit it. 10 minutes before 6, the 7th Code 60 to recover the number 71 Core-Oyser BMW. John Ferrano was driving and lost a left rear wheel after the studs broke and lost the lead of the A3 category. 8th Code 60 was at 20 past 6 in the morning. The Moss BMW again. Tony Morris went off in the gravel at Luffield. Then at 7 o'clock, and I saw this one on the stream, the 9th Code 60 was called to clean the track as the daylight came. It was obvious there was quite a lot of debris, and Kraventic and the officials here decided it was a good idea. 8 o'clock, big moment in the race. A broken shock absorber causing a 14-minute pit stop for the leader, who lost the lead. Team Blake & Moreland dropping down the field. But almost immediately, whilst those guys were in the pit, so this did help them, at 7 minutes past 8, we had our 10th Code 60, again for track cleaning. There was a cone on the track at Farm. Next big point of order, the just before 8 o'clock as well, broken turbo for the 303. That dropped them down the order. And then at 8:30, the 216, the 216 is the Modena Motorsport car, the first of their car, pits in the Code 60 after they'd already had a longer stop. They again had problems with the right rear suspension on that car. Now, it's still not handling correctly, and it's been in a couple of times, but it is circulating in third position. We've had a couple more of Code 60s. We're up to 13 now. The 303 got out of the pits and then immediately stopped with zero oil pressure, as we had suspected after that turbo changed. And then we saw the 71 car, the Core-Oyser racing machine. No, we didn't. Sorry, it was the Moss Motorsport UK car, the BMW 1M, having done 6 laps after its pit stop. That ground to a halt. Both of those incidents happening just at the exit of the first corner on this part of, or this incarnation of the circuit, being Cop. So you're up to date, and I'll give you a rundown of the current positions next. So it's Team Blake & Moreland who lead by 8.5 minutes, 3 laps if you prefer, over the pit lane Competizione Audi. So Seat Leon number 100 from Audi number 122. The Modena Motorsport twins are 3rd and 4th position, still 18 minutes back from second place, 18 and 21 minutes back from second place. And those two cars in the order 216, 217. 5th position for Wimmerwerk Motorsport, the Austrian Seat Leon, in 5th place, that 266 car. Then the Stanko and Tanner Motorsport Swiss-entered Seat Leon in 6th position, the 312. Best non-TCR, well, we've got 2 BMW M235i Racing Cup cars. The leader in Class Cup 1, Jimmy de Bruyker, behind the wheel of the Belgian-entered machine with the all-Belgian crew, the 154 in 7th position. RMA Track Days is in 2nd position in the Cup 1 class, and they are 8 minutes or 7 laps behind 5 laps behind their competition there. Rounding up the top 10, Seat Leon of Monlag Competition, the 107 car, and the BMW 235i Racing Cup of Zorg Rennsport, the 151, third in the Cup 1 class. Just outside the top 10 and recovering, Moss Motorsport UK in that BMW E46 M3 lead the SP3 GT4 class, having completed 396 laps. In 13th position, Mads Christensen in Team Sally Racing, the Renault Clio Cup car, lead A2 on 393 laps, and that is our final. Court Oyster Racing is our final class leader, with the 71 car in 15th position on 391 class. The CWS car, which had those 2 drive shaft issues, back into the pits again for more of the penalties. They'd got within 9 seconds of 15th position before they came in. Colin White telling us that wasn't very happy with the minimum reference lap times that they had been given, and feels that the car should be going at least a second or so quicker. They've been piling up those penalties for breaking out of the bracket, and that's why they're standing still now. Gearbox off the number 137 Moss Motorsport car. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Now that is going to be a lengthy stop then for the Moss Motorsport machine. And that is the car that's leading SP3 GT4 by just a couple of laps or so. Joe Bradley, that is the gearbox I see underneath the car.
Yeah, remember, just before my pit stop, this car was being towed into its garage, and the gearbox is off, the props off. That's the clutch I can see lying there, the clutch bell housing. I have a feeling it could be an engine, because the gearbox is lying underneath the car. The clutch plate and pressure plate and the bell housing's lying underneath the car. We're not having another gearbox brought out, so you obviously have to remove the gearbox to get the engine out. So what it looks like is it's either something like a flywheel has sheared, so that would explain why you have to get rid of all the gearbox to get to the flywheel, or the engine's coming out. Now, I can't see anything happening at the front of the car, i.e. taking the radiators off or anything. All the attention is at the back of the engine, where the gearbox would meet the engine.
That car, Joe, went out the pits, all played normal, did 6 relatively normal laps, and then ground to a halt, just coming out of Cops on the run up the Maggots.
So lost all drive.
Yes.
Let me have a word with someone who may be in the know. Barry McMahon, are you in this car, Barry?
I'm not, no.
No, who is? That man there with the specs, right. Bear with me, guys.
Yeah.
We'll go and get a man who knows, who may have been... Now, hopefully
this is far more interesting than... Task Bradley is far more interesting than Challenge Annika, isn't it?
Sorry, what's your name?
Tony.
Tony, you're in the 137 BMW. Were you in the car when that had a problem?
I was, yeah.
All right, you're the man I need to see. Yeah, what was the problem? Lost drive or something?
Yeah, lost drive. Apparently, they're changing the flywheel at the moment, so it's been a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, because the car was going really well up until then.
Yeah, it's been when it's on the circuit, it's been good, but unfortunately, spent a lot of time in the pits, and we've suffered from the regulations rather, which unless you're a TCR car, they don't like you being here.
All right, well, I'm finding out a lot about that. How long do you think the car? I mean, I'm looking at the car now, and the gearbox is lying there. It's just a case of bolting it all back together at this stage, is it?
Yeah. Hopefully, but I mean, it's going to take I think we're just going to sort of, rotate to the end. Hopefully, once it's all back together.
Okay. Cheers. Thanks for that. Hey, I was right, wasn't I?
Yeah, good stuff. Paul Truswell.
The 216 Modena Motorsport Seat Leon back in the pits again. Francis Chia, I won't say he's given up the job, but he's out of the car. And you know how you put your hands on your hips and...
Yeah, I've had enough of that, mate.
He's sort of, he's not showing a huge amount of enthusiasm to rush into the garage and tell the next driver getting in. The next driver is already in the car, so it's going to go out again. They're not going to push it back into the garage at the end of this. They're going to drop it off the jacks and then send it on for more fuel. And on the rotation, I'll be interested to see how they play this one, because it could well be Benny Simonsen getting back into the wheel. And favourites in this race, certainly Benny is one of them. He's done marvellous things with this car when he's been behind the wheel of it, and he's going out again in it now. The car having been, although the entry list shows Philippe Descombe as the 5th driver, it's been shared just amongst the 4 of them, Wayne Shen, John Shen and Francis Chia, and with Benny Simonsen, as I say, on the rotation, due to get into it next. Philippe Descombe has been restricting himself to driving the 217 car, which Benny Simonsen hasn't driven at all. So if you have an entry list and you see the 5 drivers listed for both the 216 and the 217, in fact, they've both been driven by just 4 drivers, with Benny concentrating on the 216 car and Descombe driving the 217. And as John said in his rundown just a moment ago, the 2 cars running in 3rd and 4th places, chasing or trying to chase the Audi, but the Audi is getting further and further out of reach up ahead of them. 9 laps is the gap now from 2nd to 3rd, although only 1 lap separates the 2 Modena cars, and then a further lap behind the 2nd of the 2 Modena cars is the Wimmerwerk car, the number 266 class car. So we'll see how Benny, if it is indeed him, gets on with the 216. But at the moment, the 2 Seat sandwiching the Audi at the front of the field. And John Philippi, all credit to him, I suggested that he'd be coming towards the end of his stint. Well, he's gone on for 36 laps, which is not quite as far as that car has gone through the race, but getting close to as far. He did Zach Arnold did a 39 lap stint earlier on, but that was again across a code 60, and there were 2 code 60 periods during this one that John Philippi has been driving. But in any event, I don't think we're going to be seeing the 122 Audi out on the track very much longer. He's going to be in for some fuel fairly shortly, so that will not lose its 2nd place unless something goes wrong with the pit stop, because let's say the 2 Modena cars behind are so far behind that they won't be able to catch up on a regular pit stop. The 3 Cup cars that are in the top 10 have now been split by the Monlau competition Seat Leon, which is making up ground and has now taken over in 9th place thanks to the efforts of Alba Cano Ramirez. Joe spoke to her. She is one of 2 drivers in that team to whom Joe can speak. Not from any...
But you can speak to all of them.
Yeah, just don't understand a word that he says.
Well, in point of fact, we don't understand everything he says.
No, I'm afraid that is a sad fact, but one that I have come to live with and enjoy. Philippi in the pits.
Sometimes celebrate, frankly. Yes, John Philippi in the pits from 2nd position.
Great to have a word if we can with John Philippi, because he has impressed at the wheel of that car.
I've been impressed, yeah.
And he's been in no small part contribution to the progress of that car up through the field. Even without the demise of 1 or 2 of the leading TCR runners. Was that a penalty he had to take there? I think it probably was, wasn't it? So the TCR car claiming having had its penalty, he is on its way down now for the pit stop. Driver change is about to happen, and say it's 4 laps behind the race leader, which at this stage in the race is not a bad performance, and it would have been interesting to see how it would have fared had the battle been equal between the 303, for example, the 121 car, which had that long stop for the gearbox to be replaced, the track day car, car number 121, which is back out again now. Cody Hill is actually driving the Track Club Honda Civic. The Track Club Seat Leon.
Leader still the team Blake Molan, Seat Leon still with nearly 9 minutes of a lead. We'll keep an eye on that up here as Joe follows some interesting stories. As many of you will know, the International Endurance Series run by Creventic and the 24-hour Touring Car Endurance Series taking a visit to the continent of America for the first time this year, and second weekend in November we'll be at the Circuit of the Americas just outside of Austin, Texas for a 24-hour race, a double 12 actually in the style of Brooklands, and some news about possible entries for that, Joe, from Honda North America and Canada.
Indeed, and two gentlemen that have been lurking in the Honda Synchro Motorsport garage all weekend. Let me introduce you, Scott Nickel, all the way from Canada, and Lawrence Huang, who's from Honda Research and Development, based in Los Angeles. You guys, Scott, Lawrence, you're the reason why you're here. You're not just lurking, you're not just drinking English tea. You're here for a reason, and that reason is with a view to entering our 24-hour series race at Quarter later in the year. Scott?
Yeah, this is a great learning experience from being invited by Synchro to come learn about the series and how it's run, and we're going to try and bring some great cars to COTA.
What's the intention? What you said? Cars? They're plural. Lawrence's face, just his eyebrows raised there.
Lawrence gonna.
Lawrence, you answer that. Scott, there, I think he's put you under pressure a little bit, saying cars plural.
Well, so we have had intention of bringing cars to Europe because we felt the endurance racing or racing overall is much more developed and matured in Europe, and 24-hour racing is, well, at Nürburgring, at Spa, at Silverstone. These kind of places are essentially bucket list for a lot of us in the U.S. because we don't have the same level of preparation or organization as what's going on here, and so we were super excited to find out that COTA was going to be one of the venue that your series is going to be in. But it was also too much of a risk for us to just read the rule book and show up. So Scott and I were just exchanging ideas, and we decided, you know what, to do this right, we got to go there and learn it firsthand. So we just showed up. And luckily we had Synchro Motorsport. They're just warmest hospitality. And we really enjoyed this weekend so far. And we were able to walk around and look at other teams, see how the race is done, how fueling is done. And this is the first time that we're trying to join a series that observes FIA rule, and which is very, very different from, say, SCCA NASA, which is the North American type of racing. And so this is definitely a big step up for us to, experience. And
we know that Honda run a front-wheel drive car in the Conti series. Is this? I think it's the HRT team over in the States. Is this going to be some kind of extension to that? Is there any kind of dovetail or cooperation going on?
So actually, at Honda, many of our plants, our R&D facilities, and different parts of Honda offices, we have employee race team, and I was told that it's probably one of the biggest, in terms of number of participants, it's probably the biggest amongst all automakers, because Honda is really into racing for not just the company concept, but also the company wants the employee to have that kind of mindset. And we felt that, well, Mr. Honda said, if there's no racing, there's no Honda. And so we get a lot of support, even though this is all voluntary efforts, but there's a lot of passion, and then people put their effort in to do this because they want to do it and they love doing this. So we're R&D team. Hart is plant team. They're actually a little bit bigger and more experienced than we are. But we have the same goal of try to, join as many races and as high level racing as we can. So this is one of the activities.
And the experience, Scott, I saw last night, it's not just about learning the rules, which are a little bit different to what we've experienced already, but I saw you last night when the engine needed changing, you rolled up your sleeves and got stuck in there. I saw you hands covered in oil.
Well, this isn't our first 24-hour race, don't get me wrong. We've been through a couple 24-hour races ourselves, so we know what it takes to be a part of the team in order to get things done and get the car back out on track.
Okay, guys. Question, I'm going to put you on the spot. What cars are you going to bring to Quarter? Lawrence, is that one for Lawrence? What would you like to bring to Quarter, and what's realistic then?
Well, we would like to bring the latest model Civic Si, the coupe, to the COTA race. And it will probably be one of the slower class, but we should start where we are comfortable with and what our budget allows. So we really look forward to it.
So that'll fit into our A2 class, which is against the Clios, and we've already got a Honda in that class already. So that's where you see yourselves pitching up. No NSX.
Well, we'll see the competition, and then we'll come up with something.
Right, great. You know what? It's great to have you guys. Whatever you bring, it's going to be great to see. I think everyone's excited about Quarter, and help yourself to more British tea if you feel at home. Thanks for the interview, guys.
Very good stuff. The Honda America race team out of Marysville, the road car series production plant there, running in IMSA competition with Steve Ike and Cameron Lawrence. There's a couple of their drivers now in World Challenge with an NSX. Did run a Honda Civic, a couple of Honda Civics actually, in black. Not dissimilar colour scheme to Synchro. We've gone through another hour of racing, so we're under 5 hours to go. 248 has been having some problems. Michael Lyons is driving the TGF Jiva Ginetta, and it's been losing some fluid from the left rear of that car. Whether that's just an overflow or something more sinister, not certain, but it's been keeping a weather eye on that car, as have the guys up in race control. And there was a slight moment for our leader in the BMW 235 Racing Cup 1 class. Third place car in the Cup class, but sitting now 10th overall. The 151 had a stop out on the circuit, and Kyle Wheatley ground to a halt in Beckett, but then got it going again. So the yellow flag there was quickly withdrawn. 138 Vanquish Seat in the pit lane, and that has been there for some time, brought in by James Lippman some 38 38 minutes ago, and looks like preparation's been made for the red, white and black machine to roll back out again. Just checking ride heights. Joe Bradley is there. Any news on what kept that car in the pit lane for 40 minutes?
We've got. I'm looking at what's around the car. That's always the clue to what job's been done on the car. Now we've got a damper here. If I just get my able assistant to have a look at these components. We've got a damper here and a hub, an upright. GM. Now whether or not we've had a failure, we have had a. Aha! Now then, this is the broken bit. See that? Snapped off.
Top of the damper mount.
That's the damper mount. Yes, I suspect perhaps contact may be the cause of that. That's not usually what breaks on these cars, just off use. That usually takes a bit of contact, and we've got an upright there. That's also been. Now where's GM? Where's your driver, sir?
He was in the car.
Chris Yarwood here, who wasn't in the car, but you may know what happened. Contact?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know a lot. I've only just arrived.
All right, okay, you've just gotten back. Where's Jamie?
Going into the one of the hairpins, I think. Got shunted in the back. Right. But I don't know why, to be honest. Rear wheel damage, a control arm damage. So they've changed it really quickly, and we're back out, which is great.
Yeah, bad luck. Can happen.
Yeah,
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, he was on the ball there, Chris Yarwood, and that car moving again. That was a rear upright, but this time from contact. Paul Truswell and John Hindhoff with you. Joe Bradley, you heard there in the pit lane as the 138 comes out at walking pace out of the fuel station and is he going back on the track? Yes, he is. If you just tyre pickup obviously being a problem as well, with lots of rubber being taken out of various orifices of cars. If you're not familiar with this form of racing and you're wondering why the guys aren't fueling at the pits, they don't. There is a separate fueling area, which means the teams don't have to worry about expensive fuel rigs and fuel bottles, and also the majority of their team, other than the man or men who are doing the fueling, you're allowed to. Well, the rest of the team don't have to wear fireproof clothing. Put safety paramount down in the fueling area, with balaclavas, goggles and full fireproofs required for them. 266 Seat, the white and orange car, circulating again, and that car now up into 5th position, the Austrian Seat, if you will. Paul?
Yes, that's kind of, I can't say it's a dark horse, because it's a...
anything but.
It's a bit of a bright orange and white car, but certainly it's one of those cars that caught my eye. In fact, it was the Transporter that first caught my eye when I got here, whenever it was. It feels like earlier today, but the days have been long recently. The Transporter looking immaculate is a big thing. I noticed the Viennese number plate on it, and then you kind of get into the garage and you see this lovely bright orange and white car, and Gunther Wiesmeyer has kept his nose clean. The whole team has kept the car clean, they kept the nose clean, and stayed out of trouble, which has also been the approach that the pit lane Competizione Audi team has followed. Robert Ferri it is who's taken over the Roberto Ferri it is who's taken over the wheel of that car from John 122 was John Filippi.
Correct.
And Roberto not as quick as Filippi, I'm afraid, and the rest of the team are not as quick as Filippi, but Roberto is probably the slowest driver of the three. So we need to keep our eyes out now on the 216 Modena Motorsport car, which is Benny Simonsen at the wheel of that car, with its very awkward handling features, I'll express it that way.
Challenging.
Yes, it's quite.
Keep you awake at this time of the morning, though. Speculation from a number of people, including Motorsport Calendar, who've tweeted in at Specutainment using the hashtag 24HTCES that might be a fuel leak on the G55 coming out the left-hand side. So that might have just been at the start of slightly overfilled for Michael Lyons. He's been in that car. Yes, he's only been in that car 10 minutes, so that might gel with that. Slightly movable aerodynamic device on the right front of the 122 Audi as part of the TCR wing package, or fender package, is in the breeze. It looks like an old semaphore indicator, doesn't it, on an A35 or something like that.
A trafficator, you mean?
Yes. I can't imagine it's doing the aero any harm, really. Not that much harm. It's sticking out in the airflow, I suppose.
It's helping the cooling of the brakes, because they'll be getting a little bit more air through the brake, at least on that side.
I hope nobody from Formula One sees that, because otherwise they'll all have them by this time next week, won't they? Synchro Motorsport Honda back into the pit lane, having some work done on the brakes on the back of that car. So this looks like another brake change. I think this is their second. They had one quite early on in the piece.
Yeah, I'm not sure they've done the back ones before now.
Definitely a brake change there.
But they are on their second engine of the race.
Of course.
And tip of the cap to them, I had my worries, because the first engine blew up at 8 o'clock on a race that started at 4, and they were clearly prepared to put another engine in. And I thought, well, if you're preparing to do that a matter of 4 hours into a 24-hour race, you're going to have a lot of engines backed up in the garage somewhere.
Yes, reminds me of the old 2CV races where people used to swap engines and gearboxes quite.
I think they used to swap cars, didn't they?
Monotonous regularity.
Wheel one out of the car park somewhere and slap some numbers on the side.
In fairness, and to just underline how cost-effective running one of these Hondas can be, and how great the engineering is with Honda, that engine had at least a couple of 24-hour races on it, and a race of remembrance, which it won the race of remembrance, and I think it had class wins in the 2 24-hour races that engine had on it. So you can understand the reluctance to change a winning formula. I'm minded of something that an uncle of mine said, Dave Beige, many years ago when I was learning the rudiments of keeping your car on the road as you used to be able to do. If it's not broke, don't try and fix it. Take the bit off that's broken and replace it. Shall I clean this bit up, Dave? No, don't touch it. If you start cleaning things up, it's likely to fall apart. And I'm wondering if the guys at Aber Roll Centre are thinking that, seeing as though they completely rebuilt the car over winter, having had it win last year, and they stripped it back to a bare shell in preparation for this year, and have had issues.
I think it would probably take a chapter of Martin Short's forthcoming book to tell the whole story.
Tell me he's writing a book.
I'm not going to tell you that, no, because I don't know whether it's true or not.
He should be. 30th year of racing for Martin Short and Roll Centre Racing.
No, it's his 31st year now.
Yes, 31st, yes. He's completed 30. You're absolutely right, yeah.
Yeah, celebrated in style, as
it was a fine evening.
Only Michel can organise. Yeah, sorry I had to miss it. I was got everything planned to go, and then it didn't quite happen at the last minute. But anyway, one of the great characters of the sport, and as I say, Martin,
generally a great bloke as well. Let's be honest.
Those of you who have listened to him talking on the various programmes that we've covered will know what a character he is. But for every story that he's told to the listeners, there's probably about 10 stories that haven't been told. And bear in mind that here's a driver that started racing in 1987 at the tender age. I think he was already 26 before he even started racing, which I've just given something away that I shouldn't have done. Never mind. Hopefully most people aren't doing the maths at the moment.
It was his birthday last month, wasn't it?
It was fairly recent, yes.
Yeah.
Somebody who's
9th of March?
started in kit car racing and bought a kit car for the road, enjoyed driving it on the road so much, said, I think I'll try and work out how to race this. He phoned I won't name names. He phoned a race circuit, and they said the best thing you can do is to phone a different race circuit, which he then phoned a different race circuit, and went racing.
Like it.
First race that he attended was the one that he was in.
Very good. Very good indeed. What kit car was that then, Paul?
It was a 7 lookalike, but it wasn't a 7.
A Westfield or something like that.
It wasn't a Westfield, but
Robin Hood.
He has it. It's in the garage, or the shed, or one of the outbuildings. Yes, it's a 7 derivative, but not the 7. He'll tell us at some point.
I'm sure he will. Also a keen motorcyclist as well, both on and off-road, which always goes down well with me. The Mini's still circulating. Max Bladen behind the wheel of the Accelerate 134. I say still. They're currently still testing it to destruction, it would seem. This very interesting project from Accelerate. Max just getting himself in a bit of a tangle down at the braking point for Veil. Looked like the gear wouldn't engage as he was changing down the sequential box. Just went a bit deep in there, but saves it all. Very talented young man, Max Bladen, and very pleasant young man as well, I'm told by those. I haven't had more than a couple of words with Max myself, but the responsible adult spoke highly of him on her table at the Grand Marshal's dinner at the Rolex 24, and most impressed the boss. And that Mini looks an absolute picture. As I said yesterday, fabulous to see the Cosworth decals on there, although that's for data acquisition rather than tweaking of uppy downy and roundy bits in the engine block. But very much a local company here at Cosworth. He used to be based out at Wellingborough in the premises now owned by Ray Mallock Limited, and then moved a little closer to the centre of town. For a while owned by Audi, but I think back out in independent hands now. They owned Cosworth and Marl, didn't they, for a wee while. Instrumental in the very, very impressive, tiny and beautiful Nismo 6-cylinder LMP1 engine, which is found its way into the back of the Colles this year. That car only turning 6 laps in the prologue before being packed up and sent away. In fairness to Cosworth and Nismo, that is only an engine supply, customer engine supply contract. That's not a full effort in LMP1. Leaders in the pit lane, Paul.
Yes, good. Can I just answer the previous question? It was
Yes.
a martlet.
A martlet?
Yeah, there you go.
You looked that up. Well done.
I did, yes.
How appropriate for Mart, in short.
Very appropriate, yes. So, yes, the leader in the pits, 38 laps completed for Melvin de Groot, and they were good laps, as well as I was saying, as he was midway through the stint. Without predicting how the outcome of the race is going to fall, with still just under 5 hours of the race remaining. But the Blake & Molan car, having dominated for a good deal of last year's race at Silverstone, the Silverstone 24 Hours, dominated for a good part of this, had a bit of a hiccup and had, 15 minutes of a pit stop that they hadn't scheduled, but nevertheless have managed to use their pace to get the lead back again. And I think it's fair to say that there are there's kind of two classes of TCR, not in the sense of real classes, but there's the quick TCRs and there's the less quick TCRs. And the number 100 Blake & Molan car is the only remaining quick TCR class car. The other one's obviously been the Red Camel Jordan's car, which has had its problems and fallen back, the 303 car. The 107 car, the Monlau Competition car, which Jose Manuel Perez Icart is now back at the wheel of, and having had the problems that car has had, it has now climbed back up to the top 10 in 9th place and making up ground on the Cup cars. I think it's going to probably get to the top ahead of all the Cup cars by the time it gets to the end of the race, because it is a very quick car, but delayed earlier on with a gearbox problem, wasn't it? Lost over an hour in the pits having that fixed.
Hour and 17 minutes, in fact.
Hour and 17 lost in the pits. So that car was one of the top favourite cars, you might call it, at the beginning of the race. And the other one, which we were expecting to go well, the RS Connect car, that's had its problems, fallen back, came to rest out on the circuit somewhere. And the 121, not necessarily one of the quickest, but had a very good strategy, good fuel consumption, but then that had a gearbox failure as well.
Yeah, that 121 just in for a pit stop and soaking up a penalty before it came in along the pit lane. Those of you who are keen-eyed will notice that all of the cars have numbers on the front and rear windscreens. Some of them, like the 121, have a little red and white T by that, and that is to signify that that is a turbocharged car. The reasoning for that is that the turbos don't have to turn their engines off when they're being fuelled. And also, if you are very eagle-eyed, next to the fuel filler, you will see a sticker which tells the marshals at the pump how much fuel that car is allowed under normal green flag conditions in a little green box, and in a purple box, guess what? How much they're allowed to take under code 60 conditions.
And that is always the half of the amount that they're allowed to take during green flag conditions, but because they know marshals, they like to spell it out and not have them having to take the shoes and socks off whilst they have their fireproof overalls on.
Yes. Very good.
But, yes, I mean, slide
drill's not good either down in down the fuel. They get in the way.
Do you know marshals who do have a slide rule with them just in case they need one? Yes, I mean the point being that. Creventic do think about these little items to make life easier, and even
for everybody.
Yeah, it means a little bit more administration up front. It needs a little bit more thinking about stuff up front. But I think, if anything, that's what Creventic does best, is thinking about stuff up front.
And the amount of work, putting the work in advance is always a good thing. Good prep is great, whether you're getting things ready for cooking, whether it's before you go to a sporting event, getting your gear together, whatever. The work that goes in unseen by Creventic. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday here, all the Creventic team were on site. They weren't sunning themselves in the early spring weather here. They were putting together for each of the teams a big box that had everything that team needed in. So the numbered tabards, the amount of passes that they needed,
team managers lanyard, because you get the four overalls for the numbered for the people who are allowed to work on the car, and then one for the team manager to wear as their lanyard.
All the documentation. They have a fast track for full season drivers if you have registered for it. So just like at the airport, there's 2 queues. You come in with your race suit and your license and everything like that if you're in the normal queue. If you're fast track, all of that's already been seen. So for you listening in America, it's like a TSA pre-approved. You just go straight in, you sign your doofer, and then you're off straight away. It's super well organised. Helmets, stickers,
hat. Because everybody gets a hat as well.
Everybody gets a hat, yes. Yes, good point. I've forgotten about that. Everybody got a little beanie hat.
Go to Barcelona, you get a paddling pool. Come to Silverstone, you get a nice warm hat.
It was free card, wasn't it, for the paddling pools? It was fantastic. And that is absolutely brilliant. And they will have been up and down the pit lane last night with soup and hot coffee for teams who might have forgotten about that. And when it's hot, they're out with ice creams. You know, this is a team of organisers who really take to heart the spirit of the competitors as their first line of customers, and all that hard work making, packing everything into that box with a car number on. Then Trustwell and Hindhoff turn up with their car, and what car number are you? 99, all right. Thud, there's your box, it's all in there. Oh, thanks very much.
But not only do they engage with their entrants and ask them what they want, but they don't just give their entrants what they want. They think about what they've asked for and then give them what they need. And that's a subtle difference. And I think, Creventic does do this, and we've experienced it with Gary Willems this weekend, where, he'll talk to you and he'll ask you and he'll hear your opinion. But he won't just go away and say, yep, well, that's what we're going to do. He'll say, right, we'll put that into the melting pot. I'll think about it and we'll do something.
Exactly right.
Because I think too often you kind of try to be reactive and you end up not delivering people what they want, even if you're giving them what they've asked for. A bit of a philosophical point, I suppose, but it
was always explained to me by somebody who worked in the hotel trade, which is the public-facing part of the hotel trade is very difficult and extremely hard work. And explained to me is, if you're going to be good at what we do, you have to anticipate what your guest wants before they even know they want it.
Yes.
And
I think that's
for it. Brilliant. And that's that's the sort of attitude that we have here. Okay, we've got that. This is all good. What's the next thing that we can do to make things? And then when they do something, everybody goes, that was genius. We never even thought to ask for that, but now that you've done it, how did we live without it? A bit like heated and cooled seats, the timing screens that we've got in front of us. They provide a digital television feed, the 24, the International Endurance Series races, and all of the teams can get a DTV box that they fasten up in the pits so that they've got access to the pictures, but also to the second, third and fourth screen of timing down various layers, a bit like Inception. It is very, very well thought out, and it comes from the fact that it was born of an idea from 2 competitors who were sick of being treated less than favourably by the series they raced in, and looked at each other, possibly over an adult beverage, I would think, and said, do you know what, I'm sick of this, I bet we could do better ourselves, ha ha. Well, why don't we give it a go? And thus Creventic was born.
Benny Simonsen is living up to expectations, but the car has fallen quite a long way back now. It's still in a podium place, but it really needs to look behind it to make sure it doesn't lose that podium pace, rather than look ahead of it to see if it can improve upon third place. The gap still knocking around 8 laps or so between the third place car and the second place car, but just for reference, the difference in lap times between Benny Simonsen in third and Roberto Ferri in the Audi in second place is 3 seconds a lap. Benny Benny is driving the socks off the Seat and chasing as hard as he can, but he's not going to be able to close that 8-lap margin down. However, only 1 lap behind him is the Team Modena Motorsports Seat Leon, which Marcel Tia is still behind the wheel of, and probably actually coming towards the end of that stint, Marcel. So the number 217, we had the 216 in almost half an hour ago now, but the 217 will be due in fairly shortly, and then will that enable the Wimmerberg Motorsport Seat up into 4th place? I do believe it might, but that will of course have to have its own pit stop in about another 15 or 20 minutes after the Modena Motorsports car.
I will offer you the first official retirement. James Muscat, thank you James for tweeting in at Specutainment using the hashtag 24HTCES. He offers me photographic evidence of the 105 Seat being pushed back into its race shuttle. Unless they're going to tow it round the circuit in that, I think we can decide that that is the first abandonné. It's not listed as an official retirement at the moment, but it would appear that's not coming back. We're still waiting to hear from Martin Short, Richard Neri from the Team ABBA with Roll Centre Racing BMW about how that engine reinstall is going and whether we might see the beast, the yellow and green beast, for a few hours blast after lunch.
I would be astonished if we don't see it, to be honest. I think having come back to the track and no doubt revived their spirits a little bit last night. Somebody's smoking very heavily coming down the Wellington Straight, John.
It's not good for your health, you know. It is the 216, Benny Simonson.
Oh, no.
And the car just go back to being on board a few moments ago as he turns into Brooklands. Everything all right from on board. I don't see any warning lights, but you can see from the rear view mirror and the wing mirror, and now as he turns into Luffield, getting a little bit of oil smoke into the car. He could peel into the pit straight away and does so.
No option, I don't think.
In the pit lane. This is 3rd position overall. Modena Motorsports, the best position, the best placed of the two Hong Kong entered Seat Leons, and it's coming down towards Joe Bradley now.
Yeah, just gone past, and he is trailing smoke from the left-hand rear wheel arch. So I'll just get out the way of the 71 BMW. That car being pushed straight into the garage. I suspect the smoke has been caused by a tyre rubbing on bodywork. I hope it's. I didn't see any smoke coming from the exhaust, unless you know differently.
No, I think you're spot on there, just from the quick look that I had at the side of the car. And the reason the car stops and then is pushed in is you're not allowed to drive the car under its own power into the garage. So you have to stop, engage neutral, and have your team push it in. And the car is in there. It did look like the left rear wheel was not centred in the wheel arch, in the fender, and that may be the cause of it. Joe, that to me might be another lower control arm here.
Indeed, this seems to be the Achilles. Yeah, this seems to be the Achilles heel for contact on any of the rear corners of these Seats. Now, looking at the bodywork around the wheel arch, all looks intact. It's just that tyre is smoking as it comes off. Wheel just being lifted. Now, it looks as though the wheel has sort of shifted, as you described, John, which indicates that it may be a suspension component that has failed. Let's have a look, see if I can put my head in. Looks intact. I might not be out. No, looks intact.
I think it's that rear control arm again.
It's got to be, hasn't it? It's got to be. Now, the
that's a different design from the other ones that we've.
This is the newer design. I think this is the version 3 car. The previous upright that we saw was a little bit more old-fashioned, is what I want to say. Of course, it's got to be, hasn't it, a version 2 or a version 1? We still haven't really found out what the problem is, because everything looks like it's where it should be. Now then, we're going to play how many people we can get under a wheel arch of a Seat again. And right now, I think it was 7 was the last count. There. Now you see that it's broken.
Moving.
It's a rear track control arm, the thing that controls the rear track.
I'll take back what I said. I now can see the component that you saw broken earlier on. It's upright and going forward from just behind the rear left caliper, and the bottom bolt on that has sheared off again, and that's the cause of the movement. And that's at least 3 of those that we have seen now.
They're not just braking though, John. We found that it's a result of contact. So when a car is coming wheel-to-wheel contact or getting hit in the side, now the thing is there's no bodywork damage, so that has been wheel-to-wheel contact, direct contact on that rear wheel tends to be the reason why these things are braking. So it's clearly a shear point.
And it's quite possible the way Benny was driving it that he was doing quite a lot of overtaking.
That's a very good point. Back to you in a moment for an update.
Not applying any blame, but as I say, Benny was on a bit of a charge. Joe?
Yes, Joe's still watching that. Meantime, out on the circuit, Sawgrain Sports having had their issues. Windscreen on the 151 looking a little difficult to see through for the third place Cup 1 car. And that is, at the moment, driving that car is Kyle Wheatley. We'll get Joe to give us an update on that third place car. It will be losing that third position to its teammate the next time the 217 comes across the line. In effect, it's lost it already, but it will be scored in third position, the 217, when it comes across the line next time around.
And the 217 due a pit stop very shortly, and that will potentially put the Wimmerwerk Motorsports Seat into a podium scoring position, which is what we were...
I heard a little cheer from Johannes Graglica in Austria. There we are.
A Viennese cheer.
A little Viennese cheer.
A Viennese boys cheer.
Very good. So we are through another half hour of racing. It's still Team Blakemolen leading on 449 laps. Their nearest competition, Pit Lane Competizione in the Audi, having been out for 33 minutes for them and just 13 minutes for Rob Smith in the Blakemolen car. So about 10 minutes between first and second if you're talking about actual time. In the pits in third place is the 217, comes in, takes third position for Modena Motorsports from Modena Motorsports. Now, Joe Bradley is down at the Modena pit. Does that mean that some work has had to stop on the other car, or is there enough people to service both of them, Joe?
No, there appears to be enough people to service both of them. They have crew for the 217 and crew for the 216. Of course, you're only allowed a certain amount of people on the pit apron, so they're all given fluorescent bibs. And so the Modena team very well drilled and very well organised. I'm just talking to Bas Coutens, who's running, let me just remind myself, the 312 car, and Baz and I are talking about what appears to be a bit of an Achilles heel with the Seat Leon. It's the Stanko Tanner car, isn't it, Baz?
Yes.
It's because you change cars every week. I talk to you. Yeah. I was speculating that the reason why we're seeing so much of this problem on the rear end of the Seat Leon was because of contact, and you were shaking your head. Now, you're the guy in the know. Tell me, what's your opinion why the suspension keeps breaking?
Of course, it depends on how the car and the driver goes on the curbstones. If these are rough drivers, we have seen the 216, 217. They're driving in front, they're driving fast, but they're always taking the curbs. I hear it from my drivers as well, from our car. But it's a weak point of the car, but it's not the weakest. The weakest is between the steering wheel and the seat.
You would say that, you're a team manager. Yeah. Bas, you were also telling me about the story of running a brand new Seat at a Paul Ricard 24 hours, and you basically ran the car literally out of the box.
Yes, we picked it up in Spain right before the race in Paul Ricard, and we had our main racing car, and we had a problem with the steering rack, an electronic problem, and we couldn't solve it ourselves. Finally, Seat found a solution, and they have now an update for this. But we asked the organization 2 years ago from Creventic if we can take the spare car, the new car, the brand new car. We took we had 34 minutes right before the start to build the car ready for the race. So we have to take all our stuff from our main racing car into the brand new car. But we even didn't check the car. We even didn't fill up the fuel tank for the first time. We did it only in this 34 minutes. 9 people, including the girls from the catering, helped us to build on everything. The lighted back panels, the transponder, the seat belts, the extra tank, etc., etc. And even the adjustment we did. And we finally ended the race. I think we won the race in our class, in TCR class. But what I wanted to say, the Seat is very, very reliable. If you have drivers who know how to drive this car, not too rough, it's a 24. It's not a sprint race.
So I was thinking, surely didn't these cars start out live for the Seat Copa Cup, and that's a sprint car, a 25-lap race, not an endurance race, and that's what we're seeing.
Yes, but the guys in Spain are not stupid, and they're looking around very well, and they know how to build a full course yellow button on the steering wheel. A sprint car doesn't need it. We have it. We have also a pit limiter button, and you can adjust it for 40, 60, 80, and here it's 40 kilometers an hour. So it's really designed. It's redesigned for endurance. So of course there are weak points, but as I said, the weakest points between the steering wheel and the seat. And if this guy is using the car too much, too hard, the far weakest point comes out. But for everything, there's a solution.
Absolutely. Thanks, Bas, for that insight. That's great as ever. Always great to talk to Bas Coutons. And like you say, John, we speculate. These guys know, these guys run these cars, and Bas Coutons, as ever, a great insight into the engine, how these cars are put together and engineered.
Extraordinary just how well those TCR cars, which let's not forget, were built as Joe was saying, and Bas Coutons was saying as well, that built as sprint cars, how extraordinarily well they have coped with being transformed or repurposed, should I say, into endurance racing machines. Now, Bas made the point there, and I think that's a point that we should just dwell on for a moment, that Seat Competizione decided that this was a good idea, and having seen one or two people go into endurance, and have now got an endurance kit for these cars with the sort of clever thoughts that Bas was talking about there, like the pit lane speed limit, like the code 60 button that's programmable, etc., etc. Extra fuel tanks, different lighting solutions, the jacks, the air jacks, heated windscreen as well, I think, is on the endurance. And these are not cheap racing cars, but I think with the endurance kit, the Seat is still just under €100,000, which is not super expensive. More money than I can find down the back of the sofa, obviously, but it is by no means as expensive as going and buying even a used Porsche Cup car. Could cost you that quite easily, but this is a very nicely designed and well thought out and engineered car.
And another element that somebody pointed out to is a driver of some sort. I can't remember who it was now, but he said that because you're doing a 24-hour race or a 12-hour race in the car, pretty much inevitably you get a fully rebuilt car before every race.
Yes.
If you're going sprint racing and you're at Brands Hatch one weekend and Snetterton in a couple of weeks' time, very often there are some jobs that you don't do between one race and the next.
To it, or you don't think you need to do them.
It just doesn't get done.
Very good.
With the result that the preparation, the standard of preparation of the car that you're taking into the race is at a much higher level. Okay, by the end of the race, it's usually sometimes can be a bit shambolic. Arthur Breukers from, I think it was Barcelona, when the car was in a right royal mess by the time they'd finished with it. But
next race, it's perfect. It's pristine. Absolutely making your point.
Exactly right. And and there's a certain element towards the confidence of the drivers that they know that they've got, I won't say it's a brand new car, but they've got a rebuilt and refettled machine for the race that they're about to embark upon. And as I say, I think that does play a role in it as well.
And it's certainly a very attractive way for people to go racing. Generally speaking, less experienced drivers are happier in a front-wheel drive car. It is a little more benign. When it goes sideways, you just keep steering into the corner and floor the throttle. Getting squirrely in a rear-wheel drive car requires sometimes cat-like reflexes. Having said that, the 216 at the moment is doing its best to throw every driver off the circuit. And the way Benny was throwing it at the corners earlier on in the race, certainly the first few laps, was absolutely extraordinary, the way the back end was coming around on that. But generally speaking, it will tend to understeer or oversteer in a way that you are able to save the car by excess throttle application, which is not the case in a rear drive car.
But you talk about a less experienced driver. The other thing that you have as a less experienced driver driving one of these cars in an endurance race is a more experienced driver who wants to sit down with you and help you to go more quickly.
Yeah.
If you're in a sprint series, you're on your own. You know, you go up to another driver and say, "Do you know, I'm really having trouble getting through Beckett's S's. How do you go?" He'll tell you it's flat in top. So you
let me have a look at your data trace.
Exactly, but you know, I mean, you can observe it all around the paddock area the days before the race. You know, there are drivers sitting together, going through data traces, going through onboard shots, and comparing where the younger driver is, or I say the less experienced driver is perhaps losing out. And as I say, you've got a very willing teacher, because these pro drivers or the more experienced drivers have got everything to gain by imparting the information.
And even in my very limited experience of driving an endurance race, when I did the 6 hours of Donington in a Porsche 924, Andy Merrick was our experienced driver, our ringer, if you will. And a couple of tips from him found me two and a bit seconds around Donington Park in a very underpowered car. And it was just a couple of things that I would never have thought of trying, because we were in a race situation by then. And, you know, Andy just said, listen, if you just left foot brake a little bit here, you're comfortable doing that and do this, that and the other, you'll find that you haven't got the power to spin the car, so don't worry about it, attack the corners. And immediately 2.5 seconds disappear from my lap time, and rather embarrassing for Andy, I posted a faster lap time than him in the race.
Well, it's because he's such a good teacher. I mean, he was
when he was out, it's fine, we joke about that. But no, it's exactly the right thing, and giving you the confidence to be able to say, you know, do this here, what are you doing there? And by the same token, if you get bad advice, then you're aiming for a lap time that might be unattainable, given the advice you're being given. Oh, it's third there, and then snatch fourth on the exit, when actually what you really need to do is go roll the car through in fourth gear and not have another gear change and unsettle the car. And that's happened to me as well, and actually ended up with me off the road. Now, you could say, well, you should have known better, Hindhoff, you should have tried that out. But when you don't have a lot of time in a particular car, and quite often these deals come together race by race for some of these drivers, and they're not in the same car, and not even in the same type of car, race on race, particularly for the 24-hour type of races, you don't have the experience and think, I'm really not going to try that in case I do stuff it. And then they say, so what, were you through there at fourth? Fourth? What were you in the fourth? We told you to go through there in third. And then you're in a real mess. And so, you know, you're trying to do something that isn't going to happen for you. I know from professional racing that back in Super Touring days, 2 drivers in the same team, one of the drivers very nearly did themselves a mischief trying to match the time of the other driver, and couldn't understand why, even if the settings were the same on the 2 cars, which were run by the same team, then he couldn't get within half a second. And 5-6 tenths is a lot in that racing. And then after the season ends, somebody put him out of his misery and told him that the other driver had different tyres.
Yeah, I think a lot of this goes back to something that I bang on about quite a lot, is the spirit, the team atmosphere, the openness that you need, and that's where personalities are so important, because best win in the world, some team members work well in one team and not with another, just because they're different personalities. And you know, I think that's true in all manner of team sports. But you know, you don't just have to fit from the point of view of skill, ability. You have to fit from a personality point of view as well. And particularly when you want to bring on a less experienced member of the team, that person has to have confidence in what you're telling him, and you have to know that what you're telling him is going to help. You know, those two things don't necessarily always come together. Not far off from the pit stop, next routine pit stop for the 266, the Wimmerwerk Motorsport Seat Leon, which has got itself up into third. However, it'll lose third, almost certainly, when it next comes in to the pits for this pit stop.
Yes, agree. Already got a couple of minutes, hasn't it? From is that Patrice de Colomba? The two ones. Philippe. In the Modern Motorsports 217.
Remember the 5th slot on that rotary dial that we see on the onboards is Philo.
Yeah, Philo. Yeah, very good. Just watching the 151 a moment ago, the Zorg Rennsport car. That is in the top 10 now, and that is 3rd place in the Cup 1 class. And just thought that the driver there in that 151, it was Kai Wheatley, just getting a little bit ragged. He's been out there 50 minutes on the tyres. Car starting to move around. He's having to work a bit harder. Joe Bradley, there is a glorious looking V8 engine that doesn't look that far away from being offered to the front of a black and lime green BMW down at Roll Centre.
No, there isn't, and it's in the right position in the garage at the front of the car. Now, Richard Neary and Martin Short were telling me early this morning that the car, they were scheduling to get the car rolled out the garage by midday. I think that was perhaps the after effects of a hangover after a couple of beers last night, because the guys are taking the time. You can see the engine hanging from the cradle there. Richard Neary himself just putting the finishing touches to the gaskets for the exhaust manifold, and the car will be, as you say, John, having this beautiful looking V8 offered to the front of the and into the engine bay. Let's just ask Richard. What time do you reckon then, Richard?
I don't know what time it actually
What time?
is. What time is it now?
It's nearly midday.
I don't know. We need a little bit of time. Yeah, give us an hour.
Maybe the lap. They just roll it out for the finishing lap.
We'll get out. We'll get out at some point.
You enjoying yourself, Ken Sturdy?
Living the dream.
Oh, he's the man here living the dream. Talking of living the dream, Martin Short, the very man who makes a living out of living the dream. Martin, see, Richard's doing all the work as usual.
I know, we can't keep him off the car. He's been on it. There's 5 days now he's been working on this car. He's remarkable.
Yeah, he has actually, hasn't he? Gearboxes and what have you. Good preparation for your British GT season? Hopefully not.
No, this isn't good preparation for our British GT season at all. Yeah, we're supposed to be testing on Tuesday here, but we've cancelled. Because of this, we can't do it.
Oh, really? So it's going to put you behind
the this event. Everyone's just going to be too exhausted to be here on Tuesday. So, no, it's not good preparation. So it's all a bit of a shame, but it is what it is.
You've moved up to a Mercedes AMG GT for British GT. I know you guys have had the car out. How's it looking? You must be excited about that.
Yeah, it's a fabulous car. I mean, absolutely amazing machine. Excuse me. Looks like it's going to be, tough competition, all that kind of stuff. It's a fantastic thing to drive. It's just going to be interesting to see where we sit, having had the Z4 last year, which we thought was pretty uncompetitive. It's all up there now. We've got to perform.
Now, getting to the down to the nuts, the actual, quite literally the nuts and bolts of our cars put together. I drive a Mercedes CSL, and I'm told by the people I have who fix it whenever it goes wrong that the engineering on a Mercedes is a bit different to other makes of cars. Is that the same for their race cars? When you take on board a Mercedes AMG GT, is it different to, I don't know, the BMW Z4 or a Porsche even?
Well, it's an interesting question. The cars are built very differently. The Z4 was like a prototype. Even the bolts holding vital components together were drilled inside to save weight. Beautifully made, the BMW. The Mercedes is much more like a road car. It really is. There's so many road car pieces on it, which makes it quite difficult to work on. The BMW, you could reshell the car probably in 2 days. The Mercedes, it'll probably take 2 weeks.
I was going to ask, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because if it's made to do 200,000 miles, road miles, then under racing conditions, all right, you can kind of reduce that a little, but surely that makes it a lot more robust for racing conditions.
I think it is robust, but it is very difficult to repair it. So many parts, just thousands and thousands, it seems like, of parts holding all bits and pieces together on the car. It's more like this car than in terms of it being a road car, whereas, like I say, the BMW was more like a Mosler in that it was very much purpose-built for the job. There wasn't much road car in the BMW. There's a lot of road car in the Mercedes, but it's still fantastically made, absolutely.
You mentioned Mosler there, Martin. What's happening in the Mosler world? We don't see them very often now, do we?
Well, you know, the car's conceived in 2000, 17 years on, still winning races. We had my Mosler out in October, end of last year. Been sat for 2 years. We went out and won a Brit car race, 2.5-hour race. Mosler won Dutch Supercar Championship last year. Another one won a 500-kilometre race in Spain. Another one has won a championship in Australia. There's probably half a dozen Moslers still out there racing and still incredibly competitive. As for us, excuse me, we still supply Mosler parts to the various people that are still racing them. Got a couple of brand new shells sat there that are waiting to be turned into race cars at some point, and we were talking last night about GT4, and it's interesting to see the way GT4 is changing now, with particularly I think with McLaren and now Mercedes are bringing out a GT4 car, and the cars are starting to change shape from, shall we say, Ginetta kind of cars and small cars to a bigger, more imposing, more supercar look. And I never thought about putting a Mosler in GT4 before, but it might be something that we could think about doing, because it would probably be more acceptable now that the face of GT4 cars is changing. It's all about perception, isn't it? That if we put a Mosler in GT4 3 years ago, it would have looked very out of character and had no end of objections about it, whereas now people could probably think, yeah, actually that fits. And as we see in GT racing, these cycles of GT1, GT2, GT3, GT4, when cars become more and more expensive, then the next class takes over.
Yeah. Life in the old dog, yeah, and of course the Mosler as well. That was Hindhoff score, to be said.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, man.
Okay, mate. Cheers.
16 hours, 32 minutes in the pit lane for the 234 Team Aberworth Road Centre Racing BMW M3 V8. That may well be a record, particularly if it gets out and if it does another lap.
If it gets out and does a lap, yes. I don't know quite what the timing system will say to a lap time of 16.5 hours.
Need to take a picture of that one.
But to go back to where we started, Richard Neary working on the car. I came past Silverstone on Tuesday evening because I knew that the team were supposed to be here and doing some testing. At that point, I wasn't quite sure what I was doing, so I came by and had a look. And Martin had himself set up with his iPad and with his desk set up and monitoring all that was going on before him. Richard, up to his arms in grease with an oil filter, shaking out the oil filter and proving that it had done its job, because it had filtered out all manner of rubbish that would have ended up elsewhere had it not have done its job properly. And he had a big grin on his face there, and he genuinely is living the dream. He loves working on the car, he loves driving the car, and it's so good to see that kind of enthusiasm being given an outlet. Otherwise he'd be tucked up somewhere, being frustrated about it all.
Couple of observations about what Martin said about the difference between BMW and the BMW and the Mercedes-Benz. That's from a working on it team manager, owner type of view. The drivers, including Richard, will tell you that the Mercedes-Benz is a completely different kettle of fish to drive, and is far more user-friendly, and go on and on about the fit and finish of the car. Look at this little bit here, look at what they've done here. Quite extraordinary how the attention to detail has been brought in on that car. We're heading down to just 4 hours to go, so let's take a look at how things stand as we head up towards midday here for the 24 hours here at Silverstone. It's Team Blake & Molan that lead by just over 10 minutes, 4 laps, call it that. So the 100 from the Pit Lane Competizione Audi in second place. Then it's Seat Leons through from 3rd to 6th position, with Benny Simonson just taking out the 216 Modena Motorsports car after its issues. The top 10, well, we have got the Cup 1 leaders in there, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Just sandwiching the Monlau competition car, the 107 in 9th position. It's QSR that leads the BMW class, and they've just advanced to 6th position. Outside the top 10, another couple of class leaders. Moss Motorsport UK in the pits for 10 minutes at the moment. So that might be something more than just a normal stop. That is the BMW E46 136 that is leading GT4 A2, led by Team Sally Racing at the moment. The Honda Civic had problems earlier on, has dropped back down to 16th position. Just picking up a few cars that are fighting their way back. The Synchro Motorsport machine has had an engine change, but is back up to 2nd in A3. Dan Wheeler at the wheel of that car in 19th position. Those outside the top 20, well, they've all had problems, and most notably recently, the 303 Red Camel Jordan Seat Leon down in 23rd position, and that means that it's sitting 12th in TCR. They were in the pits for a very, very long time. In fact, that car is still in the pits, been in there for 2 hours, and that car continues to drop down, having had a turbo problem as well as some suspension issues earlier on. Only one car that we know has left the field of combat, the Zest Race Car Engineering 105, back in its race trailer after losing a wheel at Beckett's in the middle of the night at 4:40, and that also gave us a code 60 as the 248 Mike Lyons car, which we thought was leaking fuel early on, is also being pushed away by its leaders. That's how they stand with just 4 hours of racing to go. So just on 4 hours to go as John Hindhaugh and Paul Trustwell are talking to you from the booth. It's Joe Bradley in the pits. 16:02 AM is Radio Silverstone, and around the world on our usual syndication, sound and vision together, 24hseries.com for timing, as well as radiolemans.com. If you can't sit and watch the computer all morning, afternoon, evening, or whatever time it is where you are, then you can still take the audio with you via the first channel on the radiolemans.com player. That will continue through to the end of the race. 248 under investigation. That's the Michael Lyons car that's just been pushed into the fuel area as the work down at Rule Centre continues. Where would motor racing teams be without blue roll, oily rags, gaffer tape, tie wraps and a 10-pound lump hammer? That's actually all you need to go racing, if certainly if you listen to what Nick Damon would tell you. Keep the tweets coming in at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans, hashtag 24H TCES, 24-hour TCES Touring Car Endurance Series. The Zorg Rennsport Kai Wheatley driven machine in 10th position is 3rd in its class. That is the BMW 235i, one of these super little BMWs built specifically to go motor racing. A car that was never a road car, although it clearly has its road car roots when you look at the dashboard, steering wheel, and it's still a bit lively for Kai in there. Kai has done a good job with that car. It didn't look like it was going where he wanted it to earlier on. He's been in that car over an hour now, nearly an hour and 5, and the best lap of a 2:21, last time around a 2:25 for Kite. The cars at the fuel stop at the moment include the 166 Seat. That is the very bright 266 Seat, sorry. The Austrian entered car, Felix Wimmer, Christian Windisberger, Martin Gasser, Günther Wiesmeyer and Matthias Kaiser. And the white 248 being pushed out by people power rather than by engine power Ford V6.
Pushed out
of the fuel, pushed in and pushed out
of the refueling
fuel.
area.
Yeah.
Yes, that's so it can be pushed into the refueling area, but not pushed out. Oh, it can be, but it doesn't do you any good pushing it out of the refueling area. I was just doing some housekeeping
Stationary,
there.
just the guys have stepped away from it, because I think they know the rules. I think that car's now got to fire under its own steam to proceed, doesn't it?
Indeed, and they can't do any work on it either where it is. Otherwise, it has to be loaded onto a tow truck and pulled to the back of the garage, which doesn't really do anything, but just eats away time. Did we mention that the 216 has rejoined?
Yes,
Benny
yes,
Siemens.
I did.
Benny
Yes,
Siemens,
I
I
did in that rundown.
wasn't
Yes, I
quite
did.
sure whether you had,
he dropped from 6th to 7th as I was saying that, as the
Right.
QSR car went by him while he was on his outlap.
Right, okay.
However, he's now only got 3.5 seconds between himself and the QSR BMW, and I would expect that despite the best efforts of it's Rodrigo Guillon who is driving that at the moment, I would expect that Benny will be able to take that position back for an overall position, not in class, of course.
After a 26-minute pit stop for the latest suspension work, which Baz kind of attributed blame for in one way or another, didn't he?
I like to. I have to say, I'm going to steal the weakest part of any car is the bit between the steering wheel and the seat. That is going to be stolen. You will hear that again. It was an interesting synopsis of what had been going on. If you use the curbs, you will break the suspension.
Well, and that was said before the race by more than one team. So yes, I don't think that was a secret, and it really just must be down to the team to control the drivers in whatever sense they can do.
Electric shock to the seat, I think. Every time you get more than a certain amount of suspension deflection.
And having said that, Team Blekemolen, when I spoke to Sebastian in the night, did say they had reduced their pace, and by reducing the pace, to be kind to the car, nearly looked like it was going to go south for them when they had their own problem, but they'd managed to establish enough of a lead so that because their own problem was small, was only a shock absorber that had broken, they were able to recover from it and still come away with what is still a 5-lap lead.
Yeah, and also those around them had their own problems. The 303, the 216, and of course the 107, the Monlau competition. That was somewhat earlier in the evening, just before midnight. In fact, that car was back on track. A little word for the Audi in second place, just 10.5 minutes away from the lead at the moment. That is a car and team that do not have the pace of those around them, and yet at the moment having a very Audi-like run, very quietly. It's had a bit of waving bodywork, that's about all, and sits in second position with about 23.5 minutes between itself and Modena Motorsports, the 217 car, which also, in fairness to that part of the Modena pit box area, pit lane area, that they haven't had that many problems. They've just been, steadily.
The Modena Motorsports car without Benny Simonsen.
Yes,
has gone quite well, hasn't it? Yes, I mean John Philippi in the 122 Audi went faster in his last stint than that car had been all race up until that point. So I do think that is an impressive statistic, to be able to build the car so that as the race progresses it goes faster and faster, because that kind of runs counter to what you would expect the more miles you put on a car.
What I would say for that is the track is evolving, but also the drivers are getting more experience with the car. That is a brand new car. They have not even had the chance to barely shake that car down. This is the 122 we're talking about. So everybody will be getting more used to how the car reacts in certain situations. And what will be relatively, what will be interesting to talk to those guys about, actually, we haven't spoken to Pit Lane Competizione very much, so we'll have a word with them, with Joe, in a wee while, is how they are managing the tyres through the stint. That has seemed to be one of the most important things that anybody can do, and how the Audi is using or not using its tyres. If you push too early on, push too hard early on, it would appear that it would be detrimental to the rest of the stint. Second place for them. Into the pits, the 178. Second for the CWS Racing team, Colin White and his band of merry men in the black Ginetta. This, as it drops down from its air jacks, and Potter's out. That car sitting, sorry Paul, car sitting in 17th position, second in SP3 GT4, and has gone straight out without fuel.
Should be Colin White taking it out by what he told us, because it's just gone midday, and if it's not Colin White, then Colin's probably gone down to Brands Hatch in a huff.
It is not Colin White, or if it is, he hasn't switched over. It is Patrick Mathiasen.
Right.
The Danish driver in the car.
So, in which case it's probably Mathiasen, isn't it?
Mathiasen, yes.
Mathiasen. Yeah, so Colin probably then is on his way to start a race from pole position at Brands Hatch instead.
The third race of the weekend for the Super Cup, the Ginetta Super Cup. If he saved some tyres in that, you get a tyre allowance only on the Michelins that they use in Super Cup. If he's got a decent set of tyres for the last race, I would fancy Colin to have a pretty decent run in that. Finished 5th in the second race. Didn't tell us how he got it. He brought some silverware back from the first one.
He was certainly on a podium.
Yeah.
No, I think he got a class win. I think it was a class win.
I think you're right. Yeah. Very good. Not Right Away has tweeted at Specutainment using the hashtag 24HTCES. Can we have an update on the Marker Pen of Doom and the at least one power unit change class, please? Marker Pen of Doom has been underutilised, to be honest, at this situation, because we have not got any official retirements. However, the number 105 Zest Race Car Engineering, the American flagged team with the British flagged English flagged team with some American interest in it, because they've got a couple of American drivers there. This is the Seat Leon TCR V2. That car has been photographed being pushed back into its race shuttle trailer, so I think we can count that one out. The at least one power train change is comfortably being led in the we can change the engine quicker than everyone else stakes, as well as highest up the scoring monitor stakes by the 176 Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic Type R, which sits in 19th position overall, second in the A3 class, as Dan Wheeler back at the controls, and he's going very nicely indeed. 224.0 its best, 225.2 by Dan last time around on that new engine. The other cars with new engine would be TDF Jiva, having problems with that Ginetta. It has been removed from the exit of the fuel area, and the one about to get a new engine is the 234 BMW yet to rejoin.
I'll put forward as a prospective retirement the 303 Red Camel Jordan's car. Now that's done through intuition more than anything else, and I'll tell you why in a minute. Joe may well be able to confirm it one way or the other. But although the car will probably complete 60% of the race, which is what it has to do in order to score points, Ivo Breukers hasn't completed the 2 hours driving that is necessary in a 24-hour race in order to be classified as a finisher. In order to score points in the Touring Car Endurance Series. And as this is, of course, part of a series of races for which points can be awarded, I think that might affect what they decide to do.
Question from Victor G says, what class is the 136 BMW? It's showing GT4 in the SP3 class on live timing, but A3 on the live stream. Well, I have got that as the leader in SP3 GT4 at the moment. It's just gone back out after a 23-minute stop, and it's emerged right ahead of the Ginetta G55 GT4 from Colin White and his team. There are still got a couple of laps to the good on that car, but that has dropped down from out of the top 10, or actually no, it was just outside the top 10. I think it might have crept into 10th place at one spot, but it was sitting outside for most of the early morning, 10th and 11th.
It's a very good
position.
question. It's a very good question, actually, because my list has it as being in A3 as well. So I will have to check to see whether or not that is one that has changed class during the race, as can the regulations do allow you to change class during the race.
Series have just have tweeted an answer back, SP3 GT4, so it is leading that class at the moment.
So both of the Moss Motorsport cars are in SP3 GT4, and as usual the timing screen carries the update because they do get up-to-date information and can therefore put it on the screen for us all to therefore know. But it did, at the start of the race, it was running as an A3 class car, which limited it to 2 minutes and 20 seconds as its minimum reference lap time. If it moves into the SP3 GT4, then it can run at 2 minutes 19 seconds, so it can run a little bit faster, but it is only allowed to put 90 litres of fuel in at every pit stop. So it gets less fuel, but it's allowed to go faster. And as I say, some of the teams will have opted to do that. Some teams may have been asked to do that by the race organisation themselves, because they may say,
looking
look,
at the data,
you're not in the right place, you need to be moved.
10th position overall, third in class, Sorg Rensport, Kai Wheatley into the pit lane and exits stage left, getting out of the car. Live from trackside with just under 3 hours and 50 minutes to go. This is the first round of the 24 Hours Touring Car Series 2017 from Silverstone, powered by Hankook, the 24 Hours of Silverstone. Paul Truswell, me, John Hindhaugh, Joe Bradley, the voices you'll be hearing through towards the checkered flag. And that looks like a relatively routine stop, bit of windscreen cleaning going on. Still a couple of clear windscreen tear-offs to go on that car at least. Use those in the next 3.5 hours or so. Bonnet coming up on that car. Just a check of oil levels, I would have thought. Coolant, yeah, a little top up of oil going into that BMW. A 3.5 litre engine, which I presume is a straight 6 in that car. Nothing better than a straight 6, says the man who used to own a Jaguar 4 litre straight 6. In fact, Bradley and I both did. Same car, different times.
I had a Sovereign.
Did you?
Yes.
With a straight 6?
Which had a straight 6.
Yeah. That AJ6 engine, of course, directly related to the Le Mans winners of the early 1950s, although updated, but it was effectively the same block design.
I didn't think that us three would have something in common on that, on anything, in fact. But
no, hang on, we've all driven Audis.
Well, driven, yes. But,
yeah, well, we've all owned that. Well,
yes,
actually, no, we have all owned Audis, although I haven't, but Eve did. But we've all had Audis as our daily driver. Sorry, Joe? We all love motorsport. We all love Paul. Yeah, that's something we have in common. We all love Paul. Straight 6, that straight 6 Jaguar engine. There's something about a straight 6 engine that I just think that it's always just a bit smoother than anything else. By far, I've driven the majority of V6s and 4 cylinders, I would think. I'm addicted to my flat 6, obviously. I've now got a 3 litre 4 cylinder, which is really interesting. At the time that it was built in 1994, It was the biggest four-cylinder production car engine, petrol engine. I've had a couple of four-cylinder diesels up to about 2.5, 2.7 litres, which are interesting as well. But 3-litre four-cylinder inline in the 968 is an interesting beast. Never get tired of driving that car, but never got tired of driving the Jag either, if I'm honest. How long ago was that then, Paul, when you had the Sovereign? So was that a 300 or a 3? Oh, it must have been a 300, yeah. Because if it would have been a 350, that would have been a V8.
It was.
Engine, so.
It was a 1988 vintage,
oh, right.
And I had it in 2003.
Oh wow! So while I still had mine was a 90. Mine was the last of the 6 cylinders.
Yeah.
Before they went to V8. I think mine was a 99 car.
Biggest problem was the boot leaked, and then all the carpet smelt, and anything you put in the boot then smelt, and the wife refused to deal with it after that, so had to go.
So your wife refused to get in the boot after that, did she? Yeah. Moving on, before we dig ourselves into a big hole, 3 3/4 hours to go. 3 hours 44 minutes for those of you part of the British Society of Pedants, or is that the British Pedantry Society? I never know. Fastest lap of its race has just gone to the Matthiasson-driven CWS Ginetta G55 GT4. Its best now down to a 2:17.076, which means it's broken out of its bracket again. The Moss Motorsport car, which is the leader in that class, back out. The 136, now driven by Scott Adam. First time I've seen his name there. I'm sure he's driven it before, but just not while I've been looking. 2:19.554, the fastest lap of that car's race as well. So certainly either drivers getting in the groove getting better in terms of grip on the track, or just conditions a bit nicer, frankly, as the temperature does come up a little bit with overcast conditions here at Silverstone. Top temperature forecast to be somewhere around 16 to 17 degrees today. Track is 17 degrees Celsius at the moment, says Joe Bradley. Thank you.
What I do notice with that Matthiasson time in the CWS Ginetta number 178 is that although it's come up red on the theoretical minimum reference lap time, it's come up green on the last lap time, which I think means that they've moved themselves into the 2:16 class as well, at least as far as the amount of fuel that they will be allocated is concerned. So much as the TDF Gava Ginetta did, so the 178 CWS car has, which seems sensible enough to me. If it can be done, then it's a good way of doing it.
Right, stop everything.
Yes.
Something's wrong with the world. Apparently the M235i is a straight 6 twin turbo inline, but it's only 3 litres. So why is it a 235 and not a 230? That doesn't make any sense. It goes against BMW's own numbering system. I'm now confused. 2.979, so 2,979. I'm not happy with that. Immediately, all of those cars need to be changed on the timing and score. It's 230. It's 230. It's now a 230 Cup car. Sorry, BMW M, you got your own names wrong. You wouldn't buy a car from them, then, would you? Thank you, Johannes. Your countrymen in the Austrian entered car have been going very nicely. The Wimmerwerk Motorsport. At the moment, it is 4th position for the 266, Seat Leon. Seat Leon isn't very Austrian, is it? I think we need to do something about that for Wimmerwerk. Something a tad more Austrian, Viennese for them.
In what way?
Well, I don't know.
Call it a Cecil instead of a seat or something.
Steyr Push. Clearly.
That would work, I suppose.
Actually, they build all sorts of cars down at Graz. They were building Aston Martins, Mini Countrymans, various things. They have a fantastic production facility down there that can be adapted for all sorts of overflow or specialist productions. Built a lot of cabrios for people as well. Did they build the Persian? Or that was it was an Uliez top, but an amazing manufacturing facility that Steyr Push have got there. I knew them originally from building bicycles.
Yes,
and particularly non-derailleur gears for bicycles as well. But I had a Steyr Push bicycle many years ago.
I think the Seat name though it conjures up a kind of, it's a bit like Brussels. It kind of conjures up Europeanness as a concept, doesn't it? You don't kind of think of a Seat as being associated with any particular nation. It's just kind of a European nation of its changing ownership over the years.
Sociedad Española de Automoviles de Turismo.
Well, they used to build Italian Fiats, didn't they?
Under license.
Yes.
Before they were taken over by Volkswagen.
Yes. But as I say, I don't think you'll find many people associating Seat with Spain, for example, if you just kind of went up your average man in the street. But they've certainly stamped their name fairly comprehensively on the TCR class. But what I think is excellent news is that they haven't stamped it completely on the podium of this race yet, with the RS3 Audi. Hats off to the Pit Lane Competizione team, because they've kept plugging away at it, and even though they're 5 laps off the lead, they're 10 laps off being knocked off that second place, and I think they'll be just stroking it home from here on in, just trying not to take any risks. You're going to give us another fascinating fact, aren't you, John?
They should be running a KTM, shouldn't they? As an Austrian team.
Yeah, go with that.
Magna, MAN, Scania, BMW, Porsche have a production facility up at Salzburg that does something.
I'm quite sure there's a lot of production of cars.
The RS Connect car still being worked on. This is the 144 in the pit lane. Been in just for 5 minutes, and that looks like a pad change and somebody burning their fingers. Forgot to put the protective silver foil blanket over it. Doesn't have a pad spreader for that there, using a flat bladed screwdriver with a cutout on it. Problems down at Cops at the moment with a yellow flag out of there. Chris Matthews saying the current 330i is a 2-litre turbo 4-pot. Oh, we've got to look at this. This is the exit of turn 1. This is the 248 car. We thought that was leaking fuel earlier on, didn't we, when we saw something coming out the left rear, and that is where the problem has been. So driver out of the car, thank goodness for that. Just on the exit of Cops Corner, the 248 was Niall Murray, the Formula 4 driver, I think, if
yes,
memory serves.
Yes.
Festival winner. And Walter Hayes Trophy within a couple of weeks of each other, those 2 wins. Niall Murray, the Irish driver. And just for Declan Brennan, Niall Murray has been literally on fire. For once, a proper use of the word literally. And we can say that as he's got out the car now, so don't get annoyed about that. The car is smouldering gently.
There was a previous shot of him just kind of putting his hands on his bum, whether that was a kind of just checking that there wasn't any fuel remaining there, or just as a mote of frustration. But that car, talking of the marker pen of doom, is very unlikely, I think, to get back out again. I would never say that it won't come back out again, but with less than 4 hours remaining, I think it's going to be a huge task for not very much reward to get that one back to the garage. It's on the left-hand side, driver's left, as you come out of Cops Corner. So a rescue unit will have to come and take it away, and will almost certainly have to go code 60.
Yeah, the fact that the marshal is still spraying extinguishant around the left rear wheel, including inside the car. We've gone purple. It is code 60. Everyone slowing down to 60 kilometres an hour, and no overtaking, of course. Now, who had just pitted? The Monline competition car just pitted before that. I think that was a smart move. They had been out for a reasonable amount of time. Niall definitely out of the car, helmet off now, explaining to the marshals. I was coming around and it was all fine. And then it started to get a bit warm behind me, and then all of a sudden I could see flames, so I pulled over and jumped out, is basically what he said there. So 3.5 hours just over to go, and we have our 14th Cold 60. Thank you, Paul. Paul Trustwell, John Hindhoff, Joe Bradley. Smell of Chinese duck in the Mr. Lee's noodles. Fantastic smell in the commentary box at the moment. The Team Bluckermolen Seat Leon then leads on 472 laps. The difference, if you're watching on the timing and scoring screens, the time difference will go out. The lap difference should stay the same as Pit Lane Competizione comes through in a moment or two's time. The 122 car in second is on 467 laps. 458 laps. Third, Modena Motorsports 217 Leon. It's another Leon in fourth position in the fuel area at the moment for Wimmerwerk Motorsports, the Austrian team. 456 laps for them. 450 for Stanko and Tada Hop Suisse. That's the outlap for that 312 car. Modena Motorsports 216, Benny Simonsen on 449 laps. So pretty much on a par with the Stanko and Tada machine. First TCR car and the first BMW Cup car. The 3-litre straight 6 235i. See, that doesn't work for me. Cup 1 class leader is 7th on 448 laps. It's the 154 from QSR. Then Monlau competition in the pits. Jose Perez Ecart brought that one in, the 107, and that Monlau car, which was on pole position some 20 odd hours ago, in the pit lane and in 8th position on 443 laps. On the same lap is second place in Cup 1, the 156 RMA track days, and rounding up the top 10, Zorg Rennsport. William Lucas behind the wheel of the 151 car on 438 laps. Audi taking some pain in the pit box. That's the second place car as it came in there. In fact, the top 3 all now in the pit lane, Paul. Now, they don't have a lap time to drive to, so that must have been track limits or something else for the penalty.
Yes, exactly so, or failure to observe code 60 in a previous code 60, which is quite a common misdemeanor. The thing that would have been wise to do there, because there was ample opportunity, I say there was ample opportunity, there might have been an opportunity because of the fact that there was a couple of minutes between when the yellow flag appeared before the code 60 appeared. It was fairly clear that was going to become a code 60. If the Audi could have got itself into the pits after the yellow flag and before the code 60,
could have taken a standard
penalty. Could have taken the standard penalty rather than the double penalty. Now, again, it would have meant being at the right place on the circuit, and I think one of the things that you tend to overlook about Silverstone, it's not as long as Le Mans, but it is quite a long circuit as far as the circuits that the Creventic series visits, and it does take you a long time, even at racing speed. Lap times of 2 minutes and 20 seconds is considerably longer, for example, than Dubai or many of the other circuits that we visit. So, you know, you kind of get used to a certain way of thinking, and then you find yourself at a longer circuit, and it doesn't always apply. Rescue unit on the circuit to deal with that Ginetta that has come to grief on the outside of Copse Corner. The TDF gave a Ginetta G55 GT4. And that car,
remember, had an engine change.
It's had a fairly tortuous race. There's always one. In fact, there's usually several, which has a difficult race. And to a degree, I am pleasantly surprised at the lack of attrition that we've had in this race, because, as I said right at the start, number of cars that are, I wouldn't say ill-prepared for a 24-hour race, because they've all been prepared just as much as the teams can possibly do so. But, we heard from Martin Short, most of these guys who are racing, because of the nature of Creventic races, they're not driven by full-time racing drivers, and very often they're prepared by teams which are not full-time racing teams. They have other things to do during the week, so they won't be pounding round testing everything. The racing activity is predominantly at the weekend.
Now, the scorch marks on the 248 are from the left rear of that car, which is precisely where we saw the fluid leaking earlier on. It was suggested by a number of correspondents that was a fuel leak for that car. It was Michael Lyons that we first noticed when the car had just come out of the pits within the first 10 minutes of Michael's stint. And I'm just trying to work out how long. Yeah, you see, that car's only been out the pits for 11 minutes. So that was again fairly just full. As it had come out fairly full, and there's been fuel leaking out of the overflow.
Exactly, it's the vent pipe where there should be a valve preventing the
going around right-handers store,
and where the vent pipe is, it just, if the valve wasn't working properly, then it could lead to a little bit of fuel going over the edge.
We saw it at Luffield, we saw it at Woodcote, and we saw it on the exit of Copse, and that car has ground to a halt on the edge of Copse. Finally, a bit of fuel, it would seem, has got onto something hot, either a brake disc or possibly an exhaust pipe, although exhaust pipes tend to be better shrouded. But there's plenty of hot things around the back of a motor racing car, including diffs and things like that, but my guess would be brake disc for where that has caught. Very nasty potential incident there, but well dealt with by Niall Murray, who's pulled over at the side of the circuit. It's one of the things that if you've ever had a fire on a race car, however small, you never forget it. And I was told very early on when I was racing about making sure that you pulled the pin out of the onboard fire extinguisher, which is something that I always look for, and also to know where the fire bottles are around a circuit. At some tracks, it's not every marshal point, but there's normally an indication of where they are. And the only time I've ever had to stop with flame coming out from underneath the bonnet, I pulled up right next to a fire point. However, when I turned off the engine and restarted it, sorted itself out, and I was managed to get the car back going again. But it's something you don't forget, seeing flames licking out from underneath the bonnet, or indeed in your wing mirrors, as Niall would have done. Probably, as Paul said, feeling the heat on the back of his seat as well, which... that's nice. Somebody's turned the electric seat on. Wait, we don't have an electric seat. Oh my goodness, we're on fire.
Yeah, I think you're right about fire in general, is that it's one of those things close to the natural instinct of the human being to be afraid of. And you do remember those situations where you've just got yourself a little bit too close to the fire, whether it's as a baby, and the expression is well founded. Well, yeah. I've been a bit close to some bonfires sometimes, and you suddenly think, oops, if I've been a bit closer there, then things could have got worse. And I don't know, there is this, as I say, a natural fear of fire, and keeping a cool head and a calm head is not an easy thing. You're identifying mini engines, I think.
That is a BMW engine. Yep, certainly is. And that means we're going to get another entrant into the We've Changed to Power Unit competition, as the 134 Accelerate Motorsport Mini John Cooper Works has been in the pits for an hour and 6 minutes already. The old unit is out. Most of the front end of the Mini is absent, so everything's being cleaned up while they can do that. Interesting design of the front end. That means you can strip all of that clamshell bonnet off and get right in to the workings there. So, joined in the booth by one of the drivers from the 248. This is Melroy Hemskirk. Hankook, apologies, from that Ginetta that we've just seen in flames. First of all, can you tell us, Niall presumably was all right? We saw him standing by the car, so no issues with Niall getting out of the car, so everything's okay?
No, he's fine. Yeah, he's standing next to the car, and yeah, he's okay. That's a good thing.
Any, as we're just about to go back green, any warning that was happening? We saw on the previous stint of the car with one of the other drivers in, it was Mike Lyons was in it. Start of the stint, it looked like the overflow, you were getting some fuel coming out of that car, so was that something you'd been keeping an eye on?
Yeah, the breather is on the left side, so especially when you completely fill it up, you see in the right corners, then it starts leaking on the left side. Yeah, it looks like that killed us basically.
Yeah, you've been fighting back, a fantastic effort, change of engine, one of a number of cars that have done that. It's not the sort of thing that the guys are set up to do normally, but they attacked it and got the car back out there. I mean, other than the obvious problems, how was it going and were you enjoying yourself?
You know, it's the guys were fighting so hard. I'm very proud of them on all the hard work they put in and all the effort. Yeah, after 5 laps after the start, we missed already one cylinder, and after a while we also missed the second one. So we came in, and yeah, it looks like one of the valves just dropped. So that's the reason we swapped engines. And yeah, that took us 5.5 hours before we went out again. So then we went out into the dark. From there on, yeah, the engine was running fine actually. Until now, during an hour ago, we had a few problems. We're running out of fuel. That was one of those. And now this. And this is, I think it's vital.
Very unusual to have an engine problem in a Ginetta G55. I've raced the G55 in the Super Cup. Great car, beautiful balance to the car. And that Ford engine is very mildly worked over. It is a very strong engine, so that's very unusual to happen.
It is. It was a brand new engine.
Oh, even worse.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So that is really a just shrug the shoulders moment and say, well, that's motor racing.
Yeah, it is. Because the engine is now in, we did a 200k test with it. It was all fine. We swapped a brand new one, especially for this 24 hours, and broke down. So yeah.
See, sometimes you can't, as we have a saying in English, you can't do right for doing wrong. So it was done with the best of intentions, but didn't have the best outcome. Looks like there's not too much damage to the car. Obviously, I doubt we'll see the car back out again. It's been delivered to the front of the pit at the moment. What's the next outing for you and for the team?
The plan is to go for a 2 Manicure. To the 12 hour. Probably, I'm not sure if I will be in it. The plan was to do, for me, all the 24-hour races, so Misano and Barcelona. But yeah, there's some work to do on the car now, so I don't know what the plan will be for now. So we have to find out what the damage will be.
Lotus going slowly across the start-finish line. This is the Endurance Autosport Lotus Exige SP3 GT4. Has been a battle of attrition, and that Honda engine car has had its fair share of issues this race already, and had to start from the pit lane, and they've run out of petrol again, haven't they? I think that's the second time they've done that. They had some fuel issues before. They weren't sure whether the map was over-fueling because they thought they were 20 minutes inside their fuel window, and we thought they were a bit closer, in fairness, and they thought they'd fixed that, but I reckon they've run that out of fuel again, that 174, and that is at once again at Cops, which has been one of the action areas this weekend, and that's going to cause a full course code 60, which will be our 15th. Just before I let you go, have you driven at Silverstone before?
Yeah, I did. I driven the Speed Series in 2011 or so with a CN prototype car. It's a completely different car, obviously. Yeah. But no, I do like Silverstone, especially the part with Baggers and Baggers. And after the Formula 1 bit, the right left-hander.
Yeah.
Especially the quick stuff is awesome.
And the Ginetta well balanced around here. You've enjoyed. I mean, it's had its problems, but you've enjoyed coming across the start-finish line for the Grand Prix circuit into Abbey. That right-hander, is that flat for you?
No, it isn't. No, we have to brake over that. We leave in the 5th gear, only brake it a little bit, and then turn it in and can pick up quite early on power again.
And then blast it through the left.
Yeah.
Still in 5th.
Still
and
in
then
5th
bang
gear.
it down to what, second?
Second, yeah. So it's a really cool part down there.
Yeah. You really feel the car working.
Oh, absolutely. And especially during the night, our lights weren't that great. So we had a few blind spots on track, especially through Baggins and Maggots. And I don't know, also a few other places on track. You couldn't
dark,
see
isn't it?
anything.
It's very dark.
I needed other cars to show me the way, basically. So
LED light pods aren't that expensive. Clearwater do some lovely ones. Go and have a word with Martin Short up at Roll Centre.
I will do.
He'll sort you out. Melroy Heebs, thank you very much indeed for coming in. Pass on our best to the rest of the TDF Giva team, and we'll hope to see you back racing later on the year.
I will do. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. That car back in its pit box, which is where the 174 needs to be recovered to, as it is stranded on the outside of the circuit.
You know how in Microsoft Excel, if you start to type in something that you've typed in a previous box, it kind of fills in the box for you, John. That's exactly what has just happened on my little spreadsheet of reasons for code 60, because we had code 60 number 5, which was because the car 174 stopped at Cox Corner, and that was just before 7 o'clock yesterday evening. Here we come now, coming up towards 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's just caused another...
I remember them talking about changing the fuel map and the ECU and the guy plugging the computer in. The suggestion from one WAG was that one of the drivers was driving too fast, so they turned it down to keep him under, because that car does have a reference time, doesn't it? And they had turned it down a wee bit, and it may have affected how the thing was being fueled. I don't know whether that was an April Fool or whether that was a serious suggestion, but anyway, that looks to me as though that car was dead stick as it came across the line. Anyway, driver was sort of weaving left and right. It's the David plant, isn't it?
Paul plant.
Oh, D. D plant.
D plant in. I have to look for D plant. There is a.
It is David plant. Daniel plant.
Right.
Sorry. Yes,
okay.
I knew there's a Paul plant. You're right.
Yes,
Code 60 has come out, and again, you've got to say anybody who's caught out here really has only themselves to blame, because the organisers have given everybody the opportunity when that car stopped to come in. So this the 15th Code 60. We've got the Core Oyster Racing M3 in the pit lane, but that's been there for quite some time, being worked on. Red Camel Jordan's car's been in there for now nearly 3 hours, 2 hours and 51 minutes, and everyone else has been in there some time, but no one else taking. Modern Motorsports have just come back in. Benny Simonson in the Simonson in the Modena Motorsports 216 laying out the 6th position. So just on 3 hours and 17 minutes to go in this race, and Team Blakermolen will be holding their breaths. I don't suppose they mind a bit of Code 60 at the head of the field, Paul, when you've got the better part of 5-6 laps on the field. Then, all right, it's 12-13 minutes in race time, but anything that you can do not to put pressure on the car.
I agree, and I'm not sure that going Code 60 is not putting pressure on the car.
That's a good point.
Because I think not putting pressure on the car means carrying on driving it within the limits that you're driving it anyway. And if you've already eased off, switching to the Code 60 limiter, having to think about think about the line more carefully, because you don't want to run over any of the pickup offline. So you need to be on the racing line, but you're only doing 60 kilometers per hour, so you don't need to be on the racing line. So you need to think where the racing line is. It's a bit like kind of if you've ever visited a circuit that you've never been to before, you've got to work out where the racing line is. And as I say, it actually upsets the rhythm to go into code 60, so I would say they would mind. They are quick enough so that it's not as if that they need the code 60 periods to keep themselves ahead of the opposition. They've already got enough of a cushion, and the car is quick enough, the drivers are quick enough to be able to maintain the position. So I think they'd probably rather just keep it going as solid green, because it means they don't have to worry about all the variables that a code 60 introduce.
By the way, another great piece of officiating by Bernard Cotterill and the team when we had that fire. The marshals there straight away calling it in, and clearly aware, as we were, that that car was full of fuel, having just come out of the pit, and scrambled the fire tender very, very quickly before the safety, the flatbed was going to do anything with that car, and left it standing there in readiness with the hose deployed whilst the car was lifted, just in case there was any recurrence of the flames that had been coming from the rear left quarter panel. So great work again by all concerned, and got to say, I think the utilisation of code 60, the recovery, and the marshals all deserve a chapeau. Yeah, it's all been done very efficiently, and despite the number of cautions that we've had, which for the most part have been, Paul, for mechanical maladies rather than cars coming together, we've not had a whole heap of time spent behind the code 60 flags. The total is what? See if I can get it up here. No, I can't.
Oh, I think you should be able to. The total behind the safety car is 2 hours and 4 minutes.
Right, which, considering this is our 15th, did we say?
Yes. Okay, you've got 2 hours and 9 minutes. I'm counting 2 hours and 4 minutes. I think there was one glitch, but anyway, a little over 2 hours, should we say that, and then we're both right.
Yeah. That, because you don't have to shuffle the field back around and do the step over, wave by, whatever the heck they're called, we just get back to racing quicker.
And it's more than I expected us to have. As I say, the early part of the race filled me with confidence, and then we've had to take a lot more. We go back to green, a lot more code 60s than I was hoping we would have to. I think a point that you made previously is that it does seem that every time we need to get a rescue vehicle onto the track, it does need to have a full course caution applied. Although my understanding is that Silverstone can use snatch vehicles, but where you need a flatbed, then you need to have a code 60, and I absolutely agree with having that. And as you've said many times, it may not be the perfect solution, but it's a lot more perfect than a lot of the less perfect solutions are.
Under investigation for their behaviour under that code 60, our leader, the 100 car, the 216 Seat Leon, in 6th position, and the 154, which is the leader in the Cup 1 class, the QSR racing car, which is up into 7th position now. Now, I have to say that those type of messages normally don't end well. The investigation normally means you're nabbed, mate.
Indeed, yes. So it's just an indication that I'm surprised at that as well, because again, I would have thought at this stage, where most of the gaps are fairly comfortable, that the teams would be a little bit more cautious and not trying to push to the end of the sector before they switch to code 60 mode, but switch to code 60 mode straight away. With enough of the race still to go, it is still worth holding out your wrists to have them slapped if you have been transgressing. within the last 2 hours of the race, it is just worth making the point, within the last 2 hours of the race, any time penalties don't have to be taken as penalties in the penalty box. They can be just added on to your race time afterwards. If you want to take them as a penalty in the pits, you can, but otherwise they will be added to your race time.
So check in with another team who've had their issues, the Duval Racing BMW 235i Racing Cup car, which still confusingly to me has a 3 litre, not a 3.5. It's fourth in the Group 1 category. That's going to be my Corsa Celebra now. 23rd overall. It's just gone out of the pits, actually, in the hands of Adrian Watt. So Joe Bradley can speak to, I think, the only Luxembourg domiciled driver in the race, Jean-Marie Dumont.
Let's not forget that this car soaked up all of its bad luck before even the green flag started. This was the car that we seen go off on the pace lap, so that's the bad luck out the way. Jean-Marie Dumont, now the car is in fourth place. It is going well.
Yeah, the car is after the accident. I feel the car is good, but I'm working more on the car for a gate. But 2 accidents, it's bad on encore in the race.
I saw everyone looking at your tyres. Yeah. Is there a problem?
The tyres was finished, but I has turned 2 hours before not changed the tyres. Only the fuel, but it's okay.
Do you like driving here at Silverstone?
Yeah, I like the circuit. Yeah. It's very good. Yeah.
And will you drive the car again today? Will you drive the car again before the end?
No. It's under drivers.
Okay. Thank you, Jean-Marie. Your job is done. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
And Joe Bradley is going to hustle now to the Core Oyster Racing pit. Our leading A3 car is back in the pits and has been for a little while. No, it's gone. Sorry, it's gone back out again. It was in there under the code 60, so that's fine. I was just about to start to get worried about that car. It has a significant lead on the second place Synchro Motorsport A3 class car. That's the Honda Civic Type R. But Dan Wheeler's still at the wheel of that car, so he must be coming to the end of his stint. He's been in there about an hour and a half. Yeah, 1 hour 36 minutes for Dan. Not really, got really close, just down to under 30 seconds before they had another issue. The 216 as spotted by a number of people, including Cook Racing. Hello there, using the hashtag 24HTCES. Still that Modena Motorsport car on the onboard. You can see that John Shen, isn't it, for Modena Motorsports, the 216 car, still with the steering wheel pointing left when he's going right and down the straight, and the whole thing just doesn't seem to want to go out of Copse Corner now. Maggots and Beckett, and the right turn, the snap oversteer in the initial turn in. He's off on the grass on the inside there. It's really struggling to keep that car on the straight and narrow, and it seems to be able to turn a little bit right, and then you get a bit of snap. And at that point, there's a big correction required. Down the hanger straight now. Coming up into Stowe, see if we can stay with him through Stowe Corner. Up into top gear. I think it's braking as well that the car doesn't like. Sort of edges it in towards the apex, and then... Well, actually, he handled that really well. Car was much more stable there than we've seen. 71 car on the outlap with problems. This is the BMW. I did say it was in and out, and it is going very slowly at the moment, so maybe that was an issue when they came into the pit lane. It is at the moment behind the wheel of that 71 car, James Brody from the USA, and that is the class leader of the A3 category.
Because the 136 car has moved classes. Just remember the 136 car, which started off being an A3 car and is now running as an SP3 GT4, and I've managed to change it over here as well, so that won't confuse me either. So as that BMW James Briody slowly down the Wellington Straight, and doesn't have too far, I suppose, now to go, whatever the problem was, but it's a recurrence of a problem, certainly a problem for that car, and the A3 class has been led a number of times, and the lead has then been lost. I think Cor Oyser has led it at least on three separate occasions, and was up in the top 10 at one point quite nicely, and has since slipped back down to, in overall places, where is he? In 17th. So the chance of an A3 class car finishing in the top 10, which we thought were quite good, slipping away. And in fact, the chance is probably better for an A2 class car to finish in the top 10.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. 5 minutes to go to a completion of another racing hour, and then we'll be into the last three. No one counting chickens here. That said, the team Blakemole and Seat, with Robert Smith at the wheel, last time around a 17.8 and now a 19.6. 17.8 will have guys worrying in the pit lane. There's no need to be going that quick.
Rob's in his second stint. He came in during the not the last code 6 we just seen, but the one before. And his average lap time for what was 29 laps was 2 minutes 17.7.
Wow.
2:17.7. So it was the upper end of the 17s. But Melvin de Groot, the one before, 2:17.5. Sebastian Blekemolen, when the car had the possibly wobbly shock absorber, 2:17.9. Now, when you've got three drivers that can all put in the same kind of lap times like that, and even René Steenmetz, who's the least experienced driver, he was doing 2:18.6, he's only a second, therefore, off the pace. You know, that's why that car has been able to establish itself. There's no weak links in the chain. They're all pretty strong. They've kept to their plan. They've not pushed harder than they need to push. And yet, even their being gentle with the car is quicker than anybody else. So I think they're, you know, again, not wanting to count any chickens, but the car does look strong.
The Oyser BMW in the pit lane up on its jacks with drive going to the back wheel. This is another gearbox problem for a BMW. Do you think he's flicking through the gears there, Paul?
Trying to tell whether the wheel is speeding up or not. I think it was, but it's just a blur. Yeah, that would be the logical proposal for that. And
we've seen a BMW with its gearbox off, but that was that not the 137, the black and green one? Yeah. So that wasn't a cup car.
No. I don't know. And this kind of thing is what, to me, makes motor racing such a frustrating exercise, and why, if I were involved in teams, I think I would probably not have stayed with it, because there is so much pain and heartache and so much frustration.
And you can't plan for this sort of stuff, Paul.
No, exactly so. And, you know, you do get these peaks of enjoyment and thrill and, you know, passion out of it all. But 98% of it is just frustration, hard work, dirt, grime, and just desperately hard.
I think we can go down to Joe Bradley. The cameraman is virtually under the car at the moment. Joe Bradley is there.
I was going to ask that question. Are you with my cameraman, who is, as you said, literally underneath the car?
My head on the diffuser there.
Yeah, he did. His camera was under the diffuser. Lovely lines from the finding out what the car's doing aerodynamically under there. Attention going on with only a flat blade screwdriver on the left-hand corner. It's clearly had a bit of damage on this left-hand corner because we're devoid of a bit of bodywork. That'll help the air from under the wheel arch escape out. That'll not cause too much of a problem. So this car was going so well, wasn't it? It was. Remember, this car came in at the very start of this race with a misfire. Now, Cor Oyser who appears with his helmet and suit on over the other side of the car, told me they've been chasing this electrical problem throughout the week in the number 71 BMW, and bizarrely the electrical problem has cleared itself and it's been leading its class. Now hopefully this delay, because we're getting, now that's always a bad sign as well, we're getting jack stands out, so that means that we're going to do some work more than just routine. We're going to actually go to work underneath the car. So I think this car's going to be delayed a little bit longer than we suspected.
Oh dear. Thank you, Joe. Synchro Motorsport in and out. Dan Wheeler brought the car in. He'd done something like an hour and 45 minutes, so he will have got out of that car. I'll tell you in a moment when they're finished with the fuel who got into it, because I did see that. They're not happy with the driveline on that BMW, and what Joe was talking about, by the way, the stance is it's a sheath that goes around the air jacks, so that if air pressure is lost, it has something solid. In fact, they've got axle stands that they're using on that one, and sensibly using those before anybody got anywhere near underneath the car, so that if the pressure had gone down on those air jacks, it wouldn't hurt anybody or pin them underneath. Never work under a car without axle stands.
Should be Martin Byford getting into the Synchro Motorsport car on the rotation, and it's relatively easy to work that because that's one of the very few cars with just 3 drivers on it, but it tends to go Byford, James Wheeler, and as I say, Dan Wheeler, as you've mentioned, John, just having got out of the car, we'd expect it to be Martin Byford next up.
Topsy-turvy race for those guys. They are the people who are benefiting from that Court Oyster Racing being in the pit lane at the moment. Paul has noticed a new fastest lap.
Yeah, Philo de Calm doing a 2:15.999. Not a fastest lap of the race, but best lap thus far for the 2:17 Modena Motorsport Seat Leon, which is a very tidy lap time indeed. Meanwhile,
Colin White's Ginetta, the CWS car, G55 GT4, second in the class. Sitting just one place on the overall timings behind the Moss Motorsport UK E46 M3. That's the 178 car going back into its pit box on the hijack dollies.
Hashtag Task Bradley again, because
he's on his way.
It's 1 o'clock, and Roll Centre Racing said an hour ago that they were going to get the car out in an hour. So, as in when we can find out what's going on there.
Court Oyster Racing, well, all the wiggling
are racing.
And Court Oyster at the wheel of that car as the 71 goes back out. Right, we've got 3 hours to go. Let me give you a quick rundown. We'll start with the class leaders on this one. Court Oyster Racing back out with Court at the wheel in that 71 car, continue to lead the A3 class. They've completed 427 laps. Second, Synchro Motorsport, just being fueled up at the moment, having done their regular pit stop. That is their 14th time in the pit lane, although not all of them have been scheduled. In fairness, they've changed an engine which they managed to produce a brilliant performance. 1:36, 1 hour 36 from in to out of the pit lane. That car in second then on 409 laps for the A3, and third on 404 laps, the Super Copa Seat Leon from Vanquish Motorsport. Paul Plant is at the wheel of that. Doesn't look like the Court Oyster car is up to speed though, the leader in that class, as it goes through Maggots and Beckett's out towards Chapel and onto the Hanger Straight. Yeah, not happy with that at all. I think Court might be back in. Let's look at the other classes while we wait for that. SP3 GT4, it's the E46 BMW M3 from the CWS Ginetta. That is 136 and 178. Just said that the CWS car into the pit lane. 439 to 437 laps in favour of the Moss Motorsport BMW. In Cup 1, QSR are leading that. They're 7th overall. Jimmy Van Hooydonk behind the wheel of that car. RMA Track Days have a 4-lap deficit to them. And in third, Zorgren Sports, William Lucas at the wheel of the 151 in 10th position. So the whole of the podium for Cup 1 are inside the overall top 10, which is headed in overall first position by Tim Blakemolen. Lost the lead very briefly when they had some issues just on 8 o'clock this morning, but then by the combination of some good driving and problems for their competitors, regained the lead relatively quickly and have been there ever since. 12.5 minutes their advantage at the moment, 484 laps to 479 for Zach Arnold, who's back behind the wheel of the Pit Lane Competizione 122 Audi. Then it's Modena Motorsports, the 217 car on 469 laps, 468 for Wimmerwerk, the 266 Austrian Seat Leon, 462 for Stanko and Tanner. The Swiss entered a 312 Seat Leon, and making up the top 6, John Shen is behind the wheel of the Modena Motorsport Seat Leon number 216 on 461 laps. So yeah, beginning to get spread out at the sharp end, but certainly only a drive shaft change away from changing positions on any of those cars. That's how it stands with 2 hours and 55 minutes to go. Paul Truswell.
Yes, and now, of course, is the time when you really do start back timing, because before you can kind of assume that there will be a code 60 before the end of the race. Now you have to make the assumption or make your race plan that there won't be, because you need to be thinking, can we get to the flag with one more pit stop? Now, for most of the leading runners, in fact, all the way down to, what would it be? Yeah, certainly the top 7 or 8 can all make the end of the race with just one more pit stop. The one which might not be able to do that is the 156, which is the RMA Track Days car, second in Cut 1. They're just making a pit stop now because the Cut 1 class cars may not be so economical. They may not be able to quite get to the flag. It's obviously going to be an hour and a half per stop. If they are, it might just work for them, but other than that, everybody else should be able to get to the flag with one more stop.
Problems persisting at the Kurt Oyser BMW garage. Car 71 back in. We saw Kurt Oyser just take the car out. He's literally he's done one lap and brought the car straight back in. It sounds like a misfire. They've got the car up on the jacks and they've put the car in gear so that the rear axle is spinning, but as he applies the throttle, the car is just spitting fire and flame out the rear end, out the rear of the exhaust. So problems, which is a shame, because the Year 3 class, this car was at the head of that Year 3 class.
Well, still is. Only just. It'll be a little while yet before it is usurped by Synchro Motorsport. What a story that would be. Change an engine and still win the class. They are on 410 laps against 428. So there's a wee while yet for Kurt Oyser. And this is, I mean, apart from the fact they can't get up to speed, this is very sensible to make sure that they stick the car back in the garage. Duo Motorsports, the 235, Duo Racing, excuse me, has got at the moment, who has it got in at the moment? Adrian Watt. That car's been going very well. I think Adrian's just put that car's fastest lap in not so very long ago.
You did, yes.
And also Martin Byford's just put the Synchro car's fastest lap in as well. And that car now up to 19th position, having had that 1 hour 36 minute engine change, which is going to stay with me for a long time. Colin White's services car, CWS, back into the pits and heading for fuel. That car been in the pits for 7 minutes in the garage for that time, but it's clearly now off and running again. 91 car is another car that's had some issues, but Jack Fabi now at the wheel. Spoke to Jack earlier on. Pleasant young man, very much starting out on his career. Great motor racing background from him. Works as a development engineer for Mike Newton's Tiger company. It's in Cheshire somewhere though now, isn't it, Tiger?
I don't know, to be honest. They were in High Wycombe, but I don't know where they are now. He certainly sounds like he's from the north of England. But when Joe spoke to him earlier on, I mean, another young man living the dream. I mean, two opposite ends of the spectrum, I suppose. Depends what your dreams are. But you very much got the impression that there he was, realising, that he was in a great position, but also that he was lucky to be in the position that he was in.
Agreed.
And the same applied
no sense of entitlement at all from that young man.
Same applied to Richard Neary as well. You know, I mean, somebody with equally no sense of entitlement just wants to get his hands dirty. But different ends of living the dream, which I love. And as I say, a lot of the Creventic racers does allow that sort of thing.
Big thank you to the Silverstone marshalling team and the recovery and our friends in race control who have been doing a great job today. Chris Humphreys has been out there flagging for the last 5.5 hours or so down at Vale. And I know many of you will be listening in on Radio Silverstone, so thank you very much for all your hard work. Alan Prosser, what's happened to the 216 car? Steering wheel not straight. Alan, that's been like that for quite a long time. Rear suspension damage on that car and gave up the top position that he had. And I'm not sure that rear suspension isn't still a problem for the Modena Motorsport 216 car. John Shen holding on to 6th position. Right rear of the car took a bit of damage, and the rear control arm, bottom wishbone, effectively. There was one of the ball joints sheared at the bottom of the hub, and we've seen that in a couple of the Seats. So that car, I think, is still being nursed by the guys, although John Shen's not really hanging about. Just come out of the pits last time around, or the time before. He's struggling with the handling of that car. It seems to be, I think the worst part of it is it's inconsistent. It does seem to be that you can turn it a little bit to the right and then a little bit more, and then it's gone. And then you've got to quickly grab it back.
You were talking earlier on, John, about cat-like reactions required and not being required when you're in a front-wheel drive car, but I think that's probably not the case with that one. What other option do they have at this stage of the race? You know, they're down in 6th place. Their next opposition is 2 laps up. There's 2 3/4 hours still to go. You know, you've got to push on, because by pushing on, you're going to put pressure on the team in front. They then don't feel that they can relax. So, you know, even if you're taking risks, you're making the competition take risks. And you know, that's what this sport is all about. You know, it's doing what you can to maximise your chances.
Endurance racing, generally speaking, has changed beyond all recognition within our lifetime, Paul. And at this level, we are still seeing what I would call proper old-fashioned endurance racing. Endurance racing in the 6 hours and even the 24 hours of Le Mans, of 12 hours of Sebring, 24 hours at even at the Nürburgring for the GT cars. The levels of reliability that are built into those cars now are extraordinary. And had someone come to me back in 1989 when I first went to Le Mans and said, oh, by the way, this is what's going to happen by the time we get through to 2010, because really it was all happening then. And we've become used to that in the last 7 or 8 years. I would have laughed at them. I would have solidly laughed at them. What we're seeing here is endurance racing of a type that we would have seen back in the 80s and early 90s, where people are having to literally fight fires and also engineer cars on the hoof and solve problems. Much as you still... It's the same in rallying in some respects. The cars have become... so reliable, so user-friendly in terms of how you can change components, and the rules allow you to change components, that, you know, having to find a fix for something is not something that teams have to do anymore. Here you do.
I think it's...
And I like that, by the way. I do like it. It's a different type of endurance racing. I'm not saying it's better or worse. I appreciate both of them. I really do.
I think it's... my kind of attention to detail, and it's that kind of attention to detail which is so hard to sustain over 24 hours. And it's little things that you may think afterwards, that was what I did wrong, or and those little human aspects of it mean that you can't afford, as a spectator or as an observer, to take your eyes off it, because if you do, you'll miss that little human element that makes it into something which is interesting and worth staying up all night for and watching and following and trying to get to the bottom of. And yes, there is a gap of 6 laps at the head of the field, and then a gap of some 10 laps back to the second place car, but you've still got to stay at the top of your game and keep on doing what you've been doing for the last 21 and a bit hours, because otherwise something will go wrong and you'll miss something, you'll drop something, something that you did perfectly well at the beginning of the race because it had become second nature, you suddenly forget to do.
Yeah, and that is key. You can make the cars as reliable as you want and as serviceable as you want, but if someone has a bit of what we call finger trouble in the trade, then it all goes horribly wrong. Had a tweet from Michael Hetherington. Hello, Mickey. Good to know you're tuned in. Using the hashtag 24HTCES. Any regulations regarding the LED light bars the cars have fitted? I think there are. I think you can only have a maximum of two of them.
I think it's 4 altogether.
Oh, is it?
So
4 lights altogether.
Yes.
So 2 headlights and 2. Yes. Sorry. Yes. That's 2 additional lights. Sources,
and they have to be forward facing.
Yeah.
Stupid regulation, but one of those that needs to be put in there. We were just having a brief discussion up here regarding the 303 Red Camel Jordans.NL car, which I suggested a long time ago had completed sufficient laps to be classified as a finisher under the 60% rule. You do have to complete 60% of the race distance completed by the class leader in order to be classified as a finisher.
It's likely to be the overall victor.
Yes, quite, but by my calculation they will be within the 60% rule. Not by a lot, but it doesn't matter, you'll still be classified. However, in order to be able to score drivers' points, you have to have driven 2 hours in the race. And young Ivo Breukers, who was just up here, hasn't done the 2 hours required. He's only done an hour and a half. He skipped, I don't know if you remember, in the middle of the night, he skipped what was his turn on the original schedule and let Rick do an extra stint. And then he drove again, or he drove for the first time in the middle of the night. He just did a 1.5 hour stint, and that was the only stint that he's done before the car broke. That means that the car will probably get classified, but he won't get the points.
Leader is in the pits, Paul. On schedule, or thereabouts. Rob Smith gets out. Was very careful closing the driver's door there, I noticed. I don't know if they've got a problem with the lock. Now they've got a problem on the left-hand side rear. The tyre not wanting to go. Now, right-hand side rear, excuse me. Right rear is the danger area, it would seem, for these Seat Leons. It's off and running. Only one headlight working at the moment, but that might be a pit lane speed limiter thing as it pulls off into the fuel. So that looks okay. What we didn't see was any penalty being assessed for that car. It was under investigation for irregularities under the last code 60, so we'll try and follow that up. Meantime, Joe Bradley, a moment or two ago, opened his mic, which didn't go to air, but I heard it. And what I heard was a horrible knocking noise with an engine running. Joe, which pit are you down at?
Still at the number 71, the Court Oyster Racing pit. And I heard you say in my ear, what's that knocking? Well, that's the exact question that the team are asking themselves. and even Court Oyster is asking himself. I said to him, Court, what's the actual problem here? It's in the rear axle, they know that. But he said, we just can't locate exactly what it is. It's kind of a light knocking, not a thud knocking. So it's not like it's a diff or anything, and it's only when they put it in drive that then drive the rear axle, and there's that knocking as you heard it. It's a shame they've turned the car off now, and and looking at something on the computer. So I don't know whether they are trying to find it out through the magic of data acquisition or not. But
Joe, whilst you're on, Ian Rogers asking you, have you been measuring how many steps you've had during this event?
No, but my iPhone, other phones are available, will tell me if
They're not much better, obviously.
If I check, yes.
Right, okay, we'll get that information to you. Questions about it. That's Task Bradley on Bradley there. So the lead car in fueling at the moment.
Yeah, Robert Smith was basically out of time.
Correct.
That's why it was kind of early coming up on the stint. But because Rob Smith was out of time, then he had to come in to hand the car over to Sebastian Blakemolen, who should be the next one out there. And let's say Sebastian will be looking to make this the penultimate stint of the race. He'll do one more stop after this one and get the car to the checkered flag after that. And from here on in, the stops should be the penultimate ones for pretty much everybody. 2 hours 40 minutes to go.
Just saw the Moss Motorsport UK car, the 137 in the pit lane. It has been there for 10 minutes now, and that car has tumbled down the GT4 standings and is now down to 4th position, which means our there's 2 Moss Motorsport cars. Of course there is. There's a 1M and there's an E46. I was about to say that car was leading not so long ago, but that's the 136. Forget the last 35 seconds of your life and we'll carry on from there. 2 hours 40 minutes to go, Paul.
Yeah, the thought did strike me a moment ago that because the SP3 GT4 class has been, I'll say, calamitous, with the leading car 13th overall. It has completed 447 laps, that Moss Motorsport BMW M3, which means that the bar for everybody else in the class is substantially lower, because rather than having to compete against 60% of 490 laps, or whatever the leader has done by the end of the race, they only have to worry about the leader in their class, which, as I say, is at the moment some 43 laps less. So, as I say, a considerably lower bar, lower qualification minimum required in the SP3 GT4 class than perhaps they might have expected. However, before you get the champagne out down at Roll Centre, A, Roll Centre still hasn't made an appearance, and B, even with the best will in the world, they're not going to be able to get their requisite number of laps to complete 60% of the
information for you.
Race. So that's the Team Abacar. I think we can have more information from Joe Bradley.
Yeah, this is from one of our regular listeners, Jamie Peters, Ennis, tells me that the 100 car, why they're closing the door very gently is because it's got a broken window. The window shattered once when they shut it, and it's got some kind of plastic screen on it. And the step question, I did 9,827 steps yesterday, and today I've done 7,230 steps. Is that good or bad? I don't know.
I think you should set yourself a target. 20,000, I think, for the 2 days. I think it should be your target.
These things are all about conserving energy and only needing to use it when you have to. You never know when I have to go from pit into pit out and back again.
Do you have to, break your legs in gently so that you don't overheat them at the start of your stint?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And then for the last hour, I just run up and down.
You go for it. See what you've got left in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a point of information. Your informant said that the window got broken as a result of shutting the door too violently. I was told that it had a stone hit it earlier in the race, and that's why it's broke.
Okay.
But, as I say, I'm trying to remember who it was who told me that. I think it was Sebastian Blakemolen himself, so I'm hoping he got it right. As I say, it was not as a result of over ambitious slamming of the door, but of a stone coming up and hitting the side screen, the what we'll call the driver's door, because it's a left-hand drive Seat. So with just over 2.5 hours to go, and still the predominant, the main positions remaining the same. A2, the class leader, the Renault Clio Cup car, Team Sally Racing, still just outside the top 10, but I think because it has kind of got as high as it has, it's 13th, it's got as high as it has because of the attrition that's taken place. Its main concern is just going to be keeping ahead of the car behind it in its class, which is 4 laps behind. So that represents round about 15 minutes in round, probably a little bit less than that, 13 minutes, 14 minutes. 14 minutes roundabout in terms of time, but as I say, the Renault Clio Cup Team Sally Racing will be attempting just to keep everything pointing in its correct direction. Martin Sally Pedersen, Peter Obel, Mads Christensen and Stefan Jusjong, the 4-driver lineup in that car, which has really tried to have a nice quiet race of this.
Cor Oyser, car 71, the car still in the garage, Cor. The question is, what is that knocking sound?
Well, you have to be a magician to find out what this is. We checked everything, the oil is okay in the differential, the drive shafts are good, the prop shaft is good, but still a big noise comes from the differential. So I think something inside there is the problem. When you're out there, it's violent. But they don't vibrate, but it's not a nice feeling when you're out there and maybe it will seize up and people run in the back of you. So I think we maybe do the last lap or so just to finish the car, and to change the differential is we don't have enough time for that.
Okay, is it a limited slip diff, is it?
That's a limited slip diff, yeah. And it was running good temperatures all the time, and still now it is. And it created a big knock, and it's rotating all the time. So it's the higher the speed, the knock is higher. Right. So this is bad.
The Silverstone 24 hours didn't exactly start very well for you guys. You had a misfire that you'd been chasing all week, you told me. But then you went on to lead the A3 class, and unfortunately, you have been around this sport so long. So to you, it's motor racing, yeah?
Yeah, it's motor racing. We were fighting the whole night to get into the lead. I drove with John. Fantastic lap times, and we pulled a gap of 6 laps in 6 hours, which was I think strong. Then early in the morning, the hub broke from the left rear, and that created a lot of damage. But we got it out in like 35 minutes. And then we run fine again, and we came from second to first again. And now we're still leading, but the laps are knocking down. So I think we park it and we do the last lap, and this is the show we have to give.
That's a shame to hear that, Cor. When will we see Cor Oyser Racing back out in the Creventic series?
Next week in Red Bull Ring.
Right, what are you running?
Hopefully the M3 again.
All right, cool. Yeah, you've only got a couple of days before it's on the truck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cor.
It's a fairly tall order, isn't it, to get the car fixed,
swap the diff out,
loaded up, drive down to the Red Bull Ring and unload it all in time for the 12 hours, isn't it, at the Red Bull Ring. Cor Oyser, just doing a quick calculation, he's absolutely right. They're going to lose the lead. They're going to lose, I think, both second and third places. I can't see them maintaining a podium spot. They'll hold on to fourth, and they've certainly completed enough laps to be classified. So it's not a complete disaster. And in terms of points and things, there are championship points, and Cor is committed to most of the Creventic races, as we just heard. So I'm sure he'll be doing as many of the touring car endurance series races as he possibly can, and with a possible fourth place, he'll be disappointed now, but by the time he gets to the Red Bull Ring and then starts looking at points positions, fourth will be a relative escape from that car, which, as Joe was describing, has had a race of ups and downs.
The reason Joe asked about a limited slip differential is in a standard diff, it's just cogs and gears that make sure that the wheels can, when you go round a corner, the inside wheel and the outside wheel on the axle have to go at a different length of distance, so they have to turn at different rates. In a standard differential, that's achieved by a set of cogs and gears to allow that to happen. A limited slip differential will transfer the torque to the wheel that isn't slipping. So as your wheel starts to slip up, it will put more to the other side on there. Now you can do that in several ways. You can use an hydraulic torsion version of that, or you can use a clutch-based system. And the reason Joe was asking that was that sounds like one of the clutches or part of the mechanical interior of the limited slip differential, which you tend to find on racing cars or very fast road cars, was not doing what it was meant to be doing. And it sounded to me as though the clutch was engaging and then therefore depriving the car of drive on one side of the car. So it was either not engaging or engaging too early, depending on which way you look at it, and basically depriving the engine of being able to put the power, the gearbox, but being able to put the power to both of the rear wheels, and only one was being driven, which would have sounded horrible and immediately would have caused problems inside the car. The reason that Cora and everyone else are scratching their head is normally you would expect to see something going wrong with the diff, and you have sensors in there for oil temperature. You probably have a diff oil cooler even on those cars. They were built by BMW M Sport for the Nürburgring Nordschleife series, the VLN, and everything is showing normal on that at the moment, which is why they're scratching their head. So other than taking off the rear axle and the differential itself, not really any way for them to source a solution to that problem. The 107 back out, the hands of Monloud Competition. That was our pole sitting car, and that is Albert Cano Ramirez driving that car. She'd enjoyed her overnight session, and although she told Joe Bradley early on she hadn't driven that much, just hooking the left rear there on the middle part of the Beckett's complex. Now, left rears, it's right rears, isn't it, that's been the problem on Fiat. Okay, forget the last 15 seconds of your life. But really do not want to be dropping your wheel there into an area that is beyond the curb. Very easy to do on a rear wheel on a front wheel drive car, because it's not going to lose you any momentum really. You'll just have a little bump. So let's just check on the situation as we've gone through another half an hour in the classes. Let's take GT4 to start with. Moss Motorsport 136 leading, 12th position. Yes, Paul?
Sorry, I know you were about to do that. Just to interrupt, but the 122, the Audi, has come into the pits, and this is rather early for it. 122, the pit lane competizione Audi RS3, somewhat early on its stint. 23 laps only, and the bonnet is up on that car.
Oh no.
Oil is being added, but more than that I can't tell you, I'm afraid.
Having said that car had been pretty much perfect, we've rather cursed that a little while ago.
Well, let's keep calm for the time being and see what ends up being done to it. It's got a 10-lap cushion on the third place car. So
it's not a cushion, that's a three-piece suite.
Yeah, it's very comfortable.
Actually, probably not here, in fairness. That would disappear very quickly if they had a long problem. Let me quickly run down the classes as I was going to do. Moss Motorsport UK lead, SP3 GT4 there in 12th position, having completed 452 laps. Second in class is the CWS Ginetta. It's a 178 car. They are 16th overall and 446 laps under their belt. Third in SP3 GT4, the 140 Intersport racing car, which is back in the pits at the moment, having completed 405 laps. The 1M 137 Moss Motorsport, the second car, has got Rob Nairn at the wheel at the moment. SP3 GT4, fourth position, 374, and the 174 Exige, back out again, and has been for about 8 minutes, 349 in that category. In fifth position. Sixth, the Ginetta of TDF is done, and seventh still getting its new engine, is the 234 Team ABBA. They've only completed 80 laps. In Cup 1, 7th position for Jimmy van Hooijdonk in the QSR BMW M235i Racing Cup car. They've completed 471 laps and lead their class over a 465 lap total so far for the RMA Track Days 156 car in 9th position overall, and third in that class the 151 Zorg Rennsport, who have completed 459 laps. Now, what else have we got? A2 Team Sally, 13th position for the 52 Renault Clio, 452 laps. Second place, 448 laps. That's nothing, is it? Just over 8 minutes between that and the Jack Fabi driven Owens Insurance Area MS Honda Civic, the 91 car, at 15th overall. A3 BMW M3 of Cor Oyser in the pit and unlikely to do very more than its 428 laps that it's clocked at the moment. So start the countdown now for Synchro Motorsport and Martin Byford, the 176 car, just one place further back on the timing screen, but having completed only 422 laps. So they're down just 422 laps, it says here.
Oh, okay.
For the A3 second place car.
Yes.
And third place is 415 for the Seat Leon Super Cobra Vanquish Motorsport, Chris Yarwood behind the wheel of that car. That car has just come into the pits as well, and the Mini still in the pits, not turning any laps, and 134 is on 342 laps. So that only leaves us with the overall, which is also TCR, 496 laps completed by Team Blakemollen, Sebastian Blakemollen, his name's above the door, Mr. Exit. The Seat Leon 100 is leading. John Filippi is back in the pit lane Competizione Audi, which is still in second place and is about 9.5 minutes behind. We'll see how that goes. I think that's gone out a little bit from there, because that would have been timed when he came into the pit lane.
Exactly.
So he's going to be 6 laps.
But it was a routine stop.
Right.
So I think I might have just panicked a little bit too early. A relatively short stint.
They have not been
Zach.
doing long stints anyway, have they? But they are getting shorter.
But as I say, Zach Arnold doing 23, whereas John Phillippi's longest stint was 37. So, but Philippi back in the car now, and I think they're probably just trying to maximise their speed, John.
The the Modena Motorsports car is third, the 217, and that's completed 483 laps. On 482 laps, Wimmerwerk 266 is in fourth place overall. The top 6 are rounded out by Stanko and Tanner's 312 Seat Leon on 476 and 474 laps for the second of the Modena cars, perhaps the more well-fancied machine, John Shen, in the 216 car at the moment in 6th position. A smoky Ginetta, and that can only be then the CWS car, the car that is remaining, because the 248's already out, isn't it? So that's not good news for CWS in second place in GT4.
No, as I say, anything that's in GT4 seems to have problems, and the one that doesn't is the one that didn't start out in GT4. So it's not a proper GT4 car at all. It's an A3 car that's changed class halfway through the race. The 136, which leads the SP3 GT4 class. Into the pits comes the Ginetta then, and that is Patrick Mathieson bringing what is a smoky-looking Ginetta. They've had their problems during the race, as have all the GT4 class cars, and they've been cursing their balance of performance, but I think all of them cursing their luck as well.
And they've been driving that car very, very quickly indeed. It's got the dollies underneath so that it can be pushed into the manhandled into the pit area. Now, Joe Bradley is on his way there, but what he will be able to tell me is if that is engine oil smoke or gearbox oil smoke, because there's a difference in smell.
Yeah, well, you know my sense of smell.
Oh, yes, of course.
It's all visual for me. There was smoke just kind of ebbing from the rear of the car, from like underneath the car. Hard to judge where the smoke was actually, whereabouts on the car the smoke was coming from. I'll be able to tell better when I can see oil dripping from wherever. I'm on my way.
Thanks, Joe. Joe Bradley on the beat in the pits, doing the split shift, as we all have. Thanks to the 0221 or 221 TV guys for giving us the wherewithal and the facilities to broadcast to you. Apologies it couldn't be for the whole of the event, but hopefully we've brought you most of the drama and kept you up to date with what you missed in the overnight hours, courtesy of Paul Trustwell not leaving his post. It's not a proper 24-hour race if you go home to bed, says Paul.
And thanks to post-it notes, because if nobody had ever invented post-it notes, I don't think we would have been able to follow it nearly as well as we had done.
Genius.
I'd say the beauty of it was being able to go out and smell some of that gearbox oil myself as well in the middle of the night. So when there was a task for Bradley, I was able to go and do it myself.
So time ticking down now, 2 hours 21 minutes remaining.
And this, of course, then opens up the possibility of pit stops windows, because you can either split the distance 50-50 between now and the end of the race, or you can make your pit stop as early as possible in order then to be able to go to the flag on your final tank full of fuel, or leave it as late as you possibly can, and then put in as little fuel as you need just to get to the flag. And in terms of maximising your chances, minimising the risk, you're better off probably leaving it until as late as possible, and then if you do get a code 60 you can take advantage of it, whereas if you've already made your decision, then you're making it before knowing exactly what's going to happen with code 60s.
Let's head back down to Joe Bradley. Colin White is still here, and he's looking with hands on hips. A very nice Adidas race suit.
He'd already
at Fish. Joe, what can you tell us?
Well, Colin had already decided he wasn't going to go off to Brands Hatch to do the Ginetta race there. He'd already decided to see this one out. Unfortunately, it's the diff, and I've just overheard a conversation with his crew chief and himself. Like, how long have we got? 2 hours 20? Have we got time to fix it? No, not really. So unfortunately, it might be that the CWS Ginetta is finished. I'll just jump in and see if... What's the thoughts, Colin? Have we got time to fix this or not?
Well, we're trying to decide actually if it's worth it or not. We knew we had a problem there and we wanted to run the car slower, but because Creventic's put somebody in our class, meant we had to start chasing again, which has ruined the car. And like, I think in our own honesty, our own hearts is that we've had enough of this series and we'll decline and we'll just back out of it now.
Disappointed to hear that, Colin. Does this give you a chance to head off to Brands Hatch, or have you had enough of motor racing for the weekend?
Well, I got about 3/4 an hour and somebody got a helicopter to take me, I'll go.
Yeah, disappointment here at the CWS team. I think their race is done.
Thank you. I understand Colin. Complaining because he couldn't go fast enough, and then complaining because he had to go faster.
Because there was a different car added to his class. Yeah, he did get in the car. I was saying that he hadn't got in. He told Joe, I think, that he was going to get in at about midday. Well, he pulled a fast one on us and got in at about 8 o'clock in the morning instead. So he did an hour and a bit at 8 o'clock this morning, and then got out of it, handed the car over to one of his teammates. But sadly for that car, again, it looks like no further laps completed. But as the car that's currently in second place, the leading car, has done 456 laps, he should be okay for a 60%. So he'll get qualified, and it's just a case of how much value he attributes to being qualified and getting position in the race in the final results. So we'll see how that one pans out. Out into the fueling area goes the third place car, the number 217, Philo Decoum at the wheel, and that 217 car having taken over as the lead Modena Motorsports car. The 216 car, John Shen, down in 6th place at the moment. So the two Modenas were 3rd and 4th. They're now 3rd and 6th, which Wimmerwerk still challenging for a potential podium slot. They're a little over a lap behind, and so both of them with one more stop to do. I don't think that Decoum is going to be able to get to the flag without another stop. So there's going to have to be a splash for that car before it gets to the end of the race. Wimmerwerk will try and get to the end of the race on one full stop. Full pit stop.
One full stop. Okay, forget that. We now have to start thinking about that, don't we, Paul? Because we're at the time now in the race where there are people who are going to be certainly back counting. They will have been doing that for quite a while, but the situation is now Sebastian Blekemolen has been in that 100 car which leads for 25 minutes. So he's got about another hour in that car, which will take him to an hour and 15 to go. So really, he could probably split the difference on that now.
I reckon that he can go anywhere up to half past, and between half past and up to 3 o'clock.
138 Seat going slowly. This car is on its outlap. This is the Vanquish Motorsport A3 third position car. Chris Yarwood's just got into that car. At least he's just gone out in it. I think it was a driver change last time around. And this is the car that has had problems being in the pits for quite a wee while over the night. But he was on the radio there trying to talk it through with his team, as through goes one of the 235i Cup cars, which Jim Cameron, who is tuned in this lunchtime from Mission Motorsports. Hello, Jim. Jim does like something shiny, and he's decided a 235i race car is absolutely the right thing to have. And as he rightly says, it looks very relaxed, strolling happily around. Want one, he says. And that would say to me that there'll be one very shortly. Jim is... he has an eclectic collection of vehicles within Mission Motorsport and in the Cameron fleet, having just bought himself a Maserati V8.
And I think he well understands the difference between wanting and needing as well, doesn't he? And how the two can sometimes be confused. Vanquish Car's got itself all the way back into the pit lane, having done one very, very slow lap, and I'm guessing they'll push the car straight into the garage here, John.
Yeah. Engine is stopped and the guys are going to push him in. In fact, they are already doing that. Slight delay on the onboards coming through as that Vanquish car comes in, straighten the wheel out. That'll do. Thanks very much, lads. Right, turn it all off. Haven't spoken for a wee while about the Leicester Racing Team Volkswagen Golf TCR car. This is the number 110 machine. The only one of its type in the race. Peter Fällström from Sweden. In fact, it's an all Swedish driver lineup there and a Swedish entered team. And that car, very pretty looking car, these TCRs, and the Golf lends itself very well. The regulations not requiring it to be a hatchback. Indeed, the Audi isn't, of course. Also already seen an Alfa Giulia, which Johnny Palmer, being a bit of an Alfista and an Alfaholic, he was very excited about when we saw that in Dubai. New cars coming from a number of manufacturers. There's a Ford Focus as well, which we've seen. Hyundai i40, I believe, coming as well soon. Johannes Quagliga, along with a number of people, saying just his opinion, but surely cars shouldn't be changing classes during the race. That is moving the goalpost. tend to agree, if I'm honest. We have seen cars move classes right up to race day morning in a variety of races that we've seen from these organisers. I think this is the first time I can remember something being changed within a race.
Can't remember.
And certainly when it's had such a big influence on what was going on.
Of becoming a class leader in a class that you didn't start off in. I think that is probably true. I mean, I will neither agree nor disagree, but merely state the fact that within the regulations it does give Creventic the option to, and they explicitly stated in the regulations that they do have the option of changing class within the race and during practice, qualifying, after the warm-up or during the race. And so if you've read the regulations, then you can't say, oh, we didn't know you were going to do that. The option exists in the regulations to do it. Whether it's the right thing to do or not, I'm not going to enter into the discussion.
My issue with that is in a class that's regulated by minimum reference lap times, if in a race you change a car into that class, then surely and that car is pretty much immediately the leader of the class, you've put everybody else driving to their minimum reference lap times, or whatever they're doing, you've completely messed with their strategy.
I don't disagree, and I tried to say I wasn't going to enter into the discussion, but
I understand Colin's frustration. He was trying to make a point anyway by driving the car a little bit faster than the minimum reference time down to 17s, which the other Ginetta was doing because it was taking a low fuel allowance, and he was getting penalised for that and just taking the pain on that to get the car sitting at the kind of speed that he thought was right for the car. So he's taking the pain for all of that, and then somebody gets dropped into it, parachuted into the lead of the class when he thought he had a big gap back over.
Yeah, I
see his point.
Quite so. The A3 class, however, does have a minimum reference lap time. So the class it's moved from and the class it's moved to are both minimum reference lap times. And it's moved from a slower time to a faster time. So it's not as if it's been theoretically going into a slower class in order to win it. It's actually moving up into a faster class. But all of your points are still valid. I just make those
I'm sure the guys
comments.
who, from the class from which it has been removed, are delighted to see the back of it because it was much quicker than everybody else. I see both sides of that argument. At Hyundai i30, not an i40, I think I said, due in TCR. Seen some pictures of that. It looks really, really good.
The one thing I hope with the TCR class is as it gets more popular and brings more manufacturers in, it doesn't lose its essential character, because it does have a very particular character at the moment, and that is, to my way of thinking, a good thing, that it brings together like-minded individuals. And I just worry if we do get too many manufacturers getting involved and other things start playing a role, then it might be spoiled.
I think so long as it's a manufacturer-supported class in terms of supplying cars to customers and not works teams, which is exactly what GT3 started off as and is not what GT3 is now. I would love to think that TCR would do for touring car racing, both in general terms and in endurance racing terms, what GT3 has done for GT racing in endurance and sprint racing terms. But the disadvantage of having the manufacturers involved is that you've got the manufacturers involved, and all of a sudden you get works teams turning up for the big races with works drivers and. The thing that I think will keep that out of this part of TCR's global bailiwick is that there is a TCR championship. There are several TCR championships. In fact, they're out in somewhere weird this weekend. I think Georgia, aren't they, in the Caucasus, rather than in America. And that would be, for me, the place that the manufacturers might want to go and play, instead of doing something like World Touring Cars, which frankly is disappearing down its own plug hole at the moment. And maybe that is the saviour of the more endurance-based TCR class. I say come one, come all. Let's have a go at it.
Indeed, yeah. No, nothing against that. John Philippi in the Audi flying another personal best for that car, 2 minutes 15.9. It's a new personal best, so it's getting faster and faster. The Audi RS3 in second place, but with little hope of catching the leading Blake & Molan car, but still pushing as hard as it possibly can and diving up on the inside of the Renault Clio there as it went through Copse Corner, and not really leaving much room for error from the Clio. The Clio knew it was there though, so left him sufficient space.
The other implication of the 136 switching classes is that it probably means the 248 won't now be classified.
It wouldn't have been anyway. 248.
The 248, the TDF car, because it's class winner, isn't it? And with the Ginetta parked as well now, and the next car several laps back from that, 30-odd laps back from that, it probably would have been classified. And I'm not sure it will now if that BMW, the Moss Motorsport car, keeps on trucking, which it looks like it will.
That's a calculation I have to do, but it certainly has moved the class winners' number of laps completed goalpost, and therefore the 60% of everybody else's goalposts. So yeah, as I say, the debate will run and run. Close positions on the racetrack insofar as it is less than a minute, in fact less than 3/4 of a minute, 43 seconds only separating third and fourth place cars. The Wimmerwerk Motorsport Seat Leon has got itself ahead of the Modena Motorsports car because the Modena Motorsports 217 has just been in for a pit stop, and Philo de Koom has passed the car over now to Soyadyaha, the Indian driver, and that has allowed the Wimmer Motorsport car with Matthias Kaiser behind the wheel to take third place. But Matthias has I reckon, minimum of 7 laps to go, and then a minimum of 7 laps to go before he'll be into the pits. It'll either be 7 or 8 laps before we see Matthias into the pits, and he will then.
Did he have a long pit stop then? Because his stint time here showing as 1:51.
For the stint time for
Kaiser in the Wimmerwerk car.
Yes, he is. He got into the car at the code 60 that we had, not the last code 60, but the one before, which was to deal with the Ginetta fire, 248 fire. So that was when he got into the car. That was at 30 hours into the race, so an hour and a half ago. So he will be able to run to the end of that car's fuel. But the important thing is that will then be the last pit stop for that car, and we'll see whether who gets into the car to bring it home to the flag after that. But theoretically, it will be able to run to the flag and may well have Felix Wimmer, therefore, to take it to the checkered flag. So as a result of that pit stop, it will then lose third place again. But of course, the 217 car still has to make another splash of fuel because it doesn't have enough fuel to get to the end of the race. So it is still a close race for the last spot on the podium between the two Seat Leons, one the Wimmerwerk car, number 266, and the 217 Modena Motorsports car.
Thank you, Paul.
We'll keep our eyes on that one and see how it pans out. But as ever, there's always drama. Just as you think you're getting to the end of the race and it's just going to be a nice smooth run to the end, there's always drama going on. And drama not only out on the racetrack but in the pits as well. In comes the Wimmerwerk Motorsport Seat Leon. So he'll be struggling here to get to the checkered flag on one tank of fuel, therefore. So it may be a splash as well for him.
He's just done 154, hasn't he? And there's 202 to go.
Yes, so that was a stint and a bit. So it wasn't one tank of fuel.
Okay.
It was one stint, but on more than one tank of fuel. So he'll need that extra whatever it is, I reckon about 7 laps of fuel to get into to get him to the checkered flag. Driver change. The driver can get to the checkered flag from here because we're within 2 hours of the end of the race. So the 2-hour driving limit is now okay. Any driver getting into the car from now on will be able to take the car to the finish. It's merely the fuel for that car which won't get it to the finish, and that puts it very close, therefore, on strategy to the 217 Modena Motorsport car.
It's Paul Trustwell, I'm John Hindhaugh. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane. We're live from Silverstone. Heading into the last 2 hours of this very interesting contest. The 24 Hours of Silverstone is the first round of the 24-hour Touring Car Endurance Series 2017, powered by Hankook. Hello, everybody, as we're getting set for the run to the checkered flag. Let's have a look at how they stand heading into the last 2 hours. It's still Team Blakemorlan leading. They have been in the lead since 8:30 this morning in that number 100 TCR Seat Leon. It is Sebastian Blakemorlan who is behind the wheel at the moment. The gap between him and John Filippi in the pit lane Competizione Audi in race time about 13.5 minutes, if you prefer, about 6 laps. Third position, 491 laps as opposed to the leaders 507, and the second place cars 501 is Wimmerwerk Motorsport. In the pit lane at the moment, they will lose that position to Modena Motorsport's 217 when they come through, and in fact they have just gone through, so that has changed, not yet on the screen. As far as the rest of the top 10, well, look down to 7th position for the first non-TCR. It's our Cup 1 class leader, QSR. The 154 car's done 482 laps as it crosses the line ahead of me. Second and third in that category, also in the top 10, the 156 of RMA Track Days. And in 10th position, Zorg Rennsport, the 151 car on 471 laps. Our other class leaders, Moss Motorsport UK for BMW and the E46 M3, the 136 car, leads SP3 GT4 somewhat controversially, having been moved into that class during the race. They're in 12th position overall. The A2 leader is the Renault Clio Cup Team Sally Racing 52 car on 462 laps. From the recovering Honda Civic A2 of David Vincent driving the 91 car for area MS Owens Insurance on 457 laps. In A3, in 18th position, that's where Synchro Motorsport find themselves, and they are leading the class with Martin Byford behind the wheel of that car. That is the car that has had a full engine change. It was completed in 96 minutes, and that number 176 car, the Black Machine, is leading A3 ahead of the BMW of Core Oyster Racing, which will do no more laps, having a diff issue in second place, and also in the pit lane in third place in that class, the number 138 Seat Leon Supercope of Vanquish Motorsport in 21st position. From there on, everyone have clearly had problems. The 235 Duo Racing and 235 Racing Cup car is 4th in class, but they had issues before the start. The Seat Leon of Red Camel Jordan NL had a turbo change, some issues with the rear suspension. The Lotus Exige is running again, but has had issues. The Mini was getting an engine change the last time I saw that, the 134 car in 27th position. The Ginetta, the TDF car, had a fire after an engine change, some time after an engine change, unrelated directly, and that car is out. Team ABBA with Roll Centre Racing in 30th position. Still working on that engine change. We will see that car, we are told, before the end of the race. Paul Trustwell. Sorry, that can't you? Don't worry, I can carry on. No, that's fine. Joe Bradley. We can go down to Joe Bradley, to the Monlau competition car, which started on pole position some 22 hours ago. Joe?
It feels such a long time ago that your car was on pole position, Alba. You've had a very, very eventful 24 hours of Silverstone. Tell us, what are things like at the moment?
Okay, I think it has been a really long race. We are starting the first 4 hours in the pole, fighting for the first position. Then we broke the gear box, so we had to change. We lose like 1 hour and 15 minutes. We were in the 20th position, more or less. We recuperated till the 8th position that we are now. We are really happy because that is our first time in this type of events, and this is a new team, the 4 together. So we are really happy, and we hope to be better in the next races.
Yeah, and I hear that you are studying engineering at Oxford Brookes, and you're in the same class as a friend of mine. So are you applying any of what you're studying at university to running the race team and the car?
Yes.
Yes? They allow you to do that, yeah?
Yes, it helped me to understand better both things and to join everything. And it's good. I would like to work like an engineer too.
Excellent. And today's a very special day. For what reason?
It's her birthday.
It's her birthday. Happy birthday, Alba. I'm not going to ask how old. It must be your 18th.
Yes.
How do you say happy birthday in Spanish?
Feliz cumpleaños.
Well, I'll leave you to do that. There's too many things in there for me.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Albert. We'll speak to you. We'll speak to you later.
Joe Bradley, twinkling in the pit lane there.
The Model Hour team, actually, I mean, the mention of Cranfield Technical College, that is the kind of Spanish equivalent. It's the Monlau Repsol Technical School in Barcelona.
It was Oxford Brookes.
Oh, Oxford Brookes, sorry, not Cranfield. Sorry, I processed it.
Not criticising Cranfield at all.
No, I just processed the wrong thing into my head.
I just had a university challenge moment there. Oxford Brookes.
Anyway, the Monlau Repsol Technical School is a similar kind of event, similar kind of institution in Barcelona. So if you look up the Monlau Repsol Technical School in Google, it'll tell you all about it.
So is that car then run, do we think?
As part of the technical school.
As part of the technical school?
As part of the technical school.
Oh, how cool.
As I say, it's got some amazing stuff in the paddock that they've brought over, but it does mention the technical school as well.
So, Mr. Bradley, that's not dissimilar to what you used to do with Gateshead College when you were running people like Martin Byford in your Formula Ford then?
Yeah, it's exactly the same concept. Yes, you're actually taking a group of students. I have one standing next to me, actually, who's been shadowing me. Taking a group of students and teaching them. The course I was on was a motorsports course. It was kind of a foundation to the girls and boys moving on to university and going into things like mechanical engineering and motorsport engineering and aerodynamics and the like. But it's applying the theory into actual real-life practice by bringing them and creating a racing team, running a car operationally and logistically at a racetrack, at a race meeting, giving them insight and applying what they're learning in textbooks and theory and making the numbers into reality, basically. But yeah, it's exactly the same. You know what, John? Can you imagine if they had that when we were kids? I mean, I know it's a long time ago, and we would have had to been writing on slate and all that stuff before everyone else tweets that. But
writing, I think then it was still hieroglyphics in our day, wasn't it?
Yeah. But it's a great idea, and certainly I can see where you and I would have ended up.
Double maths on a Friday afternoon, no doubt.
You know us well, trust me.
Yeah, but no, I all about providing a supply to meet demand, and there is undoubtedly demand out there. There was a motorsport recruitment day here at Silverstone a few weeks ago, and huge numbers of prospective students and job seekers were along here for that, and the various motorsport colleges that there are in the UK these days were all very well represented. Meanwhile, back out in the race, still no sign of the ABBA car. I say that only because the black and green of the 136 BMW going out just caught my attention for a moment, and the 136 going out for another go out there. They've not had a trouble-free race by any manner of means, but nevertheless are looking like class winners at the moment, with an advantage of 6 laps over the Ginetta that the Colin White team has, well, not withdrawn, but I don't think we're going to see it out for more than a lap at the end of the race. And into the pits comes also the 144 RS Connect car. Adam Jones at the wheel. The 174 car, the Endurance Autosport Lotus Exige, has just left the pit lane with Andrew Dolan at the wheel of it, and is back on his way again. It always amazes me the number of stories you can write. You know, you could write a book about any individual 24-hour race with the challenges and difficulties that have been overcome by each of the individual teams.
144 RS Connect has got a right suspension issue, right front suspension issue. That's another Seat with a suspension problem, and that's broken. The right front wheel is dangling at a jaunty angle once that car went up on the jacks. It's broken an upright or something there, and that isn't going anywhere.
It was driven into the pits, but as you say, that's certainly not
too much dangle there. Too much. The proper word is droop, actually. Too much droop on that. Which suggests to me there's something not right.
Adam Jones out of the car, and as I say, that's again more work. This is kind of the time that tired mechanics really just want to sit in the deck chair and watch the car go round and round, rather than having to leap forward and start work on another project, as we found with the diff problem that befell the Ginetta. Just takes too long to make a major repair at this stage of the race and get the car to the finish. Even if you're within the qualification minimum, you just then don't have the honour, privilege, satisfaction of bringing the car across the line and taking the checkered flag. It's not something you have to do to be classified in a Creventic race, but there is nevertheless a very emotional aspect to finishing a 24-hour race, taking the checkered flag and finishing it on the track. Something which 24-hour races have evolved into demanding over the years of 24-hour racing. It wasn't always the case at Le Mans, even, that you had to take the checkered flag in order to be classified.
Yeah, when did that change?
Before I started the sentence, I knew I didn't know the answer.
And said, oh, it's always been the case at Le Mans. I went, no, it has not.
I mean, I'm sure the web has it, but if the web doesn't have it, then Quentin Spurring's book does, or his series of books, which I never miss an opportunity to commend people. Not that I'm getting any money for it, but they are just superb reference guides. And not only are they superb reference guides, but they're not particularly well. If you want to know that piece of information, you have to kind of read through it, and you get terribly distracted finding out all sorts of other facts as you look it up. I would say it was the immediate post-war races. I think the pre-war races, you didn't have to necessarily take the checkered flag, but I think it was the post-war races, but it might have been a little bit earlier than that. But certainly it was a rule that was introduced. It wasn't a rule that was always there, if you see what I mean. Another point of fact that I must just correct myself on, because it's been drawn to my attention that I got it wrong. The driver of the 217 Modena Motorsports car, who is Michael Soryadyaha, is down in the list as IDN, and I identified that as India. It's not, it's Indonesia.
Indonesia,
yeah. So Michael Soryadyaha is an Indonesian driver, and he's very rapid as well. He hasn't quite necessarily been on Philippe Descombes' pace, but he's certainly not far off it, and his, in fact, during the so-called happy hour that we had in the hours just after dawn this morning, he was actually setting personal bests for that car. So certainly a very capable driver from Indonesia that doesn't always produce a lot of racing heritage, but I think one of the things that tends to be happening these days, John, is there's an increasing worldwide appeal of motorsport in areas that you may not have previously thought of being producers of racing drivers do now produce racing drivers.
And particularly in endurance racing for some reason. I mean, we still get those who harbour dreams of single-seat success in Formula One and, you know, still hoping to see some people come through from non-traditional motorsport areas to do that, but we know how hard it is even when you come from Europe, America or Australasia to break through into the big time there. But I think of the Toyota team Gazoo Thailand entries headed up by Charan Sukawatana, the man they call Mad Cow, and you know, those guys and one or two others have been catapulted onto the world stage. Charan took part in Race of Champions when it was out in Thailand for the Nations Cup out there, and there's a growing interest in motorsport in a number of new places as the personal transportation, the motor car, becomes more prevalent in society. And whether that's the Indian subcontinent or the Far East, Asia, as people see cars more often, use cars more often, and they become more of an everyday thing, then people's interest is peaked. Because as soon as you get, you know, as soon as there's two cars, you've got a race, haven't you? As Henry Ford said. When was the first motor race? When the person built the second car. That's a perfect quote.
Yes, no, that's true, but I think as well it's increased globalization, call it what you will. The fact that the world is a smaller place, and it is far easier now in parts of the world which news of other parts of the world used not to filter through to, it now does. And the dawn of the internet and the various media outlets that are available to people worldwide these days does mean that the stage upon which we are playing is growing ever larger and the world is becoming ever smaller. Into the pits has come the BMW Cup 1 race leader, and I would hazard a guess that he might be able to get to the flag from here.
Yes.
This is Jeffrey Van Hooijdonk bringing the car into the pits, the car number 154, which has Jimmy de Broeke, Mario Timmers, Rodrigue Guillon, and Van Hooijdonk on its driving strength. And I can perm anyone. I should suspect it's probably going to be Timmers who gets in, on the grounds that he was the one least recently in the car and therefore perhaps would be the one to bring it to the flag from here. Discounting the overall leaders, I think Cup 1 is probably the class in which we've had the least trouble and strife, and the
fewest changes as well, I would say.
Yeah,
QSR's been out front. They've dominated the Cup 1 category in the same way as Blakemollen have at the front of the field.
And now has 12 laps of an advantage over the rest of the field. There is a recovering Monlau Competition Seat sandwiched between it and the next car up in the class. So dangerous to say plain sailing, but thus far QSR has done everything that they need to do in the 154 BMW Racing Cup class car.
Under an hour and 50 minutes to go, in fact under an hour and 45 minutes to go now, as the countdown to the checkered flag continues, and one or two teams are beginning to think about trying to get their cars out and at least turn a few laps before the checkered flag comes out, including that 144 Seat, which has had its troubles throughout the race. RS Connect still just inside the top 20 at 19. Cor Oyser's car unlikely to do very much more.
No, I think Cor hinted that he might just do a final lap, didn't he?
And hope nothing breaks.
the Roll Centre racing car. We've had a Silverstone 24 hours without Martin Short so far.
Yeah, good point.
Because he hasn't actually driven the car. It was started by Richard Neary, and then Ian Stinton was at the wheel when the engine went pop. That then left the car, as John mentioned at one point, 80 laps only completed for that car. And so you've got to add a good 400 odd before you get it up into the top of the field. Its lap times when it was running at the beginning of the race were, although it was losing ground as a result of having to refuel more often to the TCR cars, but the lap times that it was averaging were not far off what it needed in order to cover the TCR class cars. And the Roll Centre team were running on a much lower minimum reference lap time than the other cars in SP3 GT4. So they did what they had to do tactically. They just didn't have the car that would hold together enough to allow them to do it. Into the fueling area goes the QSR BMW. No, it wasn't, was it? Sorry, it was the 144.
144 coming out.
Seat coming out. Sorry, yes.
RS guys, RS Connect.
One of the troubled cars currently in 19th place. A green sector time for who's that? That's the 312 car. That's the Stanko and Tanner car, isn't it? Mikael Sharp. Who's been rapid on various occasions, great enthusiast, has great fun every time he talks to Joe, and has just set not a personal best lap time, but a personal best in Sector 1, which is indicative again that the car is pretty healthy and the track in good condition.
People just starting to take a few more liberties with curbs and corners now, I've noticed, as we're inside the last 100 minutes, or at least we will be in 20 seconds time.
Do you think that's taking liberties, or do you think that's just lack of attention? Just people getting a bit tired?
Trying to find lap times in other ways because they're getting tired and maybe not braking as late or taking as much pace through the corner. That's a fair point.
Or just missing a braking point, or being distracted by being overtaken.
I've seen a bit more dust being thrown up, and one or two cars getting across the curbs a bit more, and so maybe it's not as predetermined an action, premeditated. Thank you, Paul. People not getting their words either. Premeditated, as I was suggesting. I'll take that on board. I think that's a fair point you've made there. It is very easy, as you know, and you should never really drive your road car more than a couple of hours without stopping. Well, these guys haven't been able to do that, but the rest that they've had in between has been limited and interrupted. And if you're anything like me, coming back after interrupted sleep is worse than having no sleep at all for me. I'd rather have an hour and a half or 2 hours where I'm not bothered than having 5 hours where I'm being woken up every 20 minutes.
Yes.
And I've always been like that, if I'm honest. More penalties?
Yes, that's 216
Modern Motorsports,
which is the delayed Modern Motorsport car. I wonder if that's still soaking up some penalties from some indiscretions that Benny Stevenson might have had going over some curbs. Who am I to judge? Or maybe it was code 60, because we did have some code 60 messages underway, didn't we?
Yeah, and that included, that's right, that was the 216, and it also included the leader, which I still haven't seen a resolution of that.
Yeah. Within the last 2 hours, you don't have to take the penalty if you don't want to. Sounds strange. If you don't take the penalty within the last 2 hours, you don't get penalised further. You just get the penalty time added to your race time. You still have to effectively pay the penalty, but rather than having to soak it up in the pit lane, you can leave it and then have the timekeepers add it onto your time at the end of the race.
Just saw somebody there do their fastest lap of the race.
Yes, it was Sharp in the.
It was the 312.
312 car who. Mikkel Sharp, who started off the sector time well, and he's just gone quicker again in sector 1 on his next lap around. So 2:16.660 was the time he set, and so Michael Sharp then having a slower lap at 2:18, must come across some traffic, and then going very rapidly. So the point at which a Seat Leon can come into the pits, I reckon, is about an hour and a half or an hour 35 to go. Now, bearing in mind you spend 5 minutes in the pit lane anyway, any pit stop now is the last pit stop.
Sebastian Bleekemolen can't go to the end. He's already had an hour and 5 minutes in the car.
Correct.
And with an hour and 36 minutes to go, that means he's only got 55 minutes of that left, thereabouts, with a bit of pit time involved.
Precisely.
But he has to get out the car. John Philippi in the Audi in second has only done 48 minutes, but still, that means he can't go to the end either by about 20 minutes.
Oh, sorry, no, you're right. Sorry, yes, you're right. Yep.
So the question is, do you drag him out at the end of his stint and put somebody in who can go at the end? We think that car might need a splash. Pretty certain it will.
Yes.
Although it has not done as long a stints as everyone else. However, it has done fewer pit stops than anybody else in the top 5.
That's because its overall pace is slower, so it's managed to gain its position by spending less time in the pits and coming in less often. There have been a couple of occasions when there have been code 60 periods where it's elected not to come in on the grounds that it hasn't actually used enough fuel to come in, so they've kind of stayed out there longer. That Audi, the 122 car, I reckon is around about 15 laps short of being able to get to the flag on its current fuel. So no question at all that will have to do a splash and dash, another fuel stop at least.
And at that point, you might as well put a different driver in. Mikkel Sharp, yes, because if you're changing the tyres, you might changing the driver, you might as well change.
To recognise what is the Hong Kong track.
And I often look through them to see if there's anything I don't know and trying to work it out by where they are in the alphabet. Oh, so that must be an H then. What's that? Oh, is that Hong Kong? Yeah, that might be Hong Kong. Right, okay.
Or Indonesia.
Not if Honduras is behind it.
Yeah. After another Hong Kong in 6th place, we then get a further nationality, though. Belgian in 7th and Spanish in 8th place. So and then Germany in 9th. So there's a bit of everything.
And what's that? That's Denmark. Danish in 10th. So in fact, the only nation to have 2 cars represented is in fact the 2 Modena cars, which are the 2 Hong Kong cars. So 9 nations represented in the nationalities of the teams in the top 10. Which is quite impressive and underlines the international nature of the racing here. We get another one from Lestrup, which is Swedish, and then from 14 on down a whole bunch of English entrants, and they make up the majority of the rest of the field.
Although there was a statistic which was published in one of the press releases from Creventic before the race, which said that if, and it's a huge if, we would get a non-British driver winning the 24 Hours of Silverstone, it would be the first time since 2010 that the crew has consisted of a non-British driver. Back in 2010, Whit Gamsky was part of the crew of the MJC team car, which included John Gore, Phil Dryburgh and Keith Robinson. Whit Gamsky is actually Polish, so counts as being non-British.
How long is it since there's not been a British driver in the winning car? That would be Duller, was it, when they were racing here in the BMW?
No, because Duller had Tim Mullen, Jamie Campbell-Walter as part of their crew. Jamie Campbell-Walter was part of their crew on each of their wins. We've never had a winning car without a British driver in it in the Silverstone 24 Hours.
Synchro into the pit lane.
And into the garage, John.
Yeah, I'm not getting too excited about that at this stage, Joe. because I think they're just having a good look over that car. They are leading their category.
Well, the weather's not that bad, actually. It's all right. It's chilly, but it's quite a pleasant spring day. But there's a lot of teams chosen to bring their cars into the garage area, into the actual garage for servicing. And it is just general servicing. Alan James will now take over the single Honda. Martin Byford stepped out, and like you said, kind of inheriting the lead from the CWS Ginetta since we last spoke about this car. So things are on target. This, I believe, may be the final stop for this car.
I'll go along with that, Joe. Yep. Yes, it should be able to get to the flag. By the time it gets out, there'll be less than an hour and a half. In fact, there is an hour and a half of the race to go now, so there'll be less than an hour and a half by the time the car gets out onto the track again. I mean, I suppose the logic behind pushing the car into the garage is there are fewer pit stop regulations that you can break if the car is in the garage. If you're out on the pit apron, there are various regulations that you have to conform to, including the number of cars, number of team members that are allowed to work on the car, what you're allowed to do to the car, how you're allowed to do it. Whereas if you push it into the garage, all those rules don't apply. So you have a little bit more flexibility. And if you're only going to lose 10 seconds or so by pushing it into the garage, the gaps between the cars are so large at this stage in the race that you're not going to jeopardise anything. So seems like a reasonable way to go racing to me.
Just a quick update. They are still leading, and they took the lead from Core Oyster Racing, not from CWS. They're in a different class, of course. CWS in GT4. This is the A3 class leader in Synchro that's just come in, and Martin Byford has just got out the car, Joe.
Yes, he has, and you've got to chat to him. But firstly, hold your wrist out. This is a penalty that Martin's picked up for speeding during Code 60.
Mr. Wheeler.
Oh, that was Mr. Wheeler, was it? Okay, I forgive
him. I served his penalty for him because, you know, I'm nice like that.
All right.
You know, I like to think I made up for it on the circuit, you know. Drove faster, make up for his penalty time, you know.
Took over the lead of the class, Martin.
Yeah.
All down to you, is it?
How things change? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The way these guys turned this car around in the middle of the night was absolutely key to that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be running at all. Yeah. The fact that we're running and we're running quickly and consistently is just is all testament to what these guys have put in through the night. So at the moment we're bringing it in just for the last check over, make sure brakes have got enough on them just for the last run to the flag. And the fat lady ain't singing yet.
No, absolutely not, Martin. But you can reflect on your, just saving your life there, my cameraman. You can reflect on your Silverstone 24 Hours 2017 being over, Martin. What thoughts will you take away from this weekend for you?
Proper motorsport roller coaster of emotions. You know? When you have an engine go down, soul destroying, when you think you got the package all sorted. And last year we had such good reliability, and people look to us, you know, everybody coming in here, everybody's looking at Synchro reliable, you know, that was kind of, everybody was saying that. So to have an issue like that, which is super rare, he's kind of like, oh.
Well, you know what, Martin, it's the thing for endurance racing, doesn't matter what level it is, whether you're Audi at Le Mans or whatever. The thing that impressed all of us was what you had ready, what you all had prepared. You had an already dressed engine ready to go in the car. Now, a lot of people would think, well, if the engine's going to go, that's it, the race over. But you guys weren't down, were you, at that point? You were prepared for every eventuality, it looked like.
Synchro have a really, really good reputation. The car will go back out. End of. Doesn't matter what they have to do. If they've got parts to put on the car will go back out. We've only ever not finished one 24-hour race as Synchro Motorsport. That's how we do it.
Great stuff. That was your last pit stop. You can get some... well, actually, you're going to have to keep your suit on just in case we see you later.
Hope so. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Martin.
Thank you.
Yes, he's got to have a break of 3/4 of the time that he's just been in the car, though.
50% now.
50%,
That's a change from last year. So
yeah, I would have made a mistake there if I'd been running the team. Thank you, Paul.
I mean, the other aspect of the engine change was the fact that they decided to do it straight away, as soon as they knew there was a problem, rather than searching for what the problem might be and spending half an hour diagnosing it and still not being able to fix it. They just went for the engine change option straight away, because a couple of other teams who did do engine changes, but took a long time to decide to do the engine change. Now, you know, if the decision is the right one, then the right time to do it is right now. So, you know, again, hats off to Synchro Motorsport, and certainly not want to count any chickens, but they've certainly had a great race thus far in that Honda Civic. Love it or loathe it. The car running in, where is it in the overall positions? 18th place overall. And Alan James on his way. The other thing I suppose to note is the fact that they've done it with 3 drivers as well. So not necessarily you know, getting a good tight team of 3 drivers, and that's always an option for 24-hour races. Creventic do allow you to do a 24-hour race with 2 drivers, but that really isn't giving you any safety net at all for driver feeling unwell or anything like that. But with 3 drivers, you often keep the focus. And
car number 2, 3,
you were
4.
talking about earlier on, John, the benefits of getting a good night's sleep. But sometimes just keeping the adrenaline going, keeping the attention going, is a far better thing. I think we can have another update from Joe Bradley down there. Joe,
this is a one personal to you, Paul. The number 234, the ABBA World Centre Racing BMW, is being polished. Which means...
Oh, just hang on a second. 216. The Modena Motorsport has had a shunt and gone over. It's rolled at turn number 12, which is down at, I think, down at the Vale, if my memory is right. Now, there was contact beforehand. Is it further? It's down at Farm. It's further round.
It's a Mark Webber incident. I don't know whether there was contact with another car.
It was Brendan Hartley that went over at Farm, wasn't it, in the Porsche?
Yes,
and he came up against Mike in the...
Mike Wainwright.
Mike Wainwright in the UK. Now, the 216 car has gone over.
Straight into code 60.
Straight into code 60, as you might imagine. Saw that from the onboard. There was contact with another car. And the car rolling onto its roof, coming to rest on its roof, at which point we lost the onboard feed. So that was William Shen at the wheel of that car. And at the moment, not able to pick up any vision of that car. It's on one of the spots, unfortunately, that is out of our vision.
Yeah, that shot that we see at the moment is exactly in the right direction.
Yeah, as the dust testifies.
Yeah, you just can't see. There's a bit of a slope there as the Silverstone circuit slopes down to the club corner end.
174 Lotus is late across the line as well, and that was involved, I'm hearing from our camera operators and those in the truck, the 174, Andrew Doland. We are going to try and get a little more information. Just stick with us, Joe. Bear with us for a moment whilst we find out what's going on here. Obviously, don't want to start an interview and then have to interrupt you, if you don't mind, as we head over to that part of the circuit. The 216 is the most delayed of the Modena Motorsports cars. It was the car that was battling for the lead early on in the race.
Down in 6th place following some suspension damage sustained to the car after Benny Simonsen had been at the wheel of it. Benny had gone extremely rapidly and contributed in no small part to the fact that the car had got so far up. But so following the extra time spent in the pits, then it fell down the order a little bit, but not a lot. As John just mentioned, top 6, so not that bad. And we still, everybody immediately slowing down to the required 60 kilometres an hour. The message on the screen from race control confirms that 174 was also involved in the crash. Drivers are out of both of the cars, we are advised as well, which is extremely good news, because
confirmed as the 174 Lotus and the 216.
Correct, yeah. So you must say that they must have come together, and as I say, without having seen the thing physically, if you picture what you did see at the Brendan Hartley incident with Mike Wainwright, it was a couple of years ago now, or in the WEC race, that might well have been what happened.
That's ABBA Roll Centre BMW looking together.
It's far too nice to be put out on the racetrack, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no way I'd let a driver go and dirty that up right now. If that other doyen of British motor racing, Hugh Chamberlain, was there, there'd be no chance of that car going out right now.
Push that back into the truck,
yeah, straight back into the truck, kind of. What was the rugby result? Joe, very quickly with Martin Short, because I think we might be getting a replay of the incident in a moment or two's time. Joe, go ahead.
You've already mentioned them polishing the ABBA Roll Centre BMW. Martin Short has got his race overalls on. So, Martin, have you got the pleasure of getting dirt on this brand new?
Sorry, Joe, just going to have to break off
He's going to break off for more information, Martin.
As we get another chance to have a look at the incident that has caused this 360. On board with the 216, coming on to the international pit straight down towards Abbey. It's the 174 Lotus ahead as William Shen turns in. Now, this is the car that's been handling funny. He tries to go down the inside. There's a tap on the driver's right rear into the Armco barrier and over for the 216. Great bit of work from the guys in the OB area. I don't think any fault can be attributed at all there to the Lotus. That car was holding its line, and we've already seen the 216 with William Shen has been very difficult on right-handers. And as he was going through Abbey, just started to lose the back end of the car and then snapped back to the left as he was heading into farm. Trying to go up the inside, was already on the curb on the inside of the Lotus. A little ambitious there from the TCR driver. Sorry, Joe, go ahead. Joe Bradley down at the Martin Short Roll Centre ABBA Commercials pit.
Yeah, we are. I'm just standing talking to Martin Short, just about what you're talking about, actually. But now, bringing us up to date, Martin, the BMW looks like it's ready. A new engine installed, fresh overalls, fresh Martin Short, hopefully.
Yeah, it was after last night. I've recovered now, thanks. Yeah, no, we haven't started it yet. So hopefully it'll fire up shortly. I think we're only 5 or 10 minutes away from a fire up, and pending everything working all right, we'll go and have a little trundle round and make sure everything's working, and then have a little bit of fun.
You're going to take the car across a checkered flag, yeah?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Well, let's touch wood at the moment and hope that everything's okay.
Oh, I've got every confidence in your team. More confidence than you have, in fact, by the sounds of it.
I'm the eternal pessimist.
Richard Neary, look at this guy, everyone. Martin here, looking fresh as a daisy. Richard Neary is absolutely full of oil. And so who's put the engine in for you, Richard?
I don't know. I just tripped over and fell in some oil. I don't know anything about engineering.
But you do love it. You love getting your hands dirty. You must do. You must do. You've enjoyed the challenge of what you've done there this morning.
We come 24-hour racing because it's a team event and everyone gets involved. And, you know, I'm just as happy to get involved as I am to drive the car. It's part of the challenge of winning a race, isn't it? Everyone's got to have a go.
Are you going to get your race overalls on and have 20 minutes?
No, I think I'm going to go for a shower instead.
Thanks, for everyone's sake. Thanks, guys. Again, it's always a pleasure, and it's always great to talk to these guys. They take their racing very seriously, but also when it's not going so well, they've got humility, and that's really a thing to have in motor racing, isn't it?
And a sense of humour. I think that's the first thing that you absolutely need. Thank you, Joe. So, code 60, number 16, Paul, or 15?
16.
16, thank you very much indeed. Still has the Blake and Molan car out ahead of the field by some 6 laps with just on an hour and 17 minutes to go. We're live trackside from the first round of the 24-hour TCE Touring Car Endurance Series for 2017, powered by Hankook. Paul?
Yes, I'm just doing a little bit of... I just need to double-check what I'm about to say. 2 minutes 18.520, and 2 minutes. Certainly the 216 car, Wayne Shen at the wheel, had just done a 2 minutes 18.520 lap time. His personal, not the cars, but his best lap time up until that point had been a 2 minutes 18.516. So he was right on the limit of his best ever lap, and obviously was pushing very hard and wasn't prepared when he became to that very fast section of the circuit. I mean, those sweeps, Abbey followed by Farm Curb, very fast corners indeed.
Listen, decisions have to be made in a split second.
Yep.
Let's not be overly critical of anybody in that, particularly with an ill-handling car as
Very
they
much
had
so.
with the 216. It may have been that the driver felt had he lifted off, he would have been in even more issues with the way that car has been driving rather from the rear. Put yourself in the situation, you have a split second to make it very similar to the Brendan Hartley incident at the WEC opener here last year.
It was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, and which, was looked very spectacular. Brendan actually got a little bit further round the corner. But, Brendan had to make a split-second decision. He's coming flat out, and he'd just been told on the radio to push, and they'd been giving him a bit of stick for having a couple of slow laps in traffic. And, you literally just don't know which way is going to be the right way. He picked the wrong side, which he admitted himself afterwards. Mike Wainwright, absolutely, utterly blameless. No way Mike could have seen that car coming. It was closing at him so quickly. That is in some ways the definition of a racing incident.
Exactly so, yes.
There doesn't always have to be blame, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely, and I didn't mean to attribute blame, and thank you for clarifying it. Merely that Wayne was pushing on, and that is in its nature of what motor racing is all about, and that's why we enjoy watching it, not for the incident, but for the fact that somebody once described motor racing as being the science of constantly reaching up to the margin without overstepping it. And, being able to do that once is fine, but being able to do it constantly is what makes... I've never really been... tempted to go racing because I've watched so much of it to know how bad I'd be, because I understand what these guys are doing and how close to the limit they have to be to do it well.
Bad's a relative term. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, guys, the 176 Synchro Motorsport Honda, we saw Alan James take the car out of the pits for its final time. However, he's proved us wrong. He's brought the car back in, and the team tell me they've got a little bit of maintenance to do, which they've taken the opportunity during this Code 60 to actually get it done, just belt and braces to take this car to the finish. It is leading A3.
Yeah, correct, Joe. I think that's very smart. Don't risk the car slowing or conking out. They've completed 446 laps. Their nearest competition, Core Oiser, not moving, still in the pits. Although the Vanquish Motorsport Seat Leon Super Copa has started moving again, the 138. Chris has completed 421 laps, or at least the car has. Chris has been in there for some of them. So they've got time to do this, and there's no sense in rolling the dice when you don't need to. This is very, very sensible, and this is why Synchro Motorsport have the very proud stat that Martin Byford trotted out rather blasely earlier on. Of all the 24-hour races that Synchro have ever entered, they've only not finished one, and that doesn't happen by accident.
The fact that we're in under Code 60 as well, of course, means that when I said earlier on about Core Oiser probably not being able to get a podium finish, I think he is actually going to be able to get a podium finish, because there's nobody else in A3 now who's going to be able to challenge. We've got the Vanquish Motorsport car, which is currently in third. That will take over second place in 7 laps' time, and that will leave Core Oiser in in third place, but there's nobody behind him who's going to be able to overtake him. So
next back is the Moss Motorsport, their second car, 396 sorry, no, I'm
No,
looking
it's
in the
not,
wrong
because
class.
it's not that's not an
No.
A3 class anymore.
So it's the Mini.
It's the Mini, which is
Yeah.
having its engine changed, which
Yeah.
I thought might get out at some point, but it's still there, and I think they've changed the engine and decided not to participate anymore. It might come out a bit like Martin Short's going to, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not. We've seen a couple of shots on the screen of the engine installation taking place. But as I say, from Kurt Oyser's point of view, he doesn't have to take the checkered flag in order to be classified as a finish. And a third place, as I say, we get to the Red Bull Ring next weekend and the emotion of this weekend has died away. He'll probably say, well, that's not too bad considering we started the race in the pit lane.
Yeah, and, you know, could have been a lot worse for that car, as you rightly say. They'll not be happy finishing in the bottom half of the timing and scoring monitor. Outside the top 20, as seems absolutely likely to happen. In fact, they've just lost 20th position to the BMW M3 CSL of Intersport Racing. That's a GT4 car, currently third in the SP3, which is the GT4 category. The CWS car still in the pits, unlikely to come out. That's still in second place. I do hope Colin reconsiders moving away from the series and has a sit down and a chat with the organisers. That I think would be a shame to lose cars of that type and from that type of team and entrant. I accept that these are special circumstances in what is the touring car endurance series, and I think everybody has to have a little bit of pragmatism there. But the GT4 runners wanted to be in this race and included in this part of the championship. Therefore, having allowed them to do so, the organisers have to let them compete, in my book. And again, not casting aspersions one way or the other.
You just get the feeling that a solution of one sort or another will be found, because that's how Creventic works. The conversation will be had, the different sides of the argument will be pushed, will be placed, and they'll come up with a solution. Creventic has always been very good at changing things in order to meet, as we've said before, requirements, and it's just like any negotiation, getting to one that you're not going to satisfy all the people all the time, but ticks the majority of the boxes. And the Silverstone 24 Hours has a place on the motor racing calendar now, which it deserves to be able to keep, and to be able to make an event that people put in their diaries and want to participate in, and then we'll see where it goes from there. A pit stop under the code 60 for the remaining Modena Motorsport Seat Leon, and that is the 217 car, which has been handed back to Philo de Coom, who has taken it over from the Sawyer Yaha driver, and so that change has happened for third place, and Decoum will resume without losing third place.
Are we going to get to 550 laps, Paul?
Are we going to get to 550? We should. It depends how long this goes on for. I've got one screen telling me 556 and the other one says 557, so we should hit 550, but obviously that depends on a reasonable depends how long this is going to go on for, and at the moment, with no means of seeing how much progress is being made with recovery, presumably even though the drivers are out of the cars will still have to be recovered. And
bear in mind, those of you who are listening, the only thing that we've seen was the live onboard and then a replay of the onboard of the 216 car. No sight yet of what happened to the Lotus as the 216 exited stage right at Farm and hit the Armco hard enough and at an angle that was just enough to tip it over onto its roof.
And the key point there, John, is that it hit the Armco, and when you hit Armco, you tend to bend Armco, and bent Armco doesn't really work, so you have to then replace the Armco. So that could make the Code 60 longer than just a matter of recovery of the cars.
That's a good point. However, I think I saw banded tyres just before the impact. So I was saying Armco sort of generically
for barrier.
Barrier.
Okay.
So I apologise for that.
I was listening very carefully to what you said, because I hadn't seen it.
The Lotus now is on its way back on a flatbed with damage to the front, which looks vaguely superficial. All four wheels still on that car, having had a hit pretty much side to side on its left-hand side. It's clearly had been into the gravel and had some kind of contact that's knocked the front of that car off. It's a single piece, like a big upturned clamshell on the front of that Lotus Exige. What an eventful race they've had at Endurance Autosport, having started from the pit lane, issues with the engine during the night and a number of other things, and got back out and had been circulating fairly strongly, not really looking that they might have any kind of chance of moving up, perhaps an outside chance of a podium in the GT4 with the carnage going along around it. Clear evidence of damage and contact damage to the left-hand side of that car, where the Seat Leon came up the inside and comprehensively lost it on the inside curb and all, getting a bit of a tank slapper on at the same time, with that car now being delivered back to its pit. The Mini, showing signs of life down at Accelerate. Well, nobody working on it, but I think the front end's been put back on that car. I see a man polishing bits of trim. There may be an opportunity to get that car back out again. Max Bladen standing at the back of the car, having a chat with our Joe Bradley, I think. Is that you down by the Mini, Joe? Just wait a second till your mic comes on. Go on, talk to me.
I tell you what, we've been waiting for this Mini to roll out because it's had a very what we expected it. Ollie, what's your surname?
Shepherd.
Ollie Shepherd here is the team manager. Don't ask any of the team because they'll deny. But Ollie, you're the man, I believe. I talked to Anthony Williams on the grid, and he said that he was all right. You know, he is Accelerate, but this is kind of your project, isn't it? Was it your idea to take Accelerate and the Mini into endurance racing?
Sort of, yeah. Prior to working at Accelerate, I've been involved in Creventic with the Mark cars, and I really got the bug for the whole series, the whole endurance thing then. And yeah, when we came to Accelerate, it was just something we had to do. The Mini was there, the brand was cool, the opportunity was there. We just had to do it. So
yeah, absolutely. Now we came into this weekend we all know the story that how last minute it was. But you've had Stewie Hall in the car, you've had Mark Lemmer in the car, you've got two Mini champions, Matt Kelly. I'm not really sure what Matt Kelly. I know he's very experienced, but tell us, give if you can, a synopsis of what you've been through and what you've learned.
So this race has been a very interesting one. We've learnt a lot about the car. We've really started to understand exactly what the stress points are of the car, what's working, what's not. I mean, we've done a significant amount of testing in the car, but nothing puts it through the paces like doing a 24. So yeah, I mean, it was more of an R&D project than anything else, just to really gather information about what we need to do to move forward and where we're going to be. So I think we've learned a lot.
And the things that have broken on the car, you're now aware of, and is it the sort of thing that you can maybe engineer out of the car to make the car more reliable?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can engineer anything out of the car, really. It's just a case of what's the most practical way to do it and what's going to deliver the best result. But no, I'm confident that we can get this thing working really well.
And is it the intention of Accelerate then to offer this car, or more than just this car, but a number of cars to customers potentially?
Yeah, absolutely. So this was always designed with the intention of building it into a several car fleet. We've got a project we're working on with a slightly different body shell, which would be quite a cool addition as well. But yeah, we're definitely planning to get a few of these out on the grid pretty soon.
Well, we certainly hope so, Ollie. We wish you all the very best of luck, and thanks for everyone here at this event to bring this many out. It's been great, even though I know it's been character building for you and the boys. But you great job. Everybody's mucked in, and you have worked really hard. Hope to see you again. Thanks all.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Good stuff, and good to know that there is a customer programme heading towards us. We're in code 60 for a very nasty looking incident with the 216. This is the Modena Motorsport. William Shen coming onto the international start-finish straight through Club Corner, and ahead the 174 Lotus Exige. Now, Abbey is exceptionally quick in these cars. You'll notice the steering wheel isn't quite straight. The 216 car's been struggling with a bit of rear suspension. Had to decide which way to go. Just in between Abbey and Farm. Then it's into the gravel, onto the barrier, which is an Armco barrier, and then I'm afraid it's over and out for William Shed. There was just a moment of hesitation on the transition between Abbey and Farm when you thought, is he going to go around to the right, is he going to continue to the left? And at that moment he picked the left-hand side, and unfortunately I don't think the car was wanting to go. It's in extremely decent shape considering it's been on its roof. The suspension on the left rear completely destroyed. A lot of bent bodywork and a roof line that is slightly more jaunty and rakish. Particularly the windscreen is a different rake than it would have been when it came out of Seat's Motorsport factory. Right hand side of the car, actually not showing too many signs of damage from the contact with the Lotus, just proving how potentially light that damage was. But it did hit Armco. I've had, again, photographic evidence from people here. The Armco is being straightened and or replaced at the moment, Paul. So, yeah, you were right on that one. Nasty looking incident. What it does show is, whatever level we're talking about, we've talked about how relatively inexpensive, good value these TCR cars are. That was a big hit. That's a fast corner. Not a lot of speed scrubbed off before that car went onto its roof. The windows are pretty much intact on the side windows. It looks like the door has been opened and the driver's been able to climb out. The safety cell has done its job. The car still pretty intact.
Yes, and that's ultimately, however spectacular the incident is, what you want to know is that people are going to be...
Hasn't even knocked the rear wing off. That's impressive.
Yeah, the swan neck rear wing is still in good shape. I suppose that's part of the good reason for having a swan neck rear wing, because the rear wing mounting actually protects the wing under those circumstances, I suppose.
It's obviously a car that's been over, but I've seen a lot worse from a lot less violent rules than that. That is very impressive from Seat and that TCR car. Some work for Modena before that car is seen in the pit lane again. But I would venture well, it depends if the cage is taking damage, obviously, and then that would be a new cage and a new shell. That's going to be the issue. But frankly, it's done its job. It's protected the squashy carbon-based bit in the middle.
And the driver, crucially, yes, absolutely. That's what you meant by the squashy carbon-based bit, wasn't it? Yes, good. I get there in the end. René Steinmetz is the new driver of the leading car, Team Blake Molen's Seat.
Which took a pit stop during this, which is very sensible, because we said Sebastian couldn't go to the end.
No, exactly. And I'm pretty sure that every single driver is going to, or every single car is going to come in for a pit stop during this Code 60, which is clearly going to be long enough to allow that. Sometimes the Code 60 isn't even long enough to allow the car to make a pit stop, but this one certainly is. So we've got new drivers in both the first and the second place cars, with René Steinmetz in the Blake Molen car and Enrique Betera getting into the Audi, still separated by 5 laps, and of course during the Code 60 that won't change even through the pit stop. And as I said a moment ago, less than an hour to go, 57 minutes indeed left on the clock before the end of this and where did the 24 hours go, John?
It's just disappeared to nowhere. Let me give you a rundown then as we're inside the last hour of racing here at Silverstone for the first round of the 24-hour Touring Car Endurance Series 2017, powered by Hankook. Top of the shop, Steen Metz in the Team Blake & Moreland Seat Leon. The number 100 car has led since 8:30 this morning and has barely been out of the lead even before that. They had led a huge amount of laps before that as well. 526 laps under the belt of Team Blake & Moreland. They lead from the Audi RS3 of Pit Lane Competizione on 5:21 in second. In 5:11 laps completed, Modena Motorsports, the teammate car to the one that has caused this incident and this code 60, the 15th, is the 217 car. 5:09, fourth position, Wimmerwerk Motorsport from Austria, the 266 Seat in fourth position. In fifth, the fifth position is the Swiss entered Stanko and Tanner Motorsport Seat Leon, the 312 car on 504 laps. An extraordinary run for the leading BMW M235 Racing Cup car. It's in the Cup 1 class and leading that, and next time around it will have completed 500 laps. It's ahead of some very impressive machinery. In seventh place and in the pits, the 216 now, but that will drop down. No more laps for that one. It is eighth position for Monlau Competition. They would have had such high hopes having qualified on pole position. They have got 496 laps completed. Ninth, Zorg Rennsport, second place now in the 151. Aha, we've lost the RMA Track Days car. Where's that gone? Answer, it's dropped a couple of laps back into third place in Cup 1 category after being second for so long. It's now in 11th position and a couple of laps back on the position it is held for so long. Other class leaders, the Renault Cup 3 car of Team Sally Racing is in 13th overall and leads A2 on 479 laps in that's the A2 class. In GT4, Moss Motorsport somewhat controversially changed into that class in the duration of the race, and much to the consternation of Colin White, who thought he was leading the class until all of a sudden he wasn't. The 136 car's in 14th position overall. In A3, the Synchro Motorsport, just a little precautionary check over of the car. Alan James behind the wheel of the 176 now as we're about to go back to green. And that will give us some 54.5 minutes to go before the end of this race. A bit of a sigh of relief for everybody there then, to get everything done without the hassle of it being a green flag pit stop, but still with 54 minutes to go as we head towards the conclusion of the 2017 24 Hours of Silverstone. Paul Truswell is alongside me, John Hindhaugh in the box, Joe Bradley in the booth. Paul, run to the flag now.
Well, absolutely. Less than half an hour, that Code 60.
Wow.
Now, admittedly, that's an awful lot longer than any other Code 60 we've had. And we've had altogether now 16 of them over the course of the race, meaning that we've had 2 hours 40 minutes under Code 60 in total. But when you consider the magnitude of that incident, to be able to turn it all around and get underway again in half an hour really is hats off to everybody concerned, and very pleased that it's been able to get this one going again with, as you say, the run to the flag. Everybody's been able to do their pit stops under equally Code 60 conditions, because the good thing about a longer Code 60 is that it kind of influences everybody the same way. So that's very good news indeed. Raised from the dead is the Phoenix Track Club Seat Leon TCR, the car number 121, which hasn't been seen for some time, but is now circulating. And So good news for that car. That's a car that hasn't had a new engine, but it has had a new gearbox in the course of the race. Earlier on, running well up the order into the top 3 on various occasions, not on pace, but on by virtue of having a good long stint available to it, good fuel consumption as well, which meant they could do 2 hours on a single tank full of fuel in that car. It's a sequential box rather than paddle shift car, and that's one of the ones that gives one of the reasons why it loses out a little bit on top speed, but it nevertheless has used less fuel and therefore was able to make up good ground.
I'm not sure we'll see either of those cars again before the end, but I tell you what, I wouldn't put it past them if they did try to get that car out. Rennie Steenmetz then in the lead car has been given the run to the flag, and my goodness, that will be an awful, it's a blessing and a curse, because you're thinking, right, okay, I've got a lead, all I've got, what was that noise? Why is that guy pulling out in front of us? Do I dare hit that curb? Oh, I need to go to the loo. Will I have to stop? Oh, the big water bottle's not working. It'll be everything. Will be just.
As you know, my experience of racing is zero, really. But there are times when I am involved in a team effort, and there are times when, if you have to do it yourself, you actually feel more comfortable about it than having to watch somebody else do it. There are times when I have watched other people using a computer and trying to do something. We're under time pressure. We just have to get on with it. And all I want to do is to give them a big elbow and get on with it and do it myself. It's not so much the pressure on Rennie Steenmetz that I feel for. It's on the other 3 drivers sitting in the garage, having to watch the same pictures that we've been watching, having been giving their all during the race, to now have to sit there in the garage. Obviously, they can't get in and nudge Rennie out of the way, but it's more stressful being in the garage.
So they can't influence it now.
Yeah, well, that's true, I suppose. But
I've done my bit. I left you in the lead.
Yeah.
See, I think doing the penultimate stint, Blakeham Hall, and that's actually quite cool, because he goes, "That's it. I've done what I. What? Oh, look, I can't go to the end. Can't go to the end now. You'll have to get me out. So somebody else will have to take it to the end." It's very interesting.
Psychology of teams. Maybe somebody should write a book on that.
I'm sure somebody probably has.
Yes.
So Blakeham Hall, and let's just take a moment here with just under 50 minutes to go, Paul, to just reflect on this performance from Tim Blakeham Hall. This has been very impressive indeed. From pretty much the first green flag, they've been there or thereabouts, and by far they've led the most laps. It's 421. It's more than that now.
It's 421 when I gave you that piece of paper.
Yes. Out of 529. So I mean that's an extraordinary percentage. They did this with this race last year, and but for a blown turbo, they probably would have run this race at a canter. I think they had 4 laps of a lead in the 19th hour when the car expired. And they've been pushed a little bit harder by their TCR competition this year, but in fairness to Pitlane Competizione and the Audi number 122, I'm not sure Team Blakeham Hall or even Pitlane Competizione would have identified that Audi as their next nearest competition. That would have been somebody like Monlau or some of the other cars, the 303 certainly, that have fallen by the wayside with technical issues.
Agreed, but there was always something which made me say this would be a race of attrition. So you're not quite sure which cars are going to fall by the wayside, because it's so difficult to predict which ones are the ones that are going to be reliable. But what you do get is the inevitable effects happening and various cars falling back down the order with various problems, and that's what we've seen. And so you know, I'm surprised that we've had as much attrition as we have in some ways. I mean, I certainly expected the SP3 cars to be up in the top 6 and challenging, particularly as the problems have struck the TCR cars. But we haven't had an SP3 car that's not been struck with lots of problems. The A3 class should be far further up the order than it had actually been, but the A3 class has been a very sorry tale of woe. And even A2, given the amount of trouble that's been had, I wouldn't have been surprised to see an A2 class car in the top 10, even with only 2 of them in the entry. But the Team Sally Racing Renault Clio Cup car hasn't had a trouble-free run either, but at least it's leading its class, although yes, it's by 4 laps, isn't it? So it should be comfortable enough. It's been a funny old race.
It's been a funny old race, Paul. The synchro car, let's not forget, has had that engine. That was an hour and a half. Well, you know, 90 minutes. That's probably 40 laps, 35 laps. That would have put them a lot further up the field, wouldn't it? If you'd added that on, that would have been 485 laps. They'd have been inside the top 10,
yeah,
or at least knocking on the door of the top 10, which is kind of where I thought those guys
should be,
would be and should be at the end of the race. Now, in fairness, we haven't had the depth of field that we've had, certainly that we had in this event last year, but I'm impressed with the quality that we've had. And generally speaking, apart from these suspension problems from the Seats, I've been very impressed with the TCRs.
Well, exactly so. And you talk about the depth of the field. The TCR field has been much, much stronger this year than it was last year. There was I can't remember how many TCRs there were in the entry last year, but I think there was only about 6. Certainly nowhere near as many as we had this year. 13 on the entry list. So, you know, that there is where the transformation from last year to this has happened. It's in the TCR class, and so that you can have 3, 4, 5 TCR class cars having had problems, and yet you still got the top 5 cars as TCRs. So
that's what happens when you have 13 in the class.
That's kind of just the rule of having a lot of cars in the race.
The Cup class cars have been super as well, and it's only relatively recently that, and we actually must find out from Joe. I know Joe was up here getting ready for podiums and things like that. We must find out what's happened to the RMA Track Days car that was in second position for such a long time.
It's the 156, isn't it?
Yeah, that's dropped down. Did it have a long pit stop?
It had a long pit stop at around about lap 475.
Right. So we'll try and find out what ailed that. You now know why 22 cars in that class in the VLN races is such a brilliant race. And in fact, we had a race right to the line for one of the podium positions after 4 hours in VLN 1 last weekend. And I don't expect it to be any different in VLN 2 next weekend, which you'll get to be watching.
Yeah, look forward to that. I am looking forward to it already. 28-minute pit stop there was for that car, so it was the half-hour pit stop, not on its last pit stop, which it made during that Code 60 we just had, but the one before that, as I say, around about lap 475 for that car, which lost the second place in the class. It was in the lead of the class back on lap 330.
Hindhoff pointing at the screen, Shocker, because CWS are back out in second place in SP3 GT4. That car not likely to challenge the leader, having completed only 453 laps to the leader in classes 483. So with 44 minutes to go, that is not happening, but determined to take the checkered flag. And that has been a gutsy run from the G55, and not perhaps at one with the organisers here this weekend. He says trying to be diplomatic, and I do hope that accommodation can be found. The track speed, the Intersport car rather, going back out as well, as rather smoky BMW. That's the 140 BMW M3 CSL, and that is the third place car in GT4. So with any luck, we at least will have the 3 podium finishes in GT4, the SP3 class, running in 44 minutes' time to actually take the checkered flag. And I think if you're going to stand on a podium, that's a reasonable thing to ask for in an endurance race. And I like the spirit of both of those teams going out at this point.
And in the A3 class, at the end of the lap that it is currently on, the Vanquish Motorsport the Vanquish Motorsport Seat Leon Super Copa will take over the lead, take over second place of the A3 class from the Core Oyster car. And I was minded to look at that as a result of seeing the Colin White car, the CWS Ginetta, out on the circuit, because we might see a couple of laps from Core Oyster, but I got the impression from what he was saying that we'll only see one. He described the knocking noise, that they've got a problem with the differential. If you weren't listening a couple of hours ago when Core Oyster was talking to Joe Bradley, they have some kind of differential problem with the Core Oyster Racing BMW that was leading A3 and leading it comfortably. But that car with the differential problem, Core did suggest that he might go around to take the checkered flag, but if he does so, I think he'll only do one lap, because it was so uncomfortable to drive with the knocking noise. He said that you can't really drive it at speed. You hear the knocking with the car stationary up on the axle stands. Must be very nasty indeed to drive. So that car will lose its second place in the class next time we see the Vanquish Motorsport car come through to cross the start-finish line. That's the 138 car in the hands of Chris Yarwood. If you're watching the stream, that is the car whose on board we are watching. Going down into the Vale at the moment, through Stowe and down into the Vale, which I must say, bathed in sunshine.
Looks great.
It's yes, absolutely. It's Silverstone in the spring can be very pleasant, but when I've been out there, it has been very blustery as well, and it's been one of those weekends which has looked far nicer from being inside looking out of a window than it is when you're actually out in it.
Well, let's hope this is a portent for nice weather for the World Endurance and ELMS Championship, which comes here in a couple of weeks' time. We had a very wet Silverstone 24, followed by a snowy early part of the WEC meeting. We've had some spots of rain, but effectively we've had no interruption by the weather here at Silverstone. Got very cold overnight here in the 24 hours. I dare say that the guys from the ACO and from the Royal Automobile Club, because it is the Tourist Trophy that is up for grabs, being competed for in the FIA World Endurance Championship on that Sunday, I dare say that they would be delighted with a weekend that looked a bit like this after last year. Tickets starting from £10, by the way. The Intersport car did a lap and came straight back in. Still a bit too smoky, I think, for the liking of race control. And they're not bothering pushing that into the garage, just having a quick look at with the bonnet up on that very distinctive livery with the red and black checkered swoosh on the back of it. So if you can break away for another weekend, it's the European Le Mans Series with somewhere near 20 LMP3 cars, as well as the LMP2s at the front of the field and the GT machines. We've got F3 and F3.5, run them together. And then we've got the main event, which is the only time in the UK that you will see the full complement of Le Mans classes together in the opening round of the 2017 World Endurance Championship. That will be the Sunday race over 6 hours. Peugeot and Audi have fallen by the wayside in LMP1 over the last few years, and it's been left to Porsche and Toyota, with pretty much brand new cars for Toyota, 2 of, and heavily revised cars from Porsche, 2 of, at the front of the field, bi-collars with their new Nismo factory engine from the virtually stillborn LMP1 project, the GT RLM, which is nice of them to name their car after us. And then, of course, the European debut in competition of the new global LMP2 formula. in the WEC and ELMS at the weekend in a couple of weeks' time. More power from those cars. Even in the WEC, I expect those cars to be very fast. They will, as the top class in ELMS, that's going to be very spectacular. There's some variety in ELMS. It's effectively a spec class in the WEC. All of the runners have chosen the same chassis, and with a spec engine, then that means that everybody is on the same equipment, although there will be some tyre variety there. And in GTs, of course, we've got the return of the Fords. No need for them to compromise their race here before Le Mans. They won Le Mans last year, so maybe we will see them put new tyres on the car sometimes during the race. And the first time we'll have seen the new Porsches as well, the new RSRs with the mid-mounted engine in that car. Very impressive couple of races that car has had. It is uber quick and causing some consternation. That's a couple of weeks ahead at the FIA World Endurance Championship in the ELMS. Intersport back out with the 140 BMW, whilst I was giving you that little trail ahead.
The Vanquish Motorsport car, I was just waiting for you to finish that to see if we could get any sector times coming up on it, but it's lapping, but not lapping really very quickly. It's taken second place in the class, it had to do, going ahead of Cor Oyser, who's stationary. Yeah. But when it came past the start-finish line, it wasn't going at full speed, and we just had a quick onboard shot from car number 138 just a moment ago, and it's still not going at the sort of speed that it is fully capable of going, I would suggest. So
this is Chris Yarwood, who seems to have been in that car every time I've looked
Chris,
at that.
Carrying some kind of minor niggle or something with which he wants to be trying to be very careful in the remaining half hour and a bit of this race.
They may have put a couple of laps on the Cor Oyser Racing BMW M3, the 71 car, and then park it. As Paul said, there's no requirement to cross the finish line under the checkered flag here. Third in class for the RMA Track Days JJ Motorsport BMW 235 Cup car. This is the white car with the black and yellow stripes that's heading through the Beckett's complex at the moment. That car has recently dropped down into that position. Joe Bradley is with another BMW in the pit lane. This is the Cor Oyser car. They've just lost their second position, Joe.
Yeah, quite literally. That's the 138 car just passing it? Has that literally passed it physically as it's gone by the garage?
Correct.
Now, the plan is, Cor Oyser told us, to bring the BMW, the 71 BMW, back out and kind of do a final lap and cross the line. That was the intention. If so, the 138, who I've been told their intention is now to garage that car.
One more lap, just one more lap. No, just one more lap.
We may see the 138.
It's very slow, Joe. The 138 is very slow, and I think it's coming back into... In fact, has it just been through the pits there? Yes, it has. Yes. It's been through the pits, and it's now put two laps on the Cor Oyser car. Well, so it has gone out again.
We've had the Vanquish Motorsport spies lurking at the Cor Oyser pit. I came upon them and rumbled them, and so they've gone rushing off. Probably to tell everyone we are going to have to do at least another lap just to be sure, and all eyes are on Cor Oyser's BMW, which, as you heard, has this horrific knocking sound. So will Cor Oyser's team risk completely obliterating the diff by taking the car out for another lap, meaning the 138 to be safe needs to put at least a couple of laps on them, I would have thought.
I think the main problem that Cor has is that he described the car as impossible to drive. I mean, it's a kind of one of those things that knocks your fillings out. It's vibrating so much. Chris Yarwood, you were right to suggest that he's driven more than anybody else. He's done an hour and a half's driving more than Paul Plant, who's driven it second most out of the four of them. Chris Cresswell's done 4.5 hours altogether, but Chris Yarwood's done nearly 6.5 hours behind the wheel. So out of the four drivers, he's done by far the lion's share of the driving.
33 minutes to go, heading towards the last half an hour. Thanks for joining us here at Silverstone, around the world in our coverage. A little bit of sunshine bathing the hardy spectators in the grandstand opposite us, giving us a wave at the moment. Thank you very much, everyone who's turned out over the last few days at Silverstone, listening in on 1602 on AM. Hope you'll want to stay for a little bit of the presentation. If not, tune in on the way out and give a sort of virtual cheer as you're heading home. Been great to see a very enthusiastic and knowledgeable crowd here, not by any means large, and understand that at this time of the year and with a 24-hour race. But however, it was lovely to meet everyone that we bumped into around the paddock, and great to see so many of you on the start-finish straight on the grid some 23.5 hours ago. Hope some of you will be back in a couple of weeks' time to celebrate the awarding of the Tourist Trophy for 2017. Possibly the most beautiful, no, it is the most beautiful motorsport trophy, and it is the motorsport trophy that has been awarded, the oldest motorsport trophy that is still being awarded. 112 years young this year, the Tourist Trophy, and a very lovely thing it is too. That's in a couple of weeks' time at the first round of the World Endurance Championship. Mini back out on track, the 134. Max Bladen being given the honour of bringing home the Accelerate Motorsport Mini John Cooper Works. What a project this is. What a learning experience it's been. Beautiful looking thing in red, white and blue. The hint of a Union flag design on that if you look carefully. Mini, a brilliant brand, and great to have them in this series. And let's hope that the development work on that car, sourced from a Mini Challenge car, continues, and that they find some customers, because we'd like to see a handful of those in these races to come.
Nothing wrong with that engine, is there, on the Accelerate car? They've
pulling nicely
replaced it and seems to work all right.
Yeah, I've been impressed with their attitude of that team, if I'm honest. I think they've done a pretty good job, solid job for a brand new project.
And a very late entry as well. You know, it was a bit touch and go as to whether they were actually going to get here and get everything ready in time. But even if it wasn't as fully prepared as they probably would have wanted it to be, we did hear, didn't we, from their engineer that they were doing a great job.
Max Bladen that he's on the telly, so he's just giving the car a bit of a pat and a big thumbs up. Max, you've done a great job. Thanks for talking to us earlier on as he cruises through Abbey and Farm and heads into Village and the Loop. He'll get a bit busier here, so he won't quite have time to take his hands off the steering wheel. Still amazing me that car has enough torque to go through the slowest part of the circuit in third place, and it's done a pretty good job, has the BMW Mini this weekend. Down the Wellington Straight, up into top gear, and being applauded by its driver, Max Bladen. Great run for the team as well, Accelerate, who've developed this car, and we wish them the best with that project. As I say, it'd be good to see a slack handful of those running in Creventic events in the future. We hope you come back.
Final fuel stop for the Cup 1 leading class car. QSR into the pits for what should bring it, well, it will bring it to the flag from there. And as we've said before, that team having had pretty much faultless run and has picked up a very handy position in the overall places, 6th overall thus far. The Mini being brought into the pits by Max Bladen, and he can be very happy with that.
Yeah.
So out on the circuit, the fueling continuing for the QSR Cup 1 class leader. Has 10 laps of an advantage back to the second place Sorg Rennsport BMW.
That might just have been a couple of shakedown laps. For, no, they're going to cycle through their drivers, are they? So Max is not going to bring it home. The engine cover, the bonnet comes up as Max climbs out. There's no hurry at this stage. Shaking hands with the incoming driver before he helps bolt them in. And I think this is just the glory laps to the flag for this little project. And meantime, at the head of the field, Rennie Steenmetz, a 2:20 last time around, but he doesn't need to go any faster at this stage. That's against the car's best of a 14.9. Not many cars in the race under 2:15. That leading car is one of them. Monlau competition.
Left the car on
Jürgen Schmidt with the other sub 2:15 lap. Joe Bradley with report from the pits again.
It's a slightly strange one. The 176 Synchro Honda keeps trying to catch us out. Alan James has brought the car in and he's left it on the pit apron with its lights flashing, indicating the pit lane speed limiter is on. He's got out of the car and he's kind of ran into the garage and beyond. So I wonder if he's needed a toilet break before the finish.
He wasn't feeling very well in some way, shape or form.
Well, he looked quite well because he sprinted quite athletic-like.
But there wasn't another driver ready to get in, Joe?
Not at all, and we're approaching the team now, and there's a smile on the team manager's face, and this is maybe... I have a feeling this may be a first for me.
It's a first for me as well.
Go ahead, it's a first for you. Well, that says something.
It's a comfort break.
It is indeed, yes. We'll just... number one or number two?
I hope... I'm not sure.
Well, you know what? Talk about arrogance and audacious, but you have got a good class lead, so I suppose he can afford to do that. We did think that when I saw him. Oh, here he comes. Here he comes behind you. Hey! A round of applause. I don't know what we're applauding for. That's a first then, isn't it?
It is definitely a first, yeah. Unbelievable.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Joe. A pit stop in everywhere then for Alan James there at the end of the... And he's going to love that, isn't he? Because that's going to get replayed over and over again. He's shaking his head in there. And he's never going to be allowed to forget that, is he? He's just got the... For those people of a certain age like me will remember Michael Bentine and a TV series called Potty Time. And he's just got that as his new nickname, Alan Potty Time James. And had nothing to do with lavatory breaks, but it seems appropriate somehow. I don't expect to see that car peeling off because it has enough fuel to go to the end. And the Synchro Motorsport car is back out after a miscalculation on fluid levels in the driver, shall we say. And that car is heading towards a class win. Inside the top 20 for that car, 458 laps completed in A3, leads that category. 4:33, the Seat Leon Super Copa. Chris Yarwood has brought that car back into the pits on 4:33. That gives them a 5-lap cushion back to Core Oyster Racing, should Core decide to bring that car out and potter around.
That would be the ultimate bluff, wouldn't it? No, actually, the car's nothing wrong with it. We can just pop out and bang in 5 quick laps and...
There is the Vanquish Motorsport car in its pit lane. I think the work is over for the red, white and black Seat.
Yes, I think you're probably right, and I suspect that Core is going to be able to manage no more than what he said he was going to manage earlier on. Just reflecting on the situation with the Accelerate Mini and the change of driver, we were talking about the kind of psychological side of it, but it probably does no harm at all to cycle through drivers, just to put them into that position of being in the car at the end of the race.
Good point.
I've always said, you're always learning something, and that these kind of opportunities to be in a car towards the end of the race and do those final laps when, as you say, you're listening to every little knock or little bump and having to still keep your focus on getting your lines right and your braking points right and hitting those apexes. It's all part of the driver's experience, which you've got to achieve somehow.
And Rennie Steenmetz with a yellow flag towards the end of the lap.
Luffield.
That'll be at Luffield. Steenmetz is starting lap number 5-4-1 in the leading car. And he's not leaning on that car at all, nowhere near the curbs. Not fair to say you could have got another car between him and the curbs, but I could have certainly driven the motorcycle through it. Now, down in the pit lane, people watching the Ginetta race at Brands Hatch. Is that Colin White's carriage? Obviously been a conflagration there. And the safety car out. Sorry, no spoilers for those of you who are putting that on DVR. The 137 has stopped at turn 13. That is the Moss Motorsport BMW in 4th place in SP3 GT4. 408 laps completed for that. Wasn't really in with a shout of moving up and getting past the Intersport car, as they have completed a unassailable 436 laps.
Yeah, so the question, I suppose, remains with 20 minutes remaining on the clock as to what they're going to do about it. Depends a little bit, I suppose, whereabouts it is at Luffield. We'll see it through the window of the Mini, because he's just coming down to Brooklands at the moment, and that's the left-hander immediately preceding the long double right at Luffield.
Now, I thought that was Max Bladen who got out of that car, if I'm honest. If I'm wrong, I apologise.
It's not broadside, but certainly close to being broadside across the side of across the track, actually on the racing line. So inevitably we do go code 60. Yeah. So 20 minutes to go, and can I confidently say this will be the last code 60 of the race?
Absolutely not.
I won't then.
Accelerate Motorsport has Rob Smith behind the wheel of that car now. I thought that wasn't Max. So let's see how quickly the guys can get this cleared up. Again, in a moment of slightly quieter time, a huge thank you to our marshals and volunteers, the recovery crews. I know there's not many of them in grandstand, but put your hands together for our marshals. They've done a cracking job. Thank you. I can see you applauding. That's brilliant. They've done a brilliant job this weekend, keeping the code 60s down to a minimum, and those that we have been dealt with in an exemplary manner. The Silverstone marshalling team, as ever, showing the very highest of professional standards in a sport that demands professionalism, and yet rather shockingly still expects people to be volunteers. We salute you all. 21 minutes to go, and Tim Blakemorland now. The car's on the rev limiter, the car's on the speed limiter rather, for code 60. But his teammates will be going, right, what's my temp supposed to be? What's the pressure supposed to be? Are we all right? Shall I come in? Shall I stay out? Shall I run slowly? Can I afford to come in and park it for a couple of laps? No, don't turn it off now.
You see, my view would be there. It's up to the race engineer or the team manager or whatever to be onto the radio first to Renee, saying, right, can you just give me the temperature here? Can you just check the tyre pressures on the system here? Anything that he can do to keep Rene busy, to keep him occupied, and fire the questions off. It's like kind of taking control of the driver and just making sure that he is responding to you.
Like that.
And, you know, rather than just saying code 60, and leaving it at that. I think that's where you need to keep the contact going. I mean, I don't know the driver well enough to know what his psychology is, but the job of the team engineer, the race engineer, the guy on the radio is, you know, that technology exists to assist, and you need to work not just on the engineering side of the car, but on the engineering of the driver as well. As I say, I've often just, particularly with fatigued drivers known as race engineers, just ask them questions just to check that the driver is still fully concentrated on the job in hand.
That 137 Moss Motorsport BMW, by the way, that's off at Luffield, was on its outlap for Robert Nairn. That car just trying to get a few laps in, so it had been troubled.
Oh, all sorts of problems for that.
A litany of problems.
That was the one, amongst other things, the whole suspension had to be rebuilt because it was all off, and they were restringing it when you put a bit of wire around it and make sure that everything's straight.
Lining it up, doing the cambers.
As I say, it was all because bits.
1 hour 40-minute stop for various suspension issues at 5:20 this morning.
Yes, and nobody really admitted to why they needed to be done, but they did need to be done, and members of the team had a view as to why they needed to be done. But they got on with it and were cheerful when I went to talk to them at 5:30 in the morning, when they'd far rather not be setting up their
That's having
car.
a snooze and thinking of bacon and egg sandwiches, not having to set the car up on the flat patch.
Exactly so. So, and as said before, you know, I suppose Joe uses the phrase, you know, it's character building to do this kind of thing. But I think it is as well instructive that not all motorsport is glamorous.
And out has just gone the 178 from CWS.
Yeah.
That's been into the pit lane and straight out again. That was a very short stop. I did see the F there, so maybe it was just a splash of fuel.
I think it has to set an F because
where it is, where the first one is.
The two lines across the track go across the pit lane rather than into the fueling area.
Right,
if you
so
see what I mean.
Trip an F when you go across the first one, and you turn it off as you come back out again.
Which is about a second.
Yeah, got you.
So
178 is out though, second place for that car, and the Vanquish guys are looking at tyres, trying to find something that might still be all right to go. Oh, there's a bit of pickup on the one that's about to go on the left rear. Are they concerned then that we might get Core Oyster Racing out for a few slow laps?
I don't think you can do it because slow laps is the order of the day, isn't it?
Under 17 minutes now.
Code 60, with 5 minutes, nearly 6 minutes required to do a lap. You're not going to get 3 laps until it goes green. And I mean, hopefully we do get to go green before the checkered flag. Although if that doesn't prove possible with the removal of the car that's stuck out on the circuit, 137 Moss Motorsport car, and then we'll, as I say, be able to get a run to the checkered flag at full pace. And so meanwhile the cars continue to circulate slowly. A problem with Code 60 sometimes is that it is a slower 60 kilometres an hour for some than it is for others. End of Code 60 proceeded within 1 minute, comes the message on the screen. So they've kept fairly well to that during the race thus far. And the purple flag gets withdrawn. The green flag is waved, and at exactly the same moment, the flatbed truck comes into the pit lane carrying the 137 on the flatbed, not being towed, which makes me think some kind of gearbox problem might have afflicted that car.
Or a suspension failure or something, but certainly, as you say, it wouldn't be pushed. So back under green flag conditions. Right, quarter of an hour to go. Rather dangerous to discuss finishing positions even at this point, but just some thoughts from you, Paul, on the 2017 24 Hours of Silverstone, the first round of the Touring Car Endurance Series powered by Hankook. Not as many cars as we would like to have seen. 10 more cars would have made it even a better race, but it's not been a bad race. That all said, and as we were talking earlier on in the earlier part of this morning, a proper old-fashioned endurance race that is required, guess what? Endurance.
Endurance, absolutely. Unpredictable, I think, would be the one word I would use to describe it, because you've never been quite sure what's going to happen next. You know, there's not... I love the strategy of the racing, as you know, and I love trying to tease things out that might be going to happen, but there's always been lady luck with something up her sleeve. I'm not mixing the metaphors too much. Which
on the horse in midstream with the nose to the grindstone
has caused all the predictions to go out of the window. There have been some highlights as well. Yes, I certainly think that Benny Simonsen drove extremely well in the 216, even if he did it to the expense of the car from time to time. The Track Club car went extremely well. Cody Hill, Simon Atkinson, that little group of drivers with a admittedly slower car were able to stick with the program and get it going very, very well indeed. The 107 Monlau competition car, the driving of Peris Aikar was very good indeed. And then, of course, we had the and I've lost it. 122, the Audi, with performance from John Philippi. Some very fast and consistent lapping from him, and a driver I'd not seen before, or certainly if I had, he hadn't registered on my radar, but certainly now that's a name that's engraved itself onto me.
And I'll put before the court of public opinion as well, Paul, the utter illustration of how endurance racing in particular in motorsport is a team event, and to put that absolutely into focus is the Honda Civic of Synchro Motorsport. We've seen 3-4 cars change their engine in this race. That was by far the best, well, the quickest executed, and will certainly end up furthest up the timing and scoring of the cars who have had the second power unit. But it was just the calm, efficient way they went about it. The engine that came out was a pretty high mileage engine. I suppose you might say you might have changed that before the race if it's done 2 24-hour races and a couple of 9s as well, but they didn't feel they needed to, and when push came to shove, an hour and 36 minutes from pit in to pit out, extraordinary. And that car really hasn't missed a beat. There was no finger trouble, no oil leaks, nothing that we've seen from other cars.
After the engine change had happened, and Martin Byford very quick to credit the whole of the team with the efforts that the team did. And I think the other aspect to it is how much fun people have here. I mean,
even when they're up to elbows in gearbox oil.
It's the way that drivers are here to enjoy being able to compete in, I'll say, sports cars, because even if they're touring cars, they are sporting cars. They are cars designed for motorsport. And having never done it, but I've said to many people that one of the reasons I've never done it is that I know it'll be a bit like my first taste of drugs, that once I've had a shot of it, I won't ever be able to put it down, and I'll be a hardened addict by the time I'm 50.
You know what? Yeah, very good. You know what Danny Sullivan said? Adrenaline, the drug that you can't buy, but you can't give it up either.
You can't give it up, absolutely. And as I say, in some ways, I'm glad I've not got myself into that addiction. I get my kicks out of just watching it and trying to work out what's going on.
I do think the other thing about that Synchro Motorsport project is it's brought in the guys from Canada and North America to experience this race. Suspension problems for the 137 BMW. Looks like left rear has given way on Robert Nairn on his outlap, and that's why that car ended up across the track in Luffield. The left rear Hankook is pointing at an angle that the left rear of a BMW shouldn't really. Certainly not when it's standing. It shouldn't have that much lock in it. Tore out. Even I can see, without getting the measurements out and the bit of string, is that's tored out too much. Yeah, going back to Synchro, you know, the fact that we've got interest from Honda and their racing team in America from the development side of things, Santa Clarita and HPD, and the guys from Canada to put a couple of cars into the Circuit of the Americas race, that's important. And the way those guys from the other side of the pond rolled their sleeves up and got involved was just magnificent to see. Richard Neri, who should be driving, he's the guy who's there to drive, and yet he was greased up, making sure that V8 engine was going into the BMW, which hasn't yet turned a lap since its lap 80.
I suspect they probably have tried to fire it up, and it's not quite all gone quite...
Somewhat recalcitrant, do you think?
It's not quite all gone together as they hoped it will. But the point about Richard Neri is not only was he doing it, but when Joe went to put a microphone in front of him, was there a hint of being, I've got to do this now. He was so full of being able to work on the car, his pleasure was as much in driving it, as I say, as in putting it together and trying to make it work.
What we can't do is take anything away from any of our class winners. The Cup 1 QSR team have been imperious, really, in that category since they took over the lead. There's going to be questions asked, obviously, about the Moss Motorsport BMW 136 which were swap classes during the race and will take the SP3 GT4, much to the chagrin of the Colin White machine, the 178 team, who thought they were well ahead of the game there and were playing their own tactics. Also, congratulations. Synchro will take the A3 category, and Team Sally Racing in a class of just 2, but my goodness, they are back together on the timing screen. Yeah, I know there's 6 laps between them. That got down to under 30 seconds at one stage in the race after they got massively split up, and the Honda Civic team, the Area MS Owens Insurance team, including in that Jack Farby, the very young driver who only passed his road car licence 9 days ago, they should not be disheartened from that at all. They have fought back against a very experienced team in this form of motor racing from the Renault Clio Cup Team Sally Racing team. And yeah, it's a shame we didn't have a few more cars in that, but I'm sure we'll see both of those teams back in the future. And of course, at the head of the field, Paul, Team Blake-Molen getting the win that perhaps they feel they were due last year. I mean, Sebastian Blake-Molen was very pragmatic when we spoke to him in qualifying on Friday, saying, look, yeah, we were disappointed last year, but that's what motor racing is. You come back stronger, you look at the car, you rebuild. What can we is there anything we can do? Did we do anything wrong? No. All right, let's just go and do it again and see if we get a different result. And I just thought that was a great attitude, and they have bossed this race.
3 laps to go at the end of this one, I reckon. And yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, you do spend, as I say, an awful lot of time when you're doing motorsport doing the mucky jobs and not really getting much fun out of it. But the highs, when you get them, are worth every minute of the lows in between. And part of the learning process of the glamour of motorsport is to learn about the unglamour of motorsport. So, and you know, I think Blake-Molen, they've thoroughly deserved this thus far. They've not put a foot wrong. They did have the one problem with the shock absorber, which they had to replace. They lost the lead for a few laps whilst they replaced the shock absorber. But again, it's quickly got on with. They did the job and set the car on its way again.
I like the way that they modified their tactics through the races. Their closest and fastest competition fell by the wayside, and they realised they didn't have to push that hard. And I think that is a real testament to the experience within that team. And you don't have a team name that includes the words Blake-Molen without understanding about GT, sports and endurance racing. I feel a little for Monlau, who captured pole position. It's not really been their race, and they'll finish down in a very creditable but I think disappointing for them 6th overall, 5th in class. Also, I know that there's a huge amount of disappointment in the 303 camp with the Red Camel, Jordan's Red Camel.nl machine. That car looked as though it was surely going to be in the mix. Dropped out some time ago, some 6 hours ago, and we've not seen that car back. That was a turbo failure, and the car hasn't come back since then. Intersport are going to give it one more go with the 140, and Phil Black comes out of the pit lane for Intersport. That 140 machine, Paul Black, excuse me. I don't think it'll get up to full racing speed, but it's only got, if it can do one more lap, it'll get to the finish in about 4 minutes.
Yeah, an out lap and a lap to the checkered flag should do it. The checkered flag doesn't go out at 4 o'clock. The checkered flag goes out when the leader crosses the line at the expiry of 24 hours. So that will mean that some cars might cross the line after 4 o'clock, but ahead of the race leader, and then the checkered flag will only come out when the race leader comes through. So particularly
I don't think anybody's close on fuel, so I don't think that's going to be an issue.
No, they'll have done that when they've come in at the last code 60, if they needed any doubt at all about it.
That's the sort of calculation that becomes very important in the VLN races, because they don't do like the Nürburgring and put the checkered flag out and everybody's finished. They wait for the leader, and if the leader doesn't go through, as they didn't in VLN 1, it was 8 seconds or something before the time. It's another lap, and that's another lap for everybody.
Yeah.
And that did actually have an influence on the result.
Yeah, so...
now, Joe Bradley brings us news from pit out.
Quite a sight to behold. In the spirit of endurance racing, just getting the car across the flag and all the work that goes into it, we've got the Martin Short driven car 2, 3, 4.
Sure, that's
the
significant. That is his significance in 2 points. One, that the car is coming back out, and two, that Martin Short is going to complete a racing lap, because I don't think he had been in the car to that point.
No.
Well, Paul will tell us otherwise.
No, he hasn't.
That's maybe why he is.
And Graham Coombs hasn't driven the car at all.
Yeah.
So it was Neary who did the first 2 stints, first 2 hours of the race, and then Ian Stinton took it over. But there goes Martin Short in an immaculate-looking BMW M3.
Cleanest car on the track. He gets the prize for the cleanest car through the checkered flag. Meantime, I did see Vanquish going back out as well. The 138 car heading out with Simon Cresswell, the Australian driver, taking that car. They will be confirmed as second place in A3. The countdown has started. This is proper old-fashioned endurance racing in 2017, and the number 100 will start its last lap the next time around, I believe. It's
coming round Aintree at the moment and heading on to the Wellington Straight.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go, so it will be effectively white flag for this car next time around, if you're an American listener.
And there's the British version, which is somebody holding
a board that says last lap.
A board that says last lap. A Creventic board, needless to say, that says last lap. Martin van der Pavert, who's the race director, he's there as well. He's in radio communication with the timekeepers to ensure that's right.
And a word for race control, Bernard Cotterill, his team, the Creventic team in race organisation, as well as we've mentioned the marshals and the recovery, but there are plenty of other volunteers, Paul, behind us, because they're behind us in race admin and down in race control, who have worked tirelessly before and through this event to make this happen.
And it's a blend of the two teams, Creventic and the BRSCC, that come together to organise this event. And having spoken to people from both sides, it is very much not two sides, it's one team. And they both enjoy hugely working with each other. They both enjoy their motorsport. They're both clubs in the true sense of the word. The Creventic team of organisers, as you say, and also the BRSCC, Bernard Cotterill and his team, who do a fantastic job, and they all have a great deal of fun doing it as well.
So it is the last 3.66 miles for the leader, soon to become the winner. We will not quite get to 550 laps. It will be 549 laps completed at the end of the 24 hours. And what a race this has been for so many of the competitors. One of peaks and troughs for Team Blake-Molan. They were counting themselves out of it a little bit. Sebastian Blake-Molan, when we talked to him just after 8 o'clock this morning, was not very happy with how things had gone. He felt the race was going away from him when they lost the lead with their problem with the suspension. However, with other cars failing around them, and with their undoubted experience in endurance racing and some fine driving by their driving squad, the number 100 Seat of Team Blake-Molan, Sebastian Blake-Molan, Melvin de Groot, Robert Smith, and bringing the car home, Rennie Steenmetz turns in to Brooklands for the 549th and final time. Now he's in Luffield. He comes across the line. The checkered flag is being readied in front of us. I'm standing on tiptoes to see at the exact moment that he heads across the line. The 138 goes through. We'll have to do another lap. Here's the checkered flag. Here's the all-white Seat. A boring white Seat wins a 24-hour race. Paul Truswell's theory of white cars winning endurance race continues here at Silverstone. Joe Bradley's with an ecstatic Team Blake-Molan.
let's not forget what happened to these guys last year. They dominated this race until a Turbo Blue handing the lead to another car. Well, just as has been done in 2017, because it's Team Blake & Molan that have taken this win. And even though we had a very pessimistic Sebastian Blake & Molan earlier in this race, thinking all was lost, all was indeed not lost. And this team now celebrating a very fine 24 hours of Silverstone win. Let's have a word first with the man himself, Sebastian Blake & Molan. Sebastian, justice has been done. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, it's amazing after what happened last year and what happened in Barcelona, and we had bad luck in Dubai, and winning this race now. Car only a small problem with the car once. I think it's fantastic, really fantastic.
We spoke to you very early this morning, and you were really worried about that was going to happen. What were your thoughts at 8 o'clock this morning?
Well, if you looked at all the sales, there was different kind of problems, and we had a damper and another car at the bolt, and so you never know what will happen next. But the car it held it, and we managed to finish first.
You are indeed. We'll see you on the podium. Well done, Sebastian Blake & Molan. Team Car 100, the winner of the 2017 24 Hours of Silverstone.
I'm not sure where the 1-2-2 squad is, Joe. If you could get a word with the Audi guys in second place, that would be fantastic. We haven't got a lot of time before things are wrapped up here. Congratulations to all of our winners. A great battle at the end. Monline competition trying to get into the top 6 and make it an old TCR top 6, failed by just under 2 seconds. QSR win Cup 1. And in GT4, it's Moss Motorsport UK. Well done to them, although slightly controversial, as we've mentioned. The A2 goes to Team Sally Racing. A3 Synchro Motorsport on their second engine. Still can't believe that. An 18th overall. Perhaps that is the drive of the race. The 2017 24 Hours of Silverstone for the TCE first round 2017 is in the bag. Brilliant race. Blake & Molan, Pit Lane Competizione and Modena Motorsports will stand on the podium, and we'll hear from Joe Bradley and the winners here at the circuit. Thanks to the marshals and everybody here at the track, Paul Truswell and Joe Bradley. Last word from you, Paul.
Yeah, just to say, Martin Short still to take the checkered flag, and also Simon Cresswell at the wheel of the Vanquish Motorsport car. Checkered flag being held, waiting for those two to come through at the end of the race.
Brilliant stuff by all concerned. Hope you've enjoyed this if it's been your first taste. If it's not, hope you've enjoyed it as well. But we will be doing it again in 2 weeks' time with the GT cars. Check that, in 1 week's time with the GT cars from the Red Bull Ring. I was going to call it the Osterreich Ring there, but it is the Osterreich Ring really, isn't it? The Red Bull Ring. And it will be Johnny Palmer who will be heading up the team. And with Joe Bradley and Nick Damon among the rest of the team. Confirmation then of a 5-lap victory for Team Blake & Molan from Pit Lane Competizione in second. Audi will be delighted with that. Modena Motorsports makes it a Seat 1-3. And indeed the top 5 with Wimmerwerk and Stanko and Tanner Motorsport, all TCR cars, 4 of which were Seats. The QSR winner well inside the top 10 at 6. Monlau Competition just 2 seconds behind at the flag. Zorg Rennsport second in Cup 1 inside the top 10 at 8. Holmgard Motorsport just quietly went about their business and picked up 9th position overall, with Lestrup Racing Team in the solo golf in 10th position. RMA Track Days, so long in the second position, dropped to 3rd in the Cup class, finished 11th overall. SP3 GT4, 49 laps off the lead for Moss Motorsport, ahead of CWS, disgruntled at the end. I really hope they rethink their decision to move away from this form of racing. A3 and A2 winners inside the top 20 as well. Team Sally, we've mentioned, second was the area MS Owens Endurance, got so close but couldn't make it stick at the end. And Synchro Motorsport with their extra engine required, 18th position overall and winning A3 category. Below the top 20, pretty much everyone had some major problems, and we didn't get the full complement of cars finishing. But Team ABBA with Ainsworth Roll Centre Racing. Martin Short has come round and seen the checkered flag. The BMW M3 V8 finishes in 30th position, but an honourable 30th position, having seen the checkered flag. Joe Bradley, thank you very much indeed for patrolling the pit lane on your own. Paul Truswell has watched it all and made sure that John Hindhaugh, that's me, got to find out what happened in the night when I sloped off for a bit of a rest. More VLN racing next weekend on a truly busy weekend for Radio Show Limited across the network. We have the IMSA races from Long Beach, as well as VLN and the Red Bull Ring as well, all next weekend.
You hearing this?
So, just remind everybody that the 2017 calendar continues at Manicourt for the TCES on the 21st and 22nd of April, then Mazzano 7th, 8th and 9th of July, 1st, 2nd and 3rd of September for the Barcelona 24 hours, and a new round the 6th and 7th of October, Spa-Francorchamps. Joe Bradley.
A little bit of confusion down here at the podium. The winning cars have been waved through, so we haven't got any winning cars with us at the moment, so we're just trying to sort out this little mess, if you ask me.
Joe, it's not a mess, it's just an opportunity to shine. Remember that.
Yeah, well, I've always taken that, but I can't really intervene. So, as you see, we've no cars with us first, second and third. I did see the 100 car getting waved by, as I did see the 122 car. So there,
don't worry, there'll be one around in a minute.
Yes, hopefully. The other cars have been shuffled out onto
yes,
via the pit lane, and then they have to do a 7-point turn out to go through the escape hatch onto the actual track. So we may be some time. Talk amongst yourselves.
Thank you, Joe. And with our international broadcast on radiolemans.com and now coming to an end, we're still streaming, of course, on the video. Just some further reflections, Paul, from you whilst we gather the podium ceremonies together for the formalities.
Point of order, really.
Point of order, yes.
The Martin Short car was actually listed on its driver ID as being driven by Ian Stinton.
I saw that, yeah.
Whether that was because Ian Stinton drove the car and Martin forgot to turn the switch.
He's the last man in. He was the last man in.
Sorry?
Ian Stinton was the man who brought it in.
Yes, and so I think Martin probably just forgot to turn the switch. That seems like the most likely explanation to me. But as a secondary point of order on the roll centre car, which Martin definitely wanted to have the last word with, is that by taking the checkered flag in the pit lane, which is what he did, he earns himself a 20-second penalty. Just one of those little rows in the... so having the ignominy of finishing on 82 laps, whereas the winner finished on 549, the organisers are then going to add 20 seconds to his race time.
Excellent.
Because he came into the pit lane to take the checkered flag. The number 38 car did the same thing. It came through, the Vanquish Motorsport car came through. But as I say, the important thing for them is taking the checkered flag, not necessarily where you take the checkered flag.
Well, as I said, they've finished to 30th, but they've finished 30th with honour, put the new engine in the car, polished. They get the prize for the most polished and cleanest car as it came across the line, no doubt. Huge amount of team members on the wall, by the way, where the whole of the rest of the field has been parked up. Rather Nordschleifer-like, actually. And I really like this.
I think this is part of the Creventic theory, is that Parc Fermé, rather than being hidden away somewhere, is actually on the start-finish line. Which
great photographic opportunity for anyone in the grandstands.
Good way to do it, absolutely. It makes it a great photographic opportunity, makes it a great site. And because the circuit is actually more secure than the paddock, makes Parc Fermé actually pretty secure as well, because the general public will be allowed down onto the into the back of the paddock, has been allowed down into the back of the paddock, and therefore they don't want to have the cars there because they'll get potentially the Parc Fermé regulations will be breached. So good planning again, but with an eye on the publicity value of this shot of having all the cars out on the start-finish line at the end of the race.
Joe Bradley, I've left your mic up, so feel free to crack on and give us an update when the formalities are about to start. There will be, I presume it'll be the overall podium first, and then we'll go to the class awards.
Yes, I
and
think
thank
so.
you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying to show your appreciation to the winners. Your endurance is much appreciated as well, those of you in the grandstand opposite. Thank you. That's the right thing to do, and that's why we love coming racing here in the UK, because we have a knowledgeable audience. Joe Bradley has a driver.
I have got a driver who's brought his Union Jack. Just show us that, Mr. Lippman. He was in the 138 Seat. Now, we saw a little bit of a tactic. Jamie, tell us, what was the tactic about bringing the car in and then taking the car back out and then bringing it back in just to finish off with?
Well, we didn't know we were going to finish. We had a problem with the drive shaft, and we just didn't know it was going to do 12 or 4 laps, so we didn't know how many laps. So we just sent it out. If we could beat the BMW and get second, terrific. But in this series, all you have to do is get there at the flag. So we pitted, we waited 5 minutes, and then went out again and did a very slow out lap and just took the flag. And I cannot believe it. This team I joined on Friday. Yeah. Friday afternoon, with 5 minutes before qualifying, they let me jump in the car, never met me before, and despite me, we've come second. I'm over the moon. This match is Paul Ricard. I'm so happy for everyone.
Well, just to remind everyone that you started the week in a GT4 Porsche Cayman. That was crashed on Thursday, was it? Was that right, Thursday? And then, so the car was out of the meeting, so you had to basically find a drive, and you did that. And like you say, who would have believed that? You know, this is what motor racing does, though, isn't it? It's all up and downs, ebbs and flows.
You know, this race again, the A3 class, we're not the fastest cars out there, but my God, what a race we had. Cars were in, out, we were sixth, we were last, we were first, we were second, and we're second on the podium. And these guys had never done a 24-hour race. Vanquish Motorsport, what a great team, so professional, so friendly. Their first ever 24-hour race, and they've come second. I salute you.
So are you going to talk them into doing any more races with us?
Come on, guys. Here, come, Chris. Are you going to join?
Yeah, Chris Yarwood, another guy who we will get to see on the podium. Chris Yarwood, you I think had a lot of time behind the seat. Yeah, most time in the car, I'm being told. Confirmed.
Yeah, probably. Not all at racing speed, unfortunately. But we were hanging it in there at the end, trying to limp home, and it wasn't running quite as well as it should have done, but we got there.
Well, that's what endurance racing is all about. It's not just about going fast, it's about mechanical appreciation, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the strategy, it was getting so complicated. What if this happens? What if that happens? Should we stop now? Should we change? Should we not? It was, proper endurance racing, really was.
And it's the low points of the race that make now, when we're about to step upstairs onto the podium, all the better, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's part of it as well, isn't it? It's part of endurance racing. Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll see you upstairs, guys, when we get... hang on, Simon Cresswell. You're 4'2" tall. Give me a box. Somebody bring me a box in here. Tell us about your race. Firstly, how did you get into his seat?
The seat's pretty adjustable, thankfully. But I may be the tallest driver here. But the last couple of laps weren't very exciting, but the rest of it was great. It was my first 24 hours. So
did you bring the car home eventually?
Yeah, I brought the car home. So it was delicate, but we made it. So it was great. Yeah.
Great stuff. Again, podium, all the better. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks a lot.
It's Joe Bradley, and we're just waiting for some of the leading cars to be brought back out of the pit lane. Some of them saw the checkered flag in the pit lane. See the Audi just crossing the track at the moment, second in the overall standings and the TCR. And here's the winning car, ladies and gentlemen, just coming the wrong way down the straight, being applauded warmly. The number 100. And the team Blake and Moreland, Seat Leon TCR, being brought around underneath the podium. The Audi, what a finish for this Audi RS3 LMS. More applause for that car as well from Pit Lane Competizione, the Italian team, and making it a truly international podium. The third place Modena Motorsports car under the flag of Hong Kong. So the Netherlands, Italy and Hong Kong represented on the podium. And the first time that we've ever had a winning car without a British driver in it. And indeed, I think that's a podium without a British driver on it in the top 3. So, fabulous win for Blake and Molan after their disappointment of leading right into the 19th hour last year. John Filippi anchoring the pit lane Competizione Audi challenge to second place with a quiet, understated drive by that whole team. Very Audi-like, in fact. And heralding a new era of customer competition from Audi Sport Customer Racing, with the Modena Seat, one of the DSG gearbox cars, in 3rd position. 100, 122 and 217. A lot of very happy drivers indeed, celebrating in the Silverstone sunshine. And let's hand back to Joe Bradley for the formalities. Joe will take over as soon as we get our drivers upstairs to start the formalities. Quick reminder again, ladies and gents, next weekend the Creventic teams move to the Red Bull Ring. Coverage on the website and on radiolemans.com. We've also got VLN2 next weekend on Saturday morning, and obviously from the Nordschleife. And I'll be joining the IMSA radio team on another one of our channels for the IMSA WeatherTech race on the streets of Long Beach. And it is just the WeatherTech race next weekend. There's no support for that on the
cameraman
in IndyCar. Joe Bradley waiting for his cameraman, who's about to climb the stairs with the winning drivers. And then we can get the formalities underway. Thank you for waiting, ladies and gentlemen. That is very good of you. Most appreciated by me, and I'm sure by the drivers as well. Joe, your cameraman should be with you now, or at least within speaking distance. Nearly. Okay, not quite yet. So we're just getting the podium celebrations set up. And good crowd in the pit lane as well. Those of you leaving now, thank you very much indeed. Please drive steadily today. A lot of roadworks around these areas at the moment, and the Toaster roundabout is particularly difficult to navigate at the moment. Joe Bradley with the formalities. Joe, take it away.
Thank you, John. Welcome everybody to the podium for the 2017 24 Hours of Silverstone. Please welcome to our podium our overall winners. Firstly, in 3rd place, the Modena Motorsport Seat Leon. That is the Marseillais Christian Chia, Michael Sorieda, Benny Simonson and Philippe Decombe. That's our 3rd place, Modena Motorsports. In 2nd place, please welcome car 122, pit lane Competizione, Alberto Vescovi, Roberto Ferri, Zach Arnold, Enrico Patera and John Filippi. That's the pit lane Competizione Audi RS3. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the 2017 Cook 24 Hours of Silverstone. Team Blake and Molan Seat Leon. Please welcome Sebastian Blake and Molan, Melvin de Groot, Robert Smith and René Steenmetz. And now the national anthem of the winning team. Big round of applause, please, for our winners. The 2017 Hankook 24 Hours of Silverstone. Presentations to be made by, please welcome onto the podium, Gary Williams of the Creventic organisation, the organisers and promoters of the event. They will be presenting our third place trophies to the Modern Motorsports team, the Seat Leon of Christian Chia, Michael Sodier, Benny Simonson and Philippe Decombe. Also welcome from Hankook Tyres, Manfred Sandbichler. And presenting our second place trophies to the Pit Lane Competizione Audi RS3 team of Alberto Vescovi, Roberto Ferri, Zach Arnold, Enrico Patera and John Philippi. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for our winners. The Car 100 Team Blake-Molen of Sebastian Blake-Molen, Melvin de Groot, Robert Smith and René Steinmetz. Not only are these three teams the winners of the overall race, but they're also our class winners in TCR. Please lift the overall trophies high for the photograph. And we are going to present the TCR class winning trophies now. Once again, Gary Williams and Manfred Sandbichler. So third place in TCR, Modern Motorsports, Seat Leon, Marcel Tia, Christian Chia, Michael Sodier, Benny Simonson and Philippe Decombe. A few more minutes before the champagne. So third place trophy to the Modern Motorsports Seat. Second place trophies now for our TCR class. And that is to the Competizione Audi RS3 team of Alberto Vescovi, Roberto Ferri, Zach Arnold, Enrico Patera and John Philippi. And the trophies with the number 1 for the TCR class 2. Our winners, hang on for the champagne, boys. Team Blake-Molen, Car 100, the Seat Leon of Sebastian Blake-Molen, Melvin de Groot, Robert Smith and René Steinmetz. Manfred Sandbichler of... And now the champagne. Congratulations, everybody. The overall winners and TCR class winners. Team Blake-Molen. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. Well done. So very wet drivers coming off the podium. That's only correct. So our next podium, ladies and gentlemen, will be for our SP3 special cars. And we'll just replenish our bottles of champagne for the ceremony, and then we'll be getting on with the presentation. Being told, replenishing our champagne. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go ahead with our SP3 class, our special cars category. Are we ready? Yes, we are ready. Please welcome onto our podium for SP3 in third place, car 140, the Intersport Racing BMW of Kevin Clark, Adam Hayes, Paul Black and Ryan Lindsay. Well done, Kevin. Congratulations, the podium. Well done, guys. In second place, car 178, the CWS Ginetta, Colin White, Philippe Cellini, Patrick Metzgerson and Martin Thomas. Congratulations, gentlemen. And our winners, our SP3 class winners, car 136, that's Moss Motorsport BMW of Mike Moss, Chris Murphy, Scott Adam and Barry McMahon. Please welcome to present the trophies, Gary Williams from Crevendick and Hankook Tyres, Manfred Sandbickler. Third place trophy to the Intersport BMW team of Kevin Clark, Adam Hayes, Paul Black and Ryan Lindsay. And in second place, trophies being presented to the CWS Ginetta team, Colin White, Philippe Cellini, Patrick Metziusen and Martin Thomas. And the winning trophies for our SP3 Special Cars class goes to the Moss Motorsport BMW of Mike Moss, Chris Murphy, Scott Adam and Barry McMahon. Hold those trophies high, gentlemen. Hold those trophies up for our photographs. And now the champagne. Champagne, gents. There we go. Okay, do that now. Do that now. So that's our SP3 podium. We'll be back with you when we prepare for our A3 touring car class.
It stings like it's cheap.
Where have we gone? Our next podium, ladies and gentlemen, will be for our A3 class. Please welcome to the podium. Let's see if we still got a crowd. Right, ladies and gentlemen, our A3 class is about ready to get on with. Please welcome onto the podium in third place, car 71. That's the Core Oyser Racing BMW of James Briodi, Peter Klut, Core Oyser, Martin Moose and John Ferrano. Big round of applause. In second place, onto the second step of the podium, car 138, the Vanquish Motorsport Seat Leon of Paul Plant, Simon Cresswell, Chris Yarwood and GM Littman. A popular second place down there. And the winners of our A3 class, an engine change and other character building occurrences for their race, the 176. Single Motorsport Honda Civic, Alan James, Daniel Wheeler and Martin Byford. Well done everyone in our A3 class, well fought, everyone had their problems and overcome them. And please welcome back to the podium for our trophy presentations, Gary Williams of Crevendick and Manfred Sandbickler of Hankook Tyres. Third place trophies being presented to the number 71 Core Oyser Racing BMW of James Briodi, Peter Klut, Cor Oyser, Martin Mus and John Ferrano. And our second place trophies to be presented to the Vanquish Motorsport Seat Leon of Paul Plant, Simon Cresswell, Chris Yarwood and Jim Lippman. Big round of applause for our first place though, the Synchro Motorsport Honda Civic, Alan James, Daniel Wheeler and Martin Byford, the winners of our A3 class, everyone. Hold those trophies high, gentlemen. Hold those trophies high for our photograph. Thank you. Hold those trophies high for that photograph. Great stuff. And when you're ready, crack open that champagne. A great podium for our A3 class. Well done, everyone. Well done, guys. A very hard fought in all ways. Team effort from all of these teams. Lots of work in the garages and on the track. Congratulations, everyone. In our A3 class, a round of applause, everyone, for our A3 teams. Very wet-looking drivers climbing from the podium. Our next podium, everyone, will be for our Cup 1 BMW class. And we have 3 cars to present. We will just replenish the champagne for the shower. Again, Cup 1, the BMW class, very hard fought. And again, both off and on the track, teams overcoming all sorts of adversity. Please welcome then our third place car, the number 156 RMA Track Days BMW of Leighton Clark, Tony Rodriguez, James Little and Jason Baker, sorry. In second place, the number 151 Sorg Rennsport BMW of Paul Abercrombie, William Lucas, Kai Wheatley, Rob Ellis and Sam Tordoff. The winners, please welcome the winners of our Cup 1 BMW class. Car 154, the QSR BMW of Jimmy De Broeker, Mario Timmers, Rodrigue Guillon and Jeffrey Van Hooydonk. A very happy Cup 1 winner. Very popular with the crowd. Once again, our trophies to be presented by Gary Williams from Crevendic and Manfred Sandblickler from Hankook Tyres. Third place trophies being presented to the RMA Track Days JJ Motorsport BMW team of Leighton Clark, Tony Rodriguez, James Little and Jason Baker. Second place trophies to be presented to the Sorg Rennsport team of Paul Abercrombie, William Lucas, Kai Wheatley, Rob Ellis and Sam Tordoff. A big round of applause though for our Cup 1 winners. It's the QSR BMW team of Jimmy De Broeker, Mario Timmers, Rodrigue Guillon and Jeffrey Van Hooydonk. Well done, everyone. Please raise the trophies in the air for the photograph. Raise those trophies high. Raise those trophies high gentlemen. Trophies in the air. Trophies in the air from our Cup 1 class. Well done, everyone. And now the champagne. Well done, everyone. Well done, everyone in our Cup class. Well done. Congratulations. Great atmosphere, as you would expect. Very hard fought category. And why not? Why not just milk that atmosphere? The winning team of the QSR BMW team. Well done, boys. Well done. Well done. And our final podium then of the 2017, round one of the 2017 24-hour TCE series, the Hankook 24 Hours of Silverstone. We are ready to go on with our final podium, everyone. Please welcome, in second place, car 91, the Area MS Owens Endurance Honda Civic of Jack Fabi, Carl Swift, David Vincent and Mark Harris. Very hard fought this, maybe only 2 cars in the class, but you only need 2 cars to make a race. The winners of A2, car 52, Sally, Martin Sally Pedersen, Peter Obel, Mads Christensen and Stefan Justong. Congratulations, Team Sally. Their ever-efficient blue and orange Clio, bringing them home in first place in the A2 class. And please welcome once again Gary Williams of Creventic onto the podium to present the second place trophies to the number 91 Area MS Owens Endurance, Jack Fabi, Carl Swift, David Vincent and Mark Harris. And Gary Williams and Manfred Sandbickler of Hankook Tyres will present now the winning trophy to our A2 class winners. Car 52, Team Sally Racing Renault, the Renault Clio Cup of Martin Sally Pedersen, Peter Obel, Mads Christensen and Stefan Jujong. Well done, guys. Very hard fought class. Even though only 2, they've made it a race all the way to the finish. Hold those trophies high for the photograph. Hold those trophies high in the air. Hold the trophies high. And when we've had the photograph, now the champagne. So our A2 class, the Honda versus the Renault Clio. Our final podium.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's be.
So our final podium, ladies and gentlemen. That winds things up for 2017, the Hankook 24 Hours of Silverstone. A fantastic event, as ever. We look forward to the 24-hour series resuming next weekend at Red Bull Ring. Please, big thank you to the marshals and everyone. Safe journey home, and we'll see you next time.